Hey, I am back today. Actually, hold on. Looks like I'm not getting my game sound. Game sound. That one? Okay. Now it should be set up. Back today. Going to continue this playthrough. I did run around and complete a couple of well, not side quests, but just inventory, picking up the items I needed for my new party members, all that stuff. Um, One thing of note that I did here is I actually added teleportation to my character. Still 100 tech affinity, which is nice, but I think teleportation is just gonna, if not make me more powerful, just more fun to watch, more fun to play, because now I don't have to walk across the entire map. We can just teleport, which means no more endless random encounters. Um, and I did go through and do the blessing quest, which you can kind of see here is, all complete. That gives us a lot of stat bonuses, gives us some other things. I mean, my stats are already maxed, so you don't really see those, but you can see on skills here, I got a whole bunch of free dodge, bunch of free melee, some free pickpocket, which we need to do the master quest on. Persuasion, which we have the master quest for. And yeah, I spent basically all my points to grab teleportation and something, I forget what. So naturally, our other characters leveled as well. I have a few more points to spend on them. I went through and gave them as much constitution as I could if they had the points. So you have like Magnus here who has his big bonuses. You have Jaina who has hers. The auto levelers didn't get anything special. And I've just been saving points otherwise because I'm not really sure where else I want to put it. I'm kind of leaning towards willpower because that'll give them hit points. I think it's, yeah, so it's 1 hit point and 1 stamina per point of willpower, which is not great, but it does also give them some spell resists, which is kind of nice. But being tech, they also get those spell resists. So I'm not really sure where else to put it. I could potentially dump the points into like various skills that'll just up their tech affinity. There's not really a reason to put it into any of these because everyone has their skills. So what I'd probably do is maybe like give Virgil, like maxed out disarm trap, and then like Jaina would like max out repair or something. Actually, I think disarm trap requires perception, doesn't it? Yeah, so I guess he can't take perception then, or he can't take that. But that's kind of what I'm leaning towards as a way to maybe get their tech affinity to 100. And that might actually stop Virgil from spamming heals as well, which would upgrade him. But for now, I'm just saving the points until I decide what I want to do. And so with that, we can kind of run around and start doing quests. The very first thing I want to do is upgrade dodge and melee to expert, because that will turn the dodge and melee on all of our followers to expert as well. So you see like apprentice, nothing. They're just basically apprentice and nothing here. So this will actually be a huge power boost for us when we go through and do it. Oh, I also found some potatoes, which I'm gonna make some charges out of. Forgot to do that before. Mostly just because I've never used this recipe and I'm kind of curious how much it gives. I'm guessing it's going to give 2,000 like the other recipe did. Where I found them was there was a farm in Ashbury that had potatoes, and then we have the lemons that we basically just scavenged from Shredded Hills. I don't know if they ever respawn or anything. I would assume they do. Yeah, we have 2 lemons and 2 potatoes. We have 8,060 charges, so let's see what happens when we do this. Assuming we can find the recipe. Need 1 in electricity for this. So yeah, 8,000 and 12,000. So they were 2,000 each, which is about what was expected. Um, since the Blessing Quest is done, all of these gems and stuff that we were hanging on to can now be sold because none of them are needed for quests. So like these star rubies, Catherine crystals, all of these things we can just get rid of. I'm going to keep 2 Catherine crystals in case I need the eyeglasses again, which are where are they? Right here. There's a chance I might need to make another pair of those. I don't really remember. So I'm going to keep 2 crystals just to avoid getting myself stuck somewhere. But otherwise, this stuff can all just be sold now because we don't need it. I'm just grabbing a few other pieces of gear here as well that I don't really feel the need to carry. We could turn these mechanized arachnids into automatons with the elite plates. And I'm thinking of doing it, but also I don't want to make people watch me go through and craft everything, so yeah. We're just going to run over to the closest vendor and sell things, and then we're going to teleport to Ashberry or Blackroot. It's one of them. I think it's Blackroot. To do the to do the expert dodge and apprentice, or dodge and melee things, and then if I can level up one more time, we can do master of dodge and melee as well. Are you interested in trading? This woman is probably going to run out of money here pretty quickly. She doesn't seem to carry a whole lot on her. We were able to sell all of it. That's perfect. Let's just check our other inventory here. Make sure these guys aren't holding on to anything that they shouldn't be. It looks like one of the random encounters I killed dropped a bunch of shields and this guy picked them up. And the main reason to clear this stuff out is because I don't want them to be encumbered and losing speed. I do only have 7 cure-alls, which is a little low. I might craft a couple more before I go out of here. But she's not using these magic beans. I wish she would. Shall I barter? Please buy these things off of me. 184, but she can afford 58. Yeah, you can see all of the just like random junk from these encounters they picked up. That's fine though. We'll sell the rest in the next town. So now we can just kind of like take a look at how amazing the teleport skill is. You can see I click it, I paid a very small amount of fatigue, and then we are going to just pick a waypoint here, and loading screen happens, and we're there. Amazing. And gonna talk to this guy. Can you help me with something? Let's trade. I want you to buy all of this other junk off. No, and I forgot to get rid of this broken sword. Hopefully my party doesn't pick it up. Good. while we're over here, since we do have some pickpocket skill, and I don't think we can get the master one. Oh, we can actually get master pickpocket. Either way, there is a woman over here. I think it's this one. And I want to steal something from her. If I can. Got it. This unidentified medallion here is going to be very helpful because it's going to help us on the main quest later. No, arrow keys are... My mouse is not. But, oh, that's because I'm stuck. Let's see. Well, go out the... Can't go out the wooden shutters. Okay, jam that. There. Lockpicking saves a day. I have to reach over to unlock my laptop screen. It's got the biometric thing on it, and of course it's my right hand, which fingerprint is attached to. Alright, so this guy, grizzled war veteran. Sir, my compliments. They just absolutely love me because of my beauty and charisma. Hello, sir, may I ask your name? Yeah, you can ask. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Kirkmayer Ogdod. That's a name. Who might you be? Bro. What can I do for you? Well, what you can do for me is tell me what you can do for me, I think. Hold on, let me check something quick. Okay, sorry, I had like 4 Discord notifications come off from someone that wanted to. So, okay, so what can I do for you? Well, what is it that you do? I'm a simple soldier, a veteran of wars with Tarrant and Durnholm. He hesitates a little. I'm retired now, living here in Blackroot. I sometimes offer instruction and martial skills to those who qualify and have a genuine interest in learning. It is honest money, and I enjoy the company. Okay, well, it's a living, right? Now, if it's not an imposition, could you tell me of the... With pride and bitterness. I am one of the last to remember the wars, though I would prefer not to. Since the day that Cumbria went down to defeat, the policies of the Trantian Industrial Council have bled the kingdom of Cumbria dry and reduced its capital Durnholm to ruins. Please continue. In the war, I served in the elite guards with the elite guard of Cumbria, the Dragon Knights. We were unmatched with a sword, mace, or axe. Trained from childhood, we were first squires, then men-at-arms, and then knights serving our king. We fought with honor and virtue. Please continue. The war with Tarrant was different from all other wars. It saw the end of the age of chivalry. The noble knights were replaced by a line of green recruits with guns. And continue. At the start of the war, the rifle was only issued to Tarantian sharpshooters. By the end, they were the standard issue to every recruit in the army. Combined with ranked unit formations to concentrate fire, the Tarantians were able to control the battlefield and to do it with inferior soldiers. Please continue. It was the end of 500 years of tradition. He shakes his head in sadness. I witnessed knights gunned down as they were offered challenges on the field of honor. The cowardice of this new kind of war is a disgrace. Continue. The only weakness to their formations was they could not stand the shock of melee. When we could engage them hand to hand, victory was ours. Our tactics became those of ambush, of fighting in the woods and hills and mountains, where the closeness of the terrain aided our style of fighting. My eyes are bugging me a little bit. The lights are all weird today. But these are tactics used by a weaker force against a stronger force. We had many glorious victories in battle, but eventually, and at great cost, the Tarantians prevailed, and we lost the war. The Cumbrian military was shattered, disarmed, and disbanded. The Kingdom of Cumbria ceased to exist as a military power in Arcanum. I'll continue. For 2 generations, Cumbria language was an economically abused and technologically impaired backwater in the shadow of Durant. Its once fine capital, Durnholm, has become a ruin. I moved away to find peace here in Blackroot. I am reconciled to it. The war was a long time ago, and we lost. He looks at you as if he had forgotten you were there. Please forgive an old man his ramblings. You have been most patient. Well, sir, you don't ramble. It's been my pleasure. You've been very patient, the sign of a good student. If you ever have need for training in melee, dodge, spotting traps, or firearms, I will accept you as a pupil. You have my gratitude. Well, let's discuss training. I offer instruction in 4 skills, as I've said, for 500 coins. You must be an apprentice already, and you must have sufficient skill. Well, let's see if he's willing to negotiate, just because I'm kind of curious what will happen. Well, I might make an exception for you. Business has been very slow recently. I'll take 300 coins to train you. Yeah, train me in dodge. Training is complete. I forgot to become a apprentice in melee, so I need to go do that right now. Pretty sure basically any guard can do this. Well, if any of them will speak to me. How hard is it to find a guy to train me? They don't have the skills. Maybe a melee shop vendor can do it. That orc, or not orc, the half orc blacksmith. He seemed like he can fight. Oh, here we go. I bet this guy will do it. Ask some questions. We want to be an apprentice and melee. Done. That's trying to find things to play with that he shouldn't. This time it was the USB receiver for my headset I was using the other day. Okay, something. No, I shouldn't get it. I'm trying to find an appropriate toy. Here. This. One moment. That's so entertained. And since we do have apprentice melee now, we can talk to this guy. Want to discuss training. I'd like to be trained in melee. Training is complete. Is there anything else? Who can train me to be a master of melee? Garrett Stout is the master of melee. He has proven himself the best in numerous passages of arms. His skill is legendary and respected throughout Arcanum, but his prowess has bred conceit in his character. It is regrettable that so many seek him for his wisdom. All right, well, So I can either say begrudge a master his skill or pity arrogance. We'll use that. He is a craftsman, unchivalrous and lecherous in his affairs. If abandoning all that is pure and good is a consequence of mastery, then I shall never pursue it. I could learn nothing from such a man. He still lives in Durnholm. I believe they have made him captain of the guard. I can remember when that position was held by honorable men. Absolutely disgusting. Now, he deserves no respect. For anything else, discuss training. Who can train me to be a dodge master? Incredible as it may seem, the Dodge Master is a blind hermit named Adkin Chambers. He was blinded and disfigured in a duel by an unchivalrous blow that was delivered after he had yielded. Such things are expected in war, but not in a trial of arms. Now he hides himself from society on the outskirts of Stillwater. Tell me about the duel. Chambers was blinded in a duel by Garrick Stout. Chambers was defending the honor of his betrothed, a beautiful and virtuous woman known as Lady Druella. The details are shameful to me, and I will not speak of them. Trial by combat proved Stout's innocence, as he was victorious. However, he disgraced himself by attacking after his opponent had yielded. Thank you, you've been most helpful. I'll see you. 200 reputation. I don't know if that's the max. It might be. Anyways, you can see now we are expert in melee and dodge, and so is everyone else in the party, except for Dog, because he automatically gains mastery. He gains mastery in melee. I don't think he gains mastery in dodge. And I'm not really planning to use this melee. I just got it because I wanted to level my other characters' skills. So to get mastery in the two quests are best done together. So I'm going to wait until dodge is maxed out. Instead, we're going to try and go get our pickpocket mastery. And to do that, I don't actually remember where it is. I have a couple guesses, though. So let's go check out those spots and see if I'm right. Teleport skill, just, coming in clutch. I've got 2 spots to look at. If it's not in either of these, we'll just go ahead and continue with the main quest. First spot it might be is down here in this jail. I also kind of want to check these potato plants and see if they're targetable again. They're not, so maybe those never even respawn. I saw your speech at the town hall. Rousing it was. It was long past time we got that monument built. Oh, can I ask you a question? Wondering why you're in here. Let's just say that sometimes my fingers have a mind of their own when it comes to other people's belongings. I'll be going now. Okay. So he is the master. Don't know how to get the quest. Look through the notes and see if there's anything here that might help. Oh. Okay, maybe he isn't the master. Sammy White can give me master training in pickpocket. He can normally be found near Metro Station in Toronto. Okay. Well, let's grab that then. I remember who this guy is now. We actually met this guy earlier in the game. Uh, if you remember the hand cannon that I used a fate point to steal early on, uh, that is Sammy White. And the quest that we're going to do is going to get us a new reputation in this city. They're going to absolutely hate us for what we're about to do. I'll not have any of your guff, you loopy blighter. Hello, it's a pleasure. Reputation went up slightly. You insolent worm, how dare you? Your mind is on vacation, but your mouth is working overtime. Get lost, you piffle brain dip. Notice every time I am insulting him, reputation goes up. Some of these insults, I saw someone else use this insult earlier, or actually I think it was an option for my character. And it's just so good. You could not get a job as a firing squad target. Rubbish, you are a lazy, shiftless cretin. We got the vacation on it. I don't think that one's very good. Your mind is on vacation, but your mouth is working over. You're a drudge, a peon, a mere menial. Leave me be. Your mind is always fresh. It should be, you never use it. So we now have a new option. I think you enjoy insulting people. He grins from ear to ear. Ha ha ha. So you have guessed my secret, my friend. It is true. May the gods forgive me, but I can't resist a bit of repartee with the common folk. But you, sir, seem uncommon to me. What a nice compliment this guy is giving me. The name is Sammy White, but folks just call me Sammy. What is your name? Yeah, bro. He yawns. I grow weary of this conversation. What do you want? Well, what do you do? You, sir, have the privilege of conversing with the greatest living pickpocket in all of Arcanum. I am the best. I have never been caught and never will be caught. I try to be modest about it, but it is hard when you are as good as I am. Okay. Well, how did you become the master? My past is not open for discussion. Let's just say that practice makes perfect, and now that I am master of my profession, I can get anything I want. It is mine for the taking. Only now I find that the world is a very dreary and unchallenging place. So he's got the Saitama problem. I see. Well, will he train me? He is obviously disinterested in you. Training is so boring. I would rather not trouble with incompetence. Incompetence, no offense. What skill do you possess already in picking pockets? Well, I'm an expert. I see. Well, you certainly have the talent for it, I must admit, though you will never be as good as I am. He yawns. But training is such a bore. It is so dreadfully dull, it fatigues me just thinking about it. Well, I could offer to get him something, but he's pretty adamant that he can steal anything he needs already, so that's not really going to get us anywhere. At least I don't think it would. So instead, how about we go with, how much is this going to cost me? No, nothing like that. I don't want anything. You see, I can get anything I want. I am the master pickpocket. But there is something you can do, something that needs to be done, and something that will teach all of these snooty Tarantians a lesson. It is perfect. Oh, I'm not going to like this, am I? He laughs hysterically. You are going to strip naked and then run your ugly buttocks around the city for everyone to see. These arrogant Tarantians will fall over in shock from it. I can see their faces now, their civilized city invaded by perverts. It is perfect. Well, I mean, I've been willing to sacrifice a lot more things than dignity. All right, these are the rules. It has to be daylight, you have to be naked, and you have to run up and down the Kensington Broadway and around this plaza a couple of times. And when you are finished, come back to me and I will train you. All right. Easy enough. believe this is Kessington. What happened? Have orcs mugged you and stole? Espriel exposing himself. Oh no. Get away from me, pervert. Egad, man. Put some clothes on.
As if a dwarf would associate with someone who couldn't dress up. Indeed. As if a dwarf would associate with someone who couldn't dress themselves properly.
Yeah, Magnus is getting upset too. It's fine.
As if a dwarf
Spot the loony. Get away from me, pervert.
Properly.
Oh my. Brill is exposing himself. Again.
Indeed. As if a dwarf would
Where's the
associate
city
with
coming to?
someone
Your
who
dress,
couldn't
your
dress
garments, your
themselves
clothing.
properly.
Yeah. Where? How awful, isn't it? You dress, that sort of thing. Upon my honor, how wretchedly you are in your nakedness. Yeah.
Indeed.
Degenerate! From the guy who's telling me to do this.
Associate with someone who couldn't. Indeed. As if a dwarf would associate with someone who couldn't dress them. Indeed. As if a dwarf would associate with someone who couldn't dress themselves.
Sir, I ask you to
properly.
put on some clothes. Yeah. It's not like they can see anything. I think I have to actually go around these light poles. Alright. I'll do this like another 2 times and see if that's enough. Actually, I think we can just go 1 and then go over to this guy and try again.
Indeed. As if a dwarf would associate.
Yep, not enough yet. I think we have to go around this like 3 times or something. There's, you know, no limit to the things I will do for better stats. Go to Vendigroth, make all sorts of weird performance-enhancing substances, and just try them. Run around this to get training. What else did we do? We did one master quest, which was the Firearms guy. That one was a little more typical, where all I had to do was go shoot some people. Alright, I've done what you asked. Well done. Have you had enough? Yeah, I want to stop this foolishness. He laughs uproariously at you. Congratulations. You are now a master pickpocket. Training will not be necessary now. You may go. I don't understand. What do you mean? Don't you see? Now that you have been laughed at and ridiculed by everyone in Toronto, you'll find that it's a lot more enjoyable to steal from them. Fat, smug, and arrogant as they are calling you the pervert of Toronto. A reputation you will not be able to easily live down. Don't worry though, with your new skill, you will be able to even the score quite nicely. You have a twisted sense of logic. Goodbye. Yeah, I lost 30 reputation with everyone for that. I hope it was worth it. Reputations. Oh, yeah, reputations right here. Let's see. Firearm Master. Right here. Rescuer of Thorvald, Pervert of Toronto. Your exhibitionist antics in Toronto have earned you the scorn of its citizens. Oh, that's nice, but I am a master pickpocket. Pleasure is always Sammy. Yeah, Chaka even lost some love for me here. Hopefully he dies and I can resurrect him later. Get a little bit of that back. So then the next one we're going to do here is... we could do the Master Persuasion quest. I think I can do it now at least. We might need to progress the main story a little more first. But we're going to go to, I guess... actually, let's see what else we have for quest hand-ins, see if there's anything we can complete real quick. If not, we'll just go ahead and continue on the main quest. Let's see, Ryan Sanders, Liana Del Par, and Wheelplay. Alright, well, Liana is going to be really easy to do. We're going to do that one right now. What is it, kitty cat? I'm just pulling up. Yeah. Go right over here to Liana. Where is she? I think it's this house. No, maybe it's this house. Yeah, here we go. Nope. Oh, no, I'm not sure where she is. Here we go. Liana. Greetings, Liana. Have you a moment? I bring news of Maximilian. Her eyes widen, unbelieving. Oh my god, Maximilian, we never dreamed that he was still alive. Where is he? He's on the Isle of Despair. Tell her the story. I see. There was determination in her eyes and hope. Thank you, my friend. My father would have been so happy. He used to talk of Maximilian endlessly, saying how Cumbria would have been even greater had he taken his rightful place on the throne. She looks to the east. Perhaps that might still come to pass. I will go and return with the true king. Farewell. Since we have been to Caledon, we might actually be able to get the king to give us his other quest as well. Let's try. It's triggered by going to Caledon, but I don't know if that's the main quest, Caledon, or just wandering there. Splendid, you've returned. Any other tasks? Something of personal nature, such as... He shakes his head slowly. Nope. Okay. Well, we could kill Jonathan Sanders. The party's gonna get a little upset if we do. But, I mean... it could be okay. No, let's not do that. Let's just go do the main quest stuff. There are a lot of other things we can do. I'm not going to yet. So we basically just need to go to the Wheel Clan, and they're going to send us through some stuff. I'm not really sure how I want to go about doing it either. We could go through here and use persuasion to talk our way in, but I also kind of like the idea of fighting through the dungeon. And we could actually just talk our way in and then fight as well, if we really wanted to. Yeah, I'll try and do persuasion, but it might not work. I'm not really going to be too upset if it doesn't. Mostly because I don't remember the actual path through all of this. Yeah, let's try. If I do get persuasion, it's basically just, I think, an easier quest completion. Greetings, traveler. Sorry, I don't believe we've met. I am Ranver Thunderstone, son of Loghair Thunderstone. I stand as chieftain and king in waiting of all the dwarves, both over and under mountain, in the lands of Arcanum. Welcome to the caverns of the Wheel Clan. Well, a pleasure to meet you. Of course, what do you want? You're the king in waiting. Yes, my father is unavailable, and I rule in his stead, but I am not the true king, and I will not be as long as my father lives. I am only a king in waiting. So he's what, like the vice king? Alright, I see. I'm in need of your assistance. Of course, what do you need? I have news most dire. Dire nature of what he is speaking. Tell him the tale. Ranver is quiet for some time. I see. And you say you've been to the Isle of Despair to confirm the story of Goodman Orbender? Yes, I was there, and there was no sign of the Black Mountain Clan dwarves. This troubles me, my friend. We were given assurances. By Albrecht, assurances. Bloody meddling. Oh, blast them all to the dark depths. Blast who? The elves? What's going on? This is an old and dark business. The business of my father, and as I am his heir, it falls to me to make it right. But I know not what to do. He told me so little. What happened? My father, great and solid Loghair Thunderstone, king of the dwarves. Do you know of him, stranger? Stories of his courage, of his strength, of his wisdom. My father, stone among stones. From out of the madness of the clan wars, he united us under one banner, under one king, through sheer willpower of his will. Clan wars. Yes, sad time in our history. For 500 years, there was a rift among the dwarves. We built great machines of war and threw ourselves against one another. And entire clans were lost in the battles. A dark time, the time of Loric's insanity. We speak very little of it. Oh, who is Loric? That said, we don't often speak of it. That's a conversation for another time. Alright, well, where's Loghair? What happened? I broke his heart, that heavy stone heart, he who warred against Loric the Abjurer in the pass of Gorgoth, who in victory burned Loric alive along with 10,000 of his dwarven followers. And this broke him like a child upon the stones of the world. Yeah, I can see how that would mess with someone. Seeing 10,000 of your own people burned. Must be rough. Alright, Ranver. I need to know what happened. Ranver calmed himself. As the Orbender told you, my father permitted the banishment of his own people by the elves. He watched them sent away, heard their cries, and with hardness born of 100 generations of Thunderstones. Where is he? Father came home and upon his knees cried out for his lost foolish brethren, tears of regret, stranger, regret, shame, and sorrow. The cavern shook with his fury, shook at the impact of his bare stone, tore the clothes of his body, and says broke against the walls. And then, told you, he left. Walked into the old caverns with nothing but Harrow, first axe of the Thunderstones, and with that weapon he disappeared, exiled by his own grief, and left the Wheel Clan. He's never returned. So I just realized I think I am not going to be able to do persuasion here. I'm still going to try, but I just remembered there's like something about Dwarven philosophy that I don't think I have. And I don't remember where I could have gotten the information. I think talking to someone else in town would have given it to me. Oh, okay. Alright, well. Goodman spoke of a connection to Gilbert Bates. Bates. It was Bates who spread technology and its disease, and who are we to blame? Humans, cursed with brevity, lacking patience, lacking discernment. I've spent human lifetimes deciding on what type of stone to use on a mirror. And look what they've done in only a few turns of the moon. And with this, these elves came to us speaking of punishments. I mean, if you have enough time to just you spend an entire human lifetime just deciding on a stone to use, like, what are you doing with all your time? Alright, well. What did the rest of the clans say? The other clans never knew that the elves were involved in the banishment. They were only told that the Black Mountain clan had been exiled, punished for their crimes. My father was the only one present when their sentence was passed. And what was the elves' role? The elves, sorry. It was they who demanded the banishment of the Black Mountain clan for their crimes, but as for the reasons, as I said, I know very little. My father never told me the details of his discussions with them, only that what had been decided was necessary and that the responsibility would be his. Who are these elves? I have no idea, and I know not why my father felt it necessary to speak with them, nor to heed their demands. As king, my father never should have allowed them to interfere, but for some reason he allowed it. He's never spoken a word about it since. No, I must be going. I want to speak. Okay, so I didn't get the persuasion option, and in fact, I didn't even get an option to enter the dungeon. Although we could sneak in elsewhere. Yeah, this lets us sneak in directly through this passage. I'm gonna pick up a couple other quests real fast, and then go back up and talk to Loghair again, or Grandvar, whatever the guy's name was. I think there's like 3 quests up here. Dwarf Villager, what's the latest rumor? Great honor. What's your name? The dwarf before you is old, with large streaks of gray in his hair and beard. He is wide, even for a dwarf, large hands and forearms. My name is Vegard Molten Flow. Nice to make your acquaintance, boy. Alright. Hello. Welcome to Wheel Clan. What can you do? Well, I have a few questions. What do you need to know? Okay, so he's an expert in spot traps. Alright, well. Okay. That was a quick persuasion check. Sorry for not reading it out, but it was just a repeat of information we already had. Dwarf Villager. I'm very happy to meet you. Greetings, who might you be? My name is Eric Obsidian. It's a pleasure to meet you. Well met, I'm sure. I have a few questions. How can I help you? What do you do? Me, I'm a historian. This is the guy we wanted. I study our dwarven past, reflect on the paths we have taken, collect objects of historical relevance and value. You almost see him smile. When I can, I try to tell our story and tell it true. I can only hope to be a looking glass into the dwarven soul. What are you studying? Currently, I'm studying dwarven legends and mythology, and recently I came across something very interesting indeed. What have you found? Shakes his head. Sorry about that. Possibilities are so exciting. I should be more forthcoming. Dwarven mythology tells of an ancient race of dwarves whose civilization was flooded with such wonders as the world has never known before or since. They were known as the Iron Clan. Alright, the Iron Clan. Were they real? What happened to them? Well, no one really knows if they were real or what happened to them if they were, because we found no proof of their existence. But one of our old miners dug up an old dwarven mace a few weeks ago. The handle of that axe was hollow, and within it was this. He shows you what looks to be an old schematic. Oh, what is it? Looks to be the schematic for a key. There's some text on here which seems to hint that it's the first of many keys which open the place of iron where lies the stone. Do you know what this could mean? What? The stone that it refers to could be the famed Durin stone, upon which the dwarven philosophy of the shape and the stone were purportedly carved. Recovery of such an object would be invaluable for the dwarven race, an unparalleled discovery reflecting our culture and history. What's the shape and stone? Sorry, my friend, the shape in the stone is for the dwarven soul. It is not for me to tell you such things. I see. And why haven't you gone looking for the Iron Clan? For a moment, he looks sad. I have not the time. There is so much here that is real unknown that I cannot chase ghosts all over Arcanum. Perhaps one day I might find the time to make this key and see where it takes me. I try and find it for you. Yep. Suppose it does no harm. I have a copy of these schematics, so if you cannot find the place of iron, I can always go look myself. If you do find it and the Durin stone is there, bring it back to me, and it would be worthless to anyone but a dwarf and most precious to me. I have nothing to offer my thanks. I am a poor historian. All right, be honored to go on the journey. Cool. So this guy did mention the whole shape and stone thing that we wanted. Let's see, iron key, heartstone, and mithril ore. So we can make this. I do have to pick up another heartstone in order to do it. And that's not actually a spot that's on the map. However, it's a pretty short walk to get to it. The issue is that the actual location doesn't appear until a certain point in the story, but you can just directly go to the location for it, which I've already had to do twice to do the blessing quest. Please, I'm at your service. What's your name? Go by the name Thrain Ironheart, and you are Umbrella. Yes, I've heard your name. You're the traveler that brought Thorvald back. We owe you a debt of gratitude, as I'm sure you are aware. Ask some questions. Where are all the dwarven women? Doesn't actually lead to anything. Oh, one thing. I know that you're a traveler. If you ever happen to find yourself with the Stonecutter clan, could you deliver a message to my brother? He's been gone some 15 years. I need his help back here. He's a bit of a layabout, if you get my meaning. Or give me the location on your map. Takes your map marks up. Okay. There's still a quest we're missing. Someone had a priceless artifact they want us to get back. I don't really remember much about it other than the guy is at like bottom of one of these. Maybe it's this guy. No, he's just the herbalist. Maybe we already picked up the quest. No. Okay, I need to look up the location for this real quick. Um, 1180 by 313. It's actually just south of this. There are exactly 5 heartstones. Oh, I was expecting to get attacked there. There's exactly 5 heartstones in the game. I've used 2 of the 5. I don't think I've picked up any others. But they're all around here. That's one. There's another, and I'm just going to leave that one on the ground in case I need it for some reason. Ooh, this vine rope is actually for something later, so we're gonna leave it. Hmm. I must have needed to buy some mithril ore. I thought I had some. Anyways, the dwarves sell it. So we're just gonna grab it real quick. There might be one in our stash in Toronto, but this is probably a quicker way to get it. I think this is a little less running. Also, it means the vendor will probably restock before we need it again. Assuming I can find my way to the vendor. Dwarven tunnels are a maze. Good to see you. Let's trade. There's some mithril. Black diamonds. Dwarven plate mail's kind of nice, but we've got better. Alright. That's all we needed there. I am going to check this inventor, though, real quick, just in case. Because I do actually still want that machine plate recipe, and I don't remember where it is. Let's trade. And he doesn't have it, which is sad. I'm gonna buy this, though, just in case. We've got so much money. So let's craft that iron key. It goes right into our key ring. And then we can teleport on out of here. And we're going to do the Stonecutter clan quest. Uh-oh. We've got zombies. And that one I just killed was one of those gore walker guys who ruin armor when they hit it.
What is it that you want of me?
So I want you to do something for me, Virgil.
Yes, of course. What would you like me to do? What is it that you want of me? What can I answer for you?
I thought Virgil had an option where you could talk to him to stop healing.
What is it that you want of me?
But it looks like you can't turn that off. So whatever website I read that on must have been wrong. Or maybe it's a patch thing. I don't know. Oh, well, there's some mithril here, so now I feel silly going and buying some. There's dwarven ore as well, which would make access, which we don't need.
How can I help you?
So we can just lockpick our way through that. Or we can run, like the true experience-wanting fools that we are. Geodes. Always nice to have.
That's the way to show those bastards. I mean, good hit,
Let's
sir.
turn. This guy's gonna run up. he's gonna get murdered. I'm not comfortable with the ogre calling me master. Definitely something that did not age well. Mute it. Much better. This is interesting. Alright, so we've got a black defiler. Yes, I don't think we've killed one of these yet.
That's the way to show those bastards. I mean,
Well, we've killed one of them now. Defiler slaves. Okay. I think I can shoot this one. Let's go to action mode. Party should be able to wipe this out. Oh, look, it's the dwarves. That other passage looks like it goes up. We'll clear that out if necessary. Door's jammed. Oh. The door's jammed. Let the dog break it down. Dwarf Technologist. Oh, thank Elbrick you found us. We were liable to starve in there. Damn zombies. You made short work of them, though, huh? I'm looking for Elrond Ironheart. Do you know him? That's me. Well, your brother sent me to ask you to go home. He shakes his head. Thrain, poor Thrain. He's been so overprotective of me since our father died. He blames himself for it, you know? Now, what happened to your father? I don't want to speak of it anymore. I'd best be on my way home so that my dear brother doesn't worry himself to death. What happened here? He chuckles softly, looks at his shoes a bit sheepishly. Well, I'm responsible for this. I found an ancient necromancer's laboratory off an old abandoned access cavern. In researching his journals, I deduced a way to reproduce what he had done through magic by using scientific principles. Alright, well, where's this lab? You've got to go through the door in the back of the storage room off the main hall to get to the old tunnel. I'd be careful if I were you if you're planning on going. Gives me a key. Well, that to me sounds like an invitation for experience and loot. Not that I really need the loot. I mean, you know, this is a whole bunch of scientific revived zombies, so maybe we're gonna get a new recipe to have like a. It's actually probably the same recipe here for restored lives that we already have, if I had to guess. Or some other sort of reanimator. Alright, there's the passage. Oh, hey, we found a trap. Uh-oh. Monsters. Dead monsters. There's not much to loot. But there is this. Medallion, a ring. Ooh, Necromiser. New one, and a book. So, more magic amulets. That's kind of nice. I purposely did not give either half-ogre any sort of tech alignment. That way I can give them necklaces, since there's almost no tech necklaces in the game. see, book. It's a journal. This is kind of long. I don't know if I can read the whole thing out. I've been working diligently as of late to assure the council that their selection of myself was not a mistake. First human wizard on the Elven Council, I feel I have great responsibility to prove my worth and show them that my understanding of the old magics is equal to their own. I believe I have the support of Nazardan and a few of the others, but Aranax and his contingent are in strong opposition to my presence and seem ready to do anything to ensure my failure here. March. Discovered something incredible. I'm just going to paraphrase. Need to look further into it. April, continuing to look into it, and I'm amazed to discover that there is a dark side to necromancy. There is dark necromancy, or dark necromancy, which is an entirely new college of magic. To interrupt right there, real quick, for a little bit of backstory. You have right here, necromantic white and necromantic black. White is all the heal spells in this game, up to resurrect. And necromantic black is a damage spell, conjures spirits, makes undead, and then ultimately just auto kills things. So this is what he's talking about. It's this necromantic black. He's like the founder of that college. And this is the book of a guy named Kurgan, who we have heard about a couple of times before, like that necromancer outside of the graveyard was talking about Kurgan. Today I animated the lifeless body of a mountain lion. I found the poor creature not far away from my laboratory here, expired, died of natural causes. Was still being dead, powered by a soul I've trapped within it. It was a pathetic sight, and released the creature's soul not long after, but the possibilities for such an application are endless. I found something incredible here. That was May. June, I found it's possible to pull the very soul from a living being. This is getting a little bit more dark. July, Nazardan and an entourage of the council members stopped by today wondering why I've been neglecting my duties. I wanted to tell them what has been happening, but kept quiet as I still have much to learn. Begging some privacy and pretending not to be in the best of health, I promised to resume my duties as fast as I possibly could. I could see in the face of our leader that I was not believed. I don't have much time. Spoke with the gravekeeper, and he was quite accommodating after I bribed him for some corpses. That's nice. July, my theories were correct. I've reanimated a person. I now have this power, and I'm alone in it. August. The council has found out what I've done, and they are furious. Aranax is screaming banishment, and Nazardan is speechless, and the rest of the council eyes me with distrust or outright revulsion. How do they not see the beauty and power in this? November, the sentence has been passed, and tomorrow I will stand before the council to be banished. I go not into the void with fear or malice, but merely with anticipation. If this is my death, then great. Perhaps I was never meant to be among the living, and if it's not my death, then can't wait to see what I learn. Alright, so we got ourselves a necromizer. Is it therapeutic? No. Not here. There we go. It's a chemistry. Are you always the last man standing, surrounded by the corpses of friends who just didn't make the grade? Well, with the astonishing necromizer, you can put those comrades to good use by combining a fortifier and a large capacitor. You can raise even the most mutilated corpses to fight mindlessly by your side. So, you can make a zombie army. That's cool. Alright, so let's teleport out of here. We got what we needed. And then we had another quest for... I don't remember what it was. Let's look. Unfortunately, when you cast teleport, even if you don't go anywhere, you lose the mana. But we have so much constitution that our mana regenerates pretty quickly. Find the lost burial ground of the Iron Clan and retrieve the Durin Stone. so we got the key, but we have the burial. Okay, so we don't have that point marked. Maybe it's in this. No, it's not that book. Alright, well, I am going to do one thing here, which is this Thieves' Cave. And then we'll go back to the... Oh. Also, opening the cave is only big enough to allow small beings to enter. Alright, I'm assuming the dog is small, so... You wait, you wait, you wait, you wait. No, maybe the dog is too large. In that case, I'm not even going to bring Magnus either.
Right away.
This is a quest that's only available if you are a gnome, dwarf, or halfling. If you're any larger race, you just can't ever get in here to do this. Fine day, fine day. Since I'm alone, I'm just going to see if there's anything I want to steal from him as well before I leave. The answer to that is no. Although I do kind of want an oiled thieves leather. I've not found any yet on anything. I guess it doesn't really matter. It's a very small stat bonuses that I don't really care about. Robbery heirloom statue. Well, let's talk to him. Greetings, brother. Brother. Well, unless he didn't say stepbrother. Of course, we are all of the thieves underground. How goes your travels, friend? Adventurous to say the least, and you are sadly not well. Our fortunes have taken a turn for the worse. He holds his arms out. It is this world I fear I no longer understand. I fear I no longer understand it. That no is misspelled. That just threw me off. There used to be honor among thieves, and one could use his natural talents for good. No longer, it seems. Somehow thieves become no better than the common bandits in the eyes of the world. Well, you're distressed. What's wrong? As I said, I remember when there was honor among thieves. We've been betrayed, my brother. We were doing a job for someone we trusted. Not only were we lied to about what it was we were doing, but when the guards got wind of it, we were offered up as a way to save our friends. Sorry. We were told we were recovering some treasures from a museum, previously stolen by some bottom dweller from Toronto. So, same thing that happened to me. Stole the items from its room in the Roseboro Inn, easy as could be. The only problem was that it wasn't international intrigue we were involved in. It was some petty theft from some rich tourists. And your friend... Ironically, he was the one who hired us in the first place. He lives in Roseboro, though, and I suppose the captain of the guard knows him as an undesirable, as the law has begun terming those of our kind. When the theft was reported, he was the first to be questioned. He turned us in without a second thought, so he goes free, and we are holed up in this cave. Well, can I help you even the score? That would be much appreciated, friend, he thinks for a moment. There is one way. If you could plant something on him and then report him to the captain of the guard in Roseboro, it would clear our name, not to mention giving him the reward he deserves. I'd pay you 500 coins for your trouble. Okay, what do you want me to do? Here, he shows you an old statue. This would not only do the trick, it would be poetic justice. Frederick not only turned us in, he was able to make off with most of the valuables from the robbery. This statue is an old family heirloom of the tourists we robbed. It is virtually worthless, but enough to convince the local law Frederick was involved. He hands it to me. All right, well, where can I find Frederick? He lives in Roseboro. Most times you can find him drinking it up inside the inn at the bar. Yeah. So this is kind of like a Thieves Guild type quest. Planting things uses pickpocket, which we are conveniently enough a master of. So I could just teleport away and do it rather than bring my characters with me. but I'm going to bring them regardless, just because I'm worried that something might happen and then they
What
disappear.
is it that you... I'm ready.
Particularly Tucka here, because he can never be reclaimed if I let him go. I can have him wait, but if I dismiss him or he just stops waiting around, then he just never returns. And given that he hits the hardest out of every single character we have because of an insane 26 strength, I would rather not have that happen. Yeah, I might do the willpower thing here. I haven't really decided. I can't take intelligence up. Beauty, charisma are both useless for non-main characters. And perception is really only good for firearms. So it's either I dump the points into hit points, into willpower, or I just raise tech skills to make magic bounce off of them. And willpower also gives some magic resist. I guess I'll take those up. Okay, then we're gonna teleport over to Roseboro, plant this item. We haven't done anything here yet. Wasn't really planning to do much here yet. Sorry, having to pet the cat while I play. At least for as long as I'm allowed to. I'm sure he'll get mad pretty soon. I want to leave. There he goes. And basically what we're doing here is we're just looking around for this guy. They said he could be in a bar, but I don't actually think this town has a bar. Unless it's in the castle. No, it might actually be. This plaque reads, "The stone was found in the middle of the Ring of Brodgar. The meaning of its markings are face or unknown. It has been moved here to protect it from the ravages of tourism." Who's this guy? He looks important. A pleasure. How can I be of help to you? What do you know? Hey, you're that fellow from the blimp crash. Yeah. What a fantastic story. Here's 100 coins. Thank you. That's what I always wanted. 100 coins. Hmm. Maybe it's this guy. Let's talk to this guy first, though. How do you do? It's a pleasure. What's your name? Oh, of course. My name is Jason. Jason C. Guy, to be precise. What are you doing here? Studying the Ring of Brodgar. Studying it, why? I've always been fascinated with the Ring of Brodgar. It's strange. The history has always mentioned the Black Spire synonymously with the Ring of Brodgar, but its meaning is lost in antiquity. Perhaps it symbolizes the power of the wards. I don't know. Came here to study wards and see how they are holding up. Well, why wouldn't they be holding up? Technology has spread throughout the land at an amazing pace. I feared that its propensity would have caused the wards to weaken, and that is why I am here to ascertain the strength of them. What have you found? The results of my studies are quite puzzling, as I suspect that the wards are weakening, but at a rate much more accelerated than I originally calculated. Okay, well, what happens if they fail? I'm sure the great magus placed such powerful wards in this place for a purpose, but many years have passed, about 2000. That knowledge has been lost to us. I fear if they were to fail, something terrible would happen. No, that's very worrisome. Is there anything else you can do? No, he's not the one I want. Maybe it's this guy. What's your name? Trevor Linwood. I'm a journalist. Oh, quite away from home, aren't you? Yes, I'm on assignment, but it's not going well. Why is it not going well? Well, it's supposed to be simple. Take a picture, get back to Toronto as quickly as I could. All right. What do you need? Yeah, elusive Leaf Wyvern. Never heard of it? No. A legend describes it as a tremendous two-legged dragon, wings, claws, whole bit. The difference with the Leaf I've read is its attack. What's the attack do? Apparently, every time it strikes, it destroys a bit of its victim's memory. Some sort of venom or something. After enough attacks, the victim can't even remember how to flee, and the Leaf's got itself an easy meal. Yeah, that's pretty dangerous. Yeah, from my research, I've surmised that very few creatures ever survive an encounter, and those few that do usually don't remember exactly what or who they escaped from. This doesn't seem simple. Well, I didn't really believe it, thought it was all a hoax. I just came up here because my editor, Mr. Wright, wanted a hot story. He thought if we could get a picture, our sales would boom. Oh, no luck? No, that's just it. I've seen it. Truly horrible beast. I caught the merest glimpse, but that was all it took. It was gigantic, and I ran. Did not get your photograph? Couldn't even snap one shot off. I was that terrified. I'm not going back. There's no way I'll be going back. What am I to do? You don't need to confront it. Yes, that's correct. I just need one photograph. Well, what if I take it for you? Well, adventure for one, I'd be compensated, right? Yeah, I'm being paid 500, but I've spent part of that in supplies. I won't be able to pay you any more than 300. I think it's worth more. Yeah, it's worth more. I'll just give you the full 500 out of pocket. Yeah, sure. Thanks, Trevor. I'll get you your photograph. And we got ourselves another camera. Okay, so we're going to take that real quick. And before we do, we're looking for a guy named Frederick. Maybe it's this guy. Ask her a question. I don't know anything. Nope. Okay. Let's see if any of these are Frederick. What do you know? I'm just saying no because sometimes assassins can be in here and they just attack, and I don't want to deal with it. Hey, fine pleasure. What are you? Gambling, no. Human city dweller. I ask your name. Here we go. My name is Frederick, if you must know, peasant. Now please leave me alone. Oh, calling me peasant is not a very nice thing to do. Alright, so we planted the gold, and then just to be petty, we planted the statue, and then to be petty, we also just stole the guy's gold. And that's just purely a tax for him calling me a peasant. Let's talk to the captain of the guard. Who are you? I am the captain of the Roseboro Guard. What can I help you with? I have some news you might find interesting. And what would that be? You are looking for the wrong men for the recent inn robbery. I know where the thieves you are looking for are hiding. Oh, no, wrong men. Is that so? Yes, Frederick boasted to me how he had framed some halflings. Suppose you can prove this? He showed me a statue from the robbery as he was boasting. Well, he seems convinced. Frederick. I had a feeling he was much more involved in this than he was admitting. Thank you for this information, sir. I will send some of my men around to arrest him. Oh, you're welcome. Good day. Good. Frederick is a lowlife, isn't he? Now we're going to this Leaf Wyvern sighting, which... This was the bridge we were using before. Oh, there it is. Cool. And we got our photo. We can also kill it if we want. And by if, I mean we absolutely want to. It's not even gonna swing at us, which is perfect. And look at that, it's dead. But we already got the photograph, which is really all that matters. And there's the bridge that we used. So back to Roseboro. Talk to this guy over here. Hey, here's your photo. I'd like to be of service. Thank you. What of the bridge? Do you see any signs of it? I did, thank you. It'll definitely save me some time. That's wonderful news. Alright. Renzo is who we go back and talk to again. Steve's cave.
Sure, I'll do it later.
It is done.
And we do actually have to watch our alignment. I don't think it's going to go under 25, but if it does, a couple of the party members will leave. Hey, brother, it is done. I have turned in Frederick for you. Wonderful. I'll teach him to dishonor his business associates. Here's the payment. Your kindness is appreciated.
What is it? I'm ready.
How can I help? It's about...
Okay, got our party back again. Ryan, if we kill Ryan Sanders, I believe that he will actually it'll count as like a bad thing, and these other party members are gonna get pretty upset. So, although I am willing to do this, I'm gonna have them wait. I'm also gonna try and persuade him so I can get out of the assassination. I don't remember if that actually works. There's his house, so I'm gonna leave my party like back here because I don't want them to join in and
It is done.
attack.
Sure.
The dog would
I'll do
join
it
me. He
right
doesn't
away.
care. He's a good boy. But this works. Distinct and singular pleasure to introduce myself to you. Are you Mr. Sanders? Mr. Jonathan Sanders? Yes, I am. What can I help you with? I should have saved before I ran in here. I can save now. Nope. Just making sure I had the right guy. Come death awaits, or I'm afraid I have some rather disturbing news about your son. Oh, is he alright? No, he's in fine health. Then what is it? Has Ryan done something wrong, that boy? I don't know what I'm gonna do with them. Always getting himself into some fix. I just wish you could see how much better things could be if we would just spend more time together. I'm sorry to inform you, he put a contract on your life. I'm shocked and outraged. That's preposterous. He and I may have our differences, but we love each other. We're family. How dare you come in here telling me such lies? It's true. He ordered me to kill you. I will not listen to this filth. Poor flog. Deal with this slanderous cur. See that he never tells such lies again. Oh, it looks like I automatically failed the quest. That's too bad. I love that the guard comes in afterwards. We might be quick loading here, though. Given that I think I ruined the quest. So very fine to be meeting you again. Hello, Ryan. Oh, traitor, how dare you speak to me? Oh, wow, and he actually attacked. Interesting. Alright. I guess we can't talk him out of it. So we're just going to go through this. Come death awaits. Help me destroy this maniac. Wow, I can't believe I missed all of those. Alright, well, we're now at 84 alignment. I bet this drops us a couple points. Alright, have completed our agreement. Give me some money. Yeah, that's well earned. Hold on, job was difficult. I've doubled my price. Whatever. There. There are several other side quests in this in the city. I'm just not going to do them yet.
How can I help? What's about it?
I'm just wanting to get things cleared out for the moment. Yeah, we lost 20 alignment there. Just one of those things to look out for. Amulet of Natala. We actually have one on us right now, I believe. So what we have left is this wheel clan thing. However, I do want to identify both of these necklaces as like the last thing we do before I run back into the wheel clan. And interestingly, the shortest run to one of the ID people is right here in Shrouded Hills. At least when you can teleport, it's the shortest run. With any luck, he's also going to have oh, that's a Medallion of Beauty, not a Natala. Okay. Oh. Still let her wear it. Or I can let one of my characters wear it, I guess. I thought that was the amulet I needed to steal, but I guess not. I was hoping they might be selling an amulet as well that I could put on one of those characters for some magic resist. Alright, oh, whatever. Here, Ogre. Take a necklace. He only gets 50% of it, so he's getting one beauty, I think. Just double check that. Yeah, he went from 2 to 3. Alright, so back up to the Wheel Clan. We do need the whole shape and stone description. And I thought Ranver, maybe Ranver's the one who gives that to us. But he also was like, yeah, that's not for you to know. So it's possible I missed a dialogue option with him. We also have the quest turn-ins. The Durin Stone ones, I honestly don't remember where to get the items we need for that. We'll find them at some point. What's the guy with the brother? Oh. Nope. Anything unusual? I don't know about the dredge. Talk to Vergard. Oh, this was Vergard. I don't think he gave a quest, did he? Hello, have you a moment? Tell me about what you do. Oh, I guess we missed this dialogue. Me, I'm an old dwarf trying to stay out of everyone's way. Used to be a miner way back when the dredge was operational. What's that? A system of caverns that used to be an iron mine. The entrance isn't far from here, just next to the Royal Palace. Why don't they mine there? No, there's no more iron in those caves. Only thing that's left is dark and monsters. What did you lose? Long ago, I lost a key. That key opens the door to a secret room within the caverns, a room that I carved out with my own hands. In there is an old family heirloom, and I'd love to see it again before I die. Used to go looking for the key, but once they closed the dredge, I could no longer do so. Well, I'd be happy to retrieve it. I know, there are always guards at the entrance. I wouldn't want to cause you any trouble, but if you do happen to get in there, sure. Yeah. And then I made key for this guy. I'm still looking. So, okay, an update. Okay, this was the guy with the brother. Alright, I've spoken with your brother. What did he have to say? He'll be returning shortly. He had a bit of a mishap. What sort of mishap? He made a bunch of zombies. Alright. I'm afraid to ask what happened. I had to rescue them. They were besieged. A damn tinkering fool. He could have killed the whole clan, it seems. I owe you my thanks. Yeah. You're welcome. I must be off. Okay, so I remember what we need. There's a red crystal spider in the dredge that we can murder to death. When we do that, we get some reputation. I think it's in a different spot than the rest of the dredge. I vaguely remember. So we're gonna go over here and go on in. Yeah, Dread Crystal. Okay. I remember what's going on now. Oh, joy. Traps. Alright. I think this one back here is the dangerous one. We're probably going to end up... Oh, I guess we can kill it after we get the quest. Basically, it'll give us a reputation with the dwarves and make them love us more. I don't care. This loot. The only thing I'm checking those for really is schematics. In case the one that I want shows up in one of them. Everything else we need is just available on vendors at this point. Notice the spiders are all necromancers. Or some forms of mage. I think a couple of them have been fire mages so far, like the Moltons. But this guy's a fire mage. Oh, there's a trap. Fortunately, traps aren't too dangerous. Well, we cleared through this from the back way, but that's alright. Let's talk to this guy right here, Dwarven Foreman. Very nice to meet you. Closer, who are you? Pleasure, Arvid. Oh, a dwarf before you is thick, soot covered with tattoos on his forearms. My name is Arvid Millstone, and I'm the foreman here in the Wheel Clan mines. Notice how every single one of these guys is telling us their last names when Magnus is like, yeah, dwarves don't do that. Alright, well, a pleasure, Arvid. Why are all these miners standing here? Well, sir, there's been some trouble here in the mines of late. We've blasted a new tunnel a few days ago. I've been losing miners ever since. The old dwarf shivers. Sometimes when you dig this deep, you find things that weren't ever supposed to be found. I think there's something bad back there. Something evil. Well, you need some assistance? You're a braver soul than I. I've seen things down here that you wouldn't believe, but whatever's back there has got me stone scared. Your assistance would be much appreciated. Alright. Oh. I'll be back in a few minutes. Perhaps can't offer you anything for the job, but I know the dwarves would be grateful. Yeah. The respect is all I care about. I mean, I don't care about the respect, but I play the hero. Because, as always in RPGs, their respect turns into their money. Every time. RPG. Not. It's level 40. That might be the highest level thing we've killed so far. Let's see. Nope, Leaf Wyvern is the highest level so far. Brain Builder schematic. What's this one do? You realize that your combat skills just aren't taking you as far as you hoped. Well, no worry. Add Pete's carbolic acid and the Mind Marvel, and you can have that gray matter for a small price of your physical prowess. Okay, so it trades off your 4 physical stats for your 4 like mental ones. Those are actually pretty good if your stats aren't quite as high as mine are. It's a really good way to get more value out of tech manuals when you don't have like a whole lot of points to spend. Basically, you make them, then grab the tech manuals, and then you use those to give you points to learn higher level abilities here without spending anything on intelligence, as well as let's go back and talk to that guy. And then also like you have them, and then you craft. You grab more books and get more value out of them. I think it saves like 8 or 9 character points. Hey, Arvid. I killed the creatures. Seem to be a family of crystalline spiders. I've heard legends about red crystal spiders. Perhaps you ran into those. Cool. Where are my injuries? No, that's done. Reputation for destroyer of the Dread Crystal Spider. Alright, well, let's get back out of here and go talk to their king again. Maybe I know enough about Stone and Shape now that I can actually get the dialogue that I wanted. I'm not sure why I wouldn't be able to. I have essentially max stats for Persuasion at this point in the game. The only thing I don't have is Master, and I don't think that's ever needed. Also, these dwarf caves are just an absolute maze. Hold on 1 second. A friend of mine just started streaming Sekiro, so I had to turn it on the side monitor. I can work there and watch. Alright. Talk to this guy again. Give him a moment to speak. A few questions. Tell me when your father left. Alright. You know the Black Mountain clan was banished, and you know the elves were involved. When we returned from the banishment, my father ashamed the incident drove him into exile. Clarification. Nothing. What happened after he left? I told you. He left, walked into the old caverns with nothing but Harrow, first axe. He's never returned. What had technology done to the elves? Dredge. What I expect to find there. Alright, let's try this. Right now it serves little purpose but to house an assortment of foul creatures. There are minecart tracks and an occasional storeroom. No one ventures there anymore, so I don't know anything beyond that. You must know where he is. Can I convince you to tell me? No. We actually do want to know the Stone and Shape dialogue. It's a very complicated discussion, friend. A very long one that I'm not sure you'd be able to fully understand. No, my mental powers are up to it. Well, perhaps you're correct. Fine. My father's reasons for leaving are tied up in ageless tradition, truly. In his opinion, he had no other option than to leave his clan. He was only doing what he saw to be his only choice. Alright. Okay. You spoke of Dwarven traditions. What do you speak, or in his opinion? Let's say, yeah, let's just ask what he speaks of. Perhaps tradition is the wrong word. Philosophy might be a better one, though we dwarves rarely consider ourselves philosophers. Philosophy is most know it, infers a certain amount of subjective opinion, and a particular open-mindedness towards other trains of thought. What I speak of is different. So what is it? Talking about the stuff of dwarven souls, the tenets we live by, our moral fiber. Though morality plays no part in it, not morality as most know it. What I speak of, friend, is what is known as the Stone and the Shape. Continue, please. To be a dwarf, what does this mean? Character is defined through immovability, the solidarity of stone. We dwarves see the soul not as something ephemeral or transient, but as rooted in this reality as the mountains from which we carve our homes. Do you understand? Dwarven commonality, yes. I speak both metaphorically and literally. We are dwarves, and there is much about us that is like stone. We feel no more at home than when it surrounds us, and it carries us to the roar of great molten flows A slow whine of subterranean ocean rivers, or an all is quiet mountain whisper so steeped in age that even the stars were young when they were first spoken. And so to understand this is to understand what makes us dwarves. These loves are immovable and unchangeable, and so we are like the stone. I see, but what of the shape? Shape is what forms us, defines our being and our purpose, and the things we say and do. There are many types of stone, so there are many shapes. Granite for bricks, and shale for oilstone, marble for statues, and crystal for the fragile and the precise. Wait, is it the shape that defines what the stone becomes? Elaborate a little further. I can make this more clear for you. A stone yields what is already within, and so we, as dwarves, look within and see what we are to become. So symbolically, quartz would be the shape of stone. Quartz is not the shape, but its shape is tied to it being quartz. Both alabaster and marble are stone. The shapes they become are vastly different. It's not hard to grasp, but important. I see, and the shape defines what the stone becomes. This is the most important concept. One cannot exist without the other. Everyone's following. This is essentially just rewriting the concept of nature versus nurture, I think. To a certain degree, shape defines what the stone becomes. Flint makes a good striking stick, but the reverse is just as true. You can't make a good striking stick without flint. Shape arises from stone. This whole thing almost reads like a psych 101 book about nature and nurture, and trying to say, like, there's a middle way where both are happening. I want to make sure I understand. Let's understand. Interesting. So in terms of your father, my father left us because he felt he had betrayed both his stone and his shape. He felt that allowing the elves to banish his brethren was a betrayal of his stone. The same act was also a betrayal of his shape. Being king of the dwarves, without either, he was empty. What is your opinion? What is your opinion, Ranver? Was it a betrayal? There are times, my friend, when the choices we are forced to make cannot be true to both the shape and the stone. I thought long and hard on the issue. I have not the answers. I know my father is a dwarf among dwarves, and there's a saying among us, weigh your own stone. It is not for me to decide. Thank you. I better understand your father. No, thank you. Few are the outlanders who would even care to ask. It's good that I've shared these things with you today. We continue our previous discussion. Certainly. Where were we? One moment, and we'll continue that. I want to unmute this real quick, and hopefully sound doesn't come through the mic. I guess we'll find out in just a moment. All right. Actually, that's not quite. Okay. Looks like I'm getting a little bit of echo on my game too, so I am actually going to tab out real fast and adjust the audio capture. Like that. Okay, I think we're good. Hopefully. Alright, so surely you must have some idea as to his whereabouts. Oh. Nope, sorry, I guess it's still not good. Gonna try this one other way then. Have the audio not be messed up. Okay, let's try this now. I think this will work. Yeah. All right, so I'm sorry about that. Still trying to figure out like how to set these overlays up when I have things I'm trying to watch as well while I stream, or how other streamers are able to actually get that to work. Probably a little easier when you can actually tab out of a game without it interrupting things. Okay, so why would you think that? If a dwarf wants to be alone, then a dwarf stays alone. You're his son and his heir. You'd have gone looking for him. And why? He left me here to rule a kingdom and rule it I will. What sort of son would I be to go running around in the dark looking for a father who doesn't care? Your anger is hollow. You need not protect him. And what has he left behind for you, Ranver? Your anger is hollow. Sigh. You see more than most, my friend. You're correct. I hold no animosity towards my father. My heart breaks every day that he is gone. I seek the truth. I think your father would want that as well. I believe you, stranger. I truly do. I just might be able to point you in the right direction. I'd appreciate any help. I must admit it, you're correct. I do see him almost every day. Although he says very little, he lives deep within the dredge, but I have a hidden passage through which I travel, and within it you will encounter no trouble. Just enter here. There's a secret passage under the throne. I trust you, stranger. Find your answers and do what is right. I pray he will tell you what you need to know. Okay. Well, I'll most certainly try. Thank you for your help, Ranver. So, we now have our little shortcut, but how do I want to take it? I would much rather clear my way through. That was the non-violent way to go talk to the guy. But I mean, what business do you have here? Just taking a look around where the stairs lead to the dredge. I'd like to take a look around. I'm sorry, no one's allowed down there by order of Ranver. All right. This guy's gonna be a jerk to me, isn't he? Must be off. All right. I guess I'm gonna have to get permission to go in, or if we have to, what we can do, if we can't get permission anymore, is we'll just take the path down his throne room and just clear it from the back. Do you have a moment? Where's your father? One more thing. A few questions. Nothing for now. Okay, so I guess we can't get permission. We're gonna have to go this way. That's fine.
What? Who dares disturb the exile of Thunderstone?
Forgive me, your highness. I had no choice but to...
Quiet. This insolence is unforgivable. The violation of my ancient right for solitude in exile is not broken so easily. Your life hangs in the balance, stranger. Speak quickly, lest you taste the fury of Harrow.
That's funny. So he tells me to be quiet, doesn't let me speak, and then he's just like, yeah, speak quickly. All right, well, wait a moment. I come here with the blessing of your son.
My son, Ranver, he would dare make such an affront. I've come here to writhe upon the blade of my sorrow, to live the thousand deaths by the ancient right of kings. These laws are passed down through the mountain from the beginning of remembered time. Your life is forfeit to them, as is my own. Do you understand?
All right, stop. I come with news of the Black Mountain clan.
What? How do you know? Speak quickly. Your life still hangs in the balance.
This guy's an absolute jerk. Which is sad, because I actually like him as a party member. You can get him, and I've done like playthroughs of this game where one is like a dwarf, or I think I took a gnome or two as well, because you had to. But yeah, he's not being very nice, is he? Fine, I have a story.
I've no words, no words. My crime, it seems, is even more heinous than I thought. I deserve much worse than this mere isolation.
Alright, while here, I need to know exactly what happened.
In all the times since the judgment was passed, I have never spoken of it. My shame has held my tongue. It seems that very shame shall now, finally, bring the betrayal to light.
Oh, please. These elves who approached you, who were they?
A delegation of elves sent from the Silver Lady herself. They came not long after Bates had built his first steam engine. Technology in the hands of the human had spread and advanced at an alarming rate, and the elves were hit first and hardest.
Oh, sorry for that echo. Okay, yeah, that echo is too much. I don't think I'm going to be able to have it play. That's too bad. Alright, well. Yeah, whatever. I'll just lurk on their stream. I don't... How? What had the spread of technology done to the elves? Why did technology spread so fast among the humans? Or who is the Silver Lady? Let's ask who the Silver Lady is first.
The Silver Lady is Mother Queen to the elves. She is very old, much older than I, and very powerful in the ways of magic.
Okay, well, have you ever spoken to her directly?
No, I'm not sure if any but elven eyes have ever been laid upon her. Over the years, we have corresponded through messengers. Elves and dwarves are very different, and we tend to stay away from one another. But our relationship, as culturally strained as it may be, has always been civil. We don't necessarily understand one another, but we've always respected the differences.
Okay, and where does she live?
In Tara, the oldest city of the elves, somewhere within the Glimmering Forest.
Alright, well, why did technology spread so fast among the humans, or what had the spread of technology done to the elves? Let's talk about the elves.
Their forests were being cleared with the help of technology. Massive steam-powered clear cutters. The oldest groves, towering and untouched for thousands of years, were being destroyed without prejudice. I saw much of this with my own eyes. The ancient forest of Morbahan is little more than a graveyard now.
Were there elves living in the forest of Morbahan?
I'm unsure, but I don't believe so. But the delegation said the crimes were against all elves. You see, elves feel a very strong connection to the world, to nature, and especially to forests. It's said that elven souls reside in the oldest trees. I don't know if this is true, but I do know there to be a strong connection between living things and magic.
Alright, well, was the Silver Lady angry about the Morbahan forest?
The delegation told me that she was extremely hurt and angry about the damage that had been done. According to them, because of her age and power, she was hurt the most by the clearing. Her connection to the forests was strongest of all.
Alright, well, why did the technology spread so fast among the humans?
There are many reasons. Humans, in comparison with the other races, live such short lives. Because of this, I believe that every human action is motivated through fear. The fear of death. You would think that this was a relative issue, that humans would learn to live.
Ooh, it looks like I'm getting a lot of reverb through this because I'm not speaking and I'm getting a lot of audio capture still. Let's see. I'm sorry about that. Let's try this for audio balance. Okay, so now it's not picking anything up. Hopefully this still comes through fine on the game.
And therefore, humans, when confronted with any situation, see it through the veil of their own mortality. Achieve, advance, perform. Humans are constantly driven by the shadow of their own death. This fear, unfortunately, clouds their judgment, deadens their sense of right and wrong. Humans act first, think later, and feel last of all.
I'm going to mess with the audio capture a little bit more because I noticed it's not, or it's still picking some stuff up. Maybe it's okay. I don't know. Maybe I'll just check the VOD and see if I'm getting an echo on it, because it looks like when this guy speaks, the audio capture is picking it up as well. In terms of technology,
when Bates was given a look at our technology, he was overcome. As a human, his first thought was, what can I use this for? When it should have been, what is the cost of its use? Technology exploded in their hands because they are not burdened with our longevity. Humans rarely live long enough to see the consequences of their mistakes.
well, what are the major differences between dwarves and elves? And the Silver Lady was angry about the Forest of Morbihan. I think we went down that one, so I'll try it again, though.
The delegation told me, they said that if the Black Mountain clan was not punished, there would be war. War! I told them that a punishment was already being decided upon, and that we, as dwarves, would deal with them. They refused. They claimed rights as the afflicted, and therefore as the judges. They agreed that exile was a suitable punishment, but they wanted to be the vessel of that retribution.
Are the elves a warlike people? Is it in their nature?
No. I know that there was a time of violence many years ago among the elves. But from what I know of them, they are a very rational, peace-loving people. They know that
Maybe if I lower my volume slightly.
It's no one. I was very surprised when they came and threatened it.
Okay, I think that's good. It's not picking up from my speaker, it looks like. See, there seem to be some inconsistencies here.
Yes. The more we talk about it, I begin to get the same feeling. Yes, the elves would have been angry, but would they really have threatened war? Morbihan was a tragedy, but directly affected none of the elven communities. Perhaps my fear blinded me to such things before. And now this mystery. Where are the dwarves of the Black Mountain clan?
Okay, it looks like it's still picking up a little bit, but not very much. I keep looking at the audio as it's going through here, seeing what it's saying for levels and if it picks things up. I did some test things yesterday, and it seemed fine in other games, so I don't know if it's just the volume in this one is weird or something. I don't know.
I am very old, stranger. You may know nothing of me, but believe me when I tell you that I've seen enough dwarven blood spilled to fill 1,000 lifetimes. Have you any idea what it would mean for there to be a war between the elves and the dwarves? Arcanum itself would not survive the conflict. And I was so very tired of filling tombs with the bodies of my people.
Yeah, feel for this guy if he's talking about, burying all of his friends and all the other dwarves.
But nothing.
I'm gonna put my gloves on.
To spare the dwarves, the world, the price of such a war. What was one clan's honor in comparison with the sheer cataclysm?
It's weird. Ever since playing Diablo 4, I've been feeling numbness in my fingers after gaming for a little bit. I don't know if it's my desk setup or just ergonomics are now bad with my chair and stuff, but This actually helps a lot. I switched like a different mouse. I've tried changing the height of my desk and chair and stuff in relation to everything, and it's just not working well. Could also be like pressure on my elbow. No, what do you mean? You're merely acting out of concern.
But that is the point. I am king of the dwarves. It is my responsibility to lead them, to protect them. But most importantly, it is my responsibility to defend their honor, their dwarven honor. By allowing my own fear or concern, regardless of how justified that fear might be, to overshadow their honor was an unforgivable transgression.
Being a king isn't always easy, or you're right, you acted both rashly and irresponsibly. I'm just gonna sympathize.
Even as king, the choice is never mine as to whether even one dwarf is stripped of his honor. I should have brought this to the people, or just flatly refused from the beginning. I was a coward, a failure, and this exile is my punishment. Given the choice now, I would have waged war against all of Arcanum to uphold the honor of that foolish little clan.
Alright, so we can either say, yes, Lockyer, we can still make this right, or say, I know, that's because your stone is still true. So the stone is still true one. This is why we needed the dialogue earlier about dwarven philosophy. So we can give him this response. Because what we're going to end up doing is we're going to convince him to become the king again. We can actually also convince him to join us, but we don't have room in our party, I don't think.
What? What do you know of the nature of dwarven stone? You, an outsider. How could you possibly know of such things?
Alright, well, I'll just say Ranver put his faith in me. Perhaps you could as well.
Perhaps, but you are not even a dwarf. These are beliefs and concepts it takes a lifetime to reconcile. How could you possibly begin to understand how I feel?
I guess I don't, but I know that it's difficult to live by both stone and shape.
Yes, I know. I've thought long and hard about this. Dwarven stone tells me that any transgression against our honor is unthinkable. But my shape, as king, as their father, told me to protect them. I'd shouldered so much of their pain, I could do it no longer.
But isn't part of life defining that shape, learning from mistakes, or you have betrayed your people, but you can always tell me, or what you see as the nature of that betrayal? Isn't part of life defining that shape?
Yes. Your words sound true, stranger. I know that no man is flawless. But I also know that each man's load to bear is different. A larger load carries more responsibility. Mine is heaviest of all. Therefore, the price for my betrayal must be the most costly.
Let's see. You'll continue to pay it. At least tell me what I need to know, or what is the nature of that betrayal? This isolation is nothing. How about what is the nature of that betrayal?
The nature of the betrayal? I failed my people. Isn't that what is most important here? The betrayal was against their stone. It seems, sadly, that my own stone is flawed.
Well, the failure is not one of stone, but of shape, don't you see? Or the failure is not in question. So we're going to do the stone and shape.
You shame me, stranger. Your words are harsh, but undeniably true. Perhaps you are correct, but it doesn't change what I've done, nor the price I need to pay. It is best if you just leave an old dwarf here to rot. It is your place to right this wrong.
Now, you must pay the price.
How then? How can I do so?
Return to your people, be true to your stone and shape.
By Alberic, you are right. I've been blinded by my own shame and not seen the true betrayal. I've betrayed myself and my people along with me. I shall return, stranger. I shall be king. By the name of Thunderstone, I swear it.
I'm so very glad, but I still need some information.
Of course. I'll do anything within my power to help you.
These elves who came to you, how can I find them?
As I the Silver Lady. I know very little, but I do have a name. Perhaps that will be enough for you.
Sorry, there's some motorcycles going by outside. Alright, well, what is that name?
The delegation was sent by someone named Mingorad, and I had many correspondences with this elf. Here is a letter that was sent to me by him.
Alright, where can I find this Mingarad?
I'm unsure. The entire situation reeks of deception. I would tell you to seek him in Kintara, but I don't even know if the delegation was sent from there or not. Regardless, you may want to begin your search there. The Silver Lady might know of this Mingorad.
Alright, and where is Kintara?
I don't know, unfortunately. The location of Kintara is a well-guarded secret, but I do know it lies within the Glimmering Forest. The small town of Stillwater lies near the edge of that forest. Perhaps there you might find someone who knows where it is. Here, I'll mark your map.
Thank you, Log. Here, I'll do my best to find out the truth.
I'm much to blame for this situation. My fear and cowardice have helped in bringing about this tragedy. I feel I must do something to help you. Please, take Harrow, the first axe of my family. Its blade strikes true and deep in the hands of the righteous, especially if those hands are dwarven. Within it is the strength of the Thunderstones. I give it to you.
I will put it to good use.
Will. Godspeed on your quest, my friend. And
Alright, well, he has 35 alignment, which is probably not enough. Because it gets a damage bonus for race and alignment. Yeah, so that's 22. And it's two-handed. 36 here, so unfortunately for Magnus, he is just not good enough to use this axe. 4 to 18 and then 3 to 12 with alignment bonuses. I wonder if someone with better alignment would get more damage out of it. Who has the highest? Virgil has the highest alignment, so let's see if it's good enough for him. Is it 34? That's 20. Still 20. So Virgil is not capable of using it either. Which means that we're just going to throw it in our bank, or maybe even sell it, because who cares? So right here, we are now the hero of the Wheel Clan. As the person responsible for convincing Loghair to return to the throne, we become extremely well liked. We've also become their hero because of the spider. And we have gotten 1,000,000 points of alignment and a few more stats. So we now have our expert in dodge. And then, oh, character sheets. 1 point, whatever. We'll just buy these up right now. Alright. And we're just going to clear backwards, basically, and kill everything in here. Getting a little... There must be so many enemies that it's messing up and slowing down. That's a pain. I might be able to fix this by keeping some guys off screen. Since it's actually based on screen size for that. I think I mentioned before, it gets like exponentially slower with each additional guy, which makes the patches for higher resolution have some issues. But as we clear things, it should get a little bit easier to deal with, and we can move around. Ooh, I'm losing armor strength. Okay. I'm hearing sound effects. They sound like spiders getting hit. Spawning, maybe. These things are probably pretty damaging. Okay. It doesn't really matter if the armor is lost, though. I think there's only one piece of armor that truly matters. That like we're gonna loot and we can't replace. We do want to make our way down here. This is where that priceless thing was. And there's probably a key in one of these chests that I'm just not seeing. Of course, I can always just break the door down as well. But I would like to use the key if I can find it. And this looks like a room that would probably have a key. Okay, there wasn't a key in there. Oh, another chest. Just more millions of pieces of tech loot. Okay, I didn't see one. I'm pretty willing to just loop around. I think this is the path that goes out, so we'll do this one because it should be going to a dead end. I'm hoping. I'll tell you, this cave is pretty tough if you are doing it as a magic user, because assuming you don't go out and level up to just insane levels like I did here, you basically spam spells on these things and you just stand around waiting for fatigue like constantly. What's down here? Doggo, break down the door. This geode. And take this toy train. Get that quest completion. Oh, and we got another fate point for getting log hair back. Since that was kind of a, I guess not really a hidden outcome, but it is kind of difficult to do. Ooh, we are getting spammed with that again. Be careful about what we put on the screen. I think we can go back down this way now. All those spiderlings, I think, are causing issues. Or whatever they are. Interesting that when I attack it, my armor is getting damaged. Not it hitting me. I also didn't make any cure-alls like I was originally planning. It's okay. I don't think I clearly don't seem to need them. Mithril ore is nice, I guess. If you're a mage, you're pretty limited in how much mithril you can actually get because you can only loot it. Because if you're a high enough mage, you can't actually talk to the tech vendors. So actually, like, getting that mithril ore here is very valuable because there is the key that I crafted that used one, but also there's a quest later that needs one, and then there was that gun chamber that I found that used one. So like, there's not actually a whole lot of mithril that you get access to if you can't buy it. And there's like, you know, multiple things to use it on. I think there's sometimes not even enough in the game to make everything. It all just kind of depends on what you get for seeds on your items. What's in the base game? I suppose it's a little different here because so many of these chests give essentially everything that's on the vendor, which does increase the supply of it quite a bit. Not fully, but still a pretty large amount. Although not getting any mithril here is actually kind of a surprise. Unlike these ones. Maybe the maybe mithril is only seeded to like certain chests. But really, I'm just checking these things for schematics. I will likely switch to the mechanized plate once I can. It doesn't actually, well, actually maybe not. I don't know. It does give a strength bonus, but I guess it really depends on if that bonus takes my characters over 20 strength or not. Because we have guys like Virgil here who... Oh, no, okay, he's at 20. Okay, I guess they all got up to 20. The issue is, like, the mechanized is heavier, so that strength actually kind of changes your carrying capacity, so it's more usable. I'm getting more lag through these. I wonder why. Because of the wolves on screen. Sorry. It was just fine a second ago. Let's see if I can do this and it'll clear it out. Only give us a moment. Okay. That's a pretty annoying bug there in the resolution patch. It's always sad when like you have old games and like even with patches and stuff, they still have a lot of issues on newer hardware because they were just designed for things running at like completely different clock speeds and or coded things in a way where it's like, oh hey, this is gonna work and we're gonna constrain things to like certain resolutions and be like, okay, well, this is just an assumption we're gonna make for our algorithms. And then, you know, technology advances and things that they use just no longer work. And it's not really like realistic to patch. A few years ago, I played game MechWarrior 2 Mercenaries Edition, which fantastic game, probably the best game in like the whole BattleTech franchise. And the problem with it was kind of made with these assumptions where like any hardware made after the year 2000 just literally does not work with the game, and you have to do like all sorts of DLL edits and like hex editing of files to make it run. And that was long ago enough at this point that I don't even know if those fixes work on more recent hardware. It might almost be at the point where it's easier to buy a computer like 2000 or the parts and build one to try and play a game like that. Which I kind of wonder how I'd even be able to go about if I were to play something like that, how to even go about streaming it, because the hardware would be so different. Like, there wouldn't be network cards you could use. You could maybe like attach a capture card, I guess. But I don't even know if the game would have the right outputs for a capture card. I suppose it would if you can do things like play old Nintendos and stuff still. Probably like have to find some what are they? SVGA cables or something that would connect. Figure out how to get a monitor to work. Okay. So my armor's taking a pretty big beating. I'm at 280 out of 400 now. Boots have also taken a beating. Gun took a little bit, but not too much. I'll probably go visit like their expert repair or master repair guy again at some point. Especially now that we can just teleport there. It takes all of 30 seconds to repair everything. I like that guy's name. Mongrelian. Mongrelon? Good name. Yeah, Mongrelon. Oh, so the door I broke down earlier, this was the key for it. Clearly, I do not need the key anymore, but, you know, things happen. Ooh, machine plate mail. That's what we were looking for. Also, another mithril. These healing items, don't need them, but just to heal our characters. You know what, Jaina, correct? I'm just going to give her those cure-alls. I'm going to use this, and I'm also going to read that. And this. Oh, no, I've already read that one. Okay, so our machine plate mail, because we are going to craft this in a little bit. Maybe I'll just do it tonight. We'll see. My new Steamworks plus an elite plate. Need machinery smithing, and that makes our machine plate mail. I do actually want to check and see if the stats are the same as the ones we looted earlier. Because I think Virgil's still using one, or maybe I replaced it on him. Yeah, he's still using one. And then we also have other elite plates to make because of the automatons we can do, which you can put them down here and you basically just throw them out and then recollect them afterwards. It's kind of cool if you want to play like a tech summoner where you have like pets and stuff. But they also get broken, and then making new ones, you have to actually go back to town and craft them. As cool as it is, it's a pretty like annoying play style, I think. But we have cleared out the dredge. So what we're going to do is we are just going to go back. Let's actually do it this way. I think it might be a shorter run. We'll go talk to Ranver here first. And then after that, we can go back and talk to the guy who wants that toy train. I don't know if it's actually going to happen in this throne room. How different it ends up being. Maybe they're both in there now. No, it's still just the one. Oh, but it's Log here now, not Ranver. Okay.
Greetings. It's good to see you again. And again I thank you. I have assumed my rightful place as King of the Dwarves. I've made peace with my past, but have not forgotten its lessons. Tell me, have you found anything out about the fate of the Black Mountain?
No, still looking into it.
Well, good luck to you then, and return here if you do find out.
Alright, so Logger wants us back once we find out what happened to him. I think what we'll do next is we'll pick up the Master in Dodge and Melee and turn our party into just absolute monsters. Is it these stairs that go to the vendors? The quest guys? Yeah. I don't actually remember entirely how to do the master quest in a way where you can get both. If you take them at face value, it's like you have to pick one or the other thing. Hey, Vergard, please talk to me. Have you a moment? I found your heirloom. Really, I commend you and your bravery. The dredge is no place for the weak of heart. Thank you so much for returning this to me. Here is the helmet I promised you. No offense, whole affair baffles me. Why the toy wagon? Yes, I suppose I could have told you what we were looking for. This wagon's been my family for 1,000 years. We're dirty. Legend says it was the first thing ever made by my great-grandfather when he was but a child. Sorry, one sec. I've been waiting on a Amazon delivery all day. I want to see if it's here. Fortunately, I can just do it on my email. It's supposed to be here by 9. It's, only 5:30. Okay, no updates. So we'll just continue waiting for a little bit. One of the things I'm actually getting is a third light, key light, which I think I picked up a Logitech one, so I can sync it with the other ones I have, which means I get to play with my lighting again tonight or tomorrow, whatever happens, whenever I happen to do it. I'm kind of excited for that. I did mess with my lighting a little bit more yesterday, but as you might have seen earlier, while I'm speaking of my lighting, let me switch over to the nighttime stuff. With like color corrections and all that. But I found like daylight today was not working well, so yeah. All right, well, that's all the danger. You've waited so long for a toy. It's so hard to believe. Were you expecting some ancient dwarven artifact? Perhaps some lost piece of technology? He laughs. In this world of magic and myth, is it impossible that something as simple as a toy wagon might have value? A valuable lesson, friend. Oftentimes you find power in the most insignificant things. Good day to you, sir. Anyways, the light will be nice. I'm actually gonna have to read up on how to use the lights and stuff. Right now I have like these other two side lights, and one of them is a key light. And then I have a fill, and I don't really have a background light. So it'll be interesting when I like play with it and see how it all works. Because I don't like my regular light in the back of my room there being the way it is. Anyways. I'm going to go to Stillwater. I'm going to talk to Adkin Chambers here and try to not botch this quest. Oh, actually, no, I take that back. We're going to go to Durnholm first. I think this is the guy who gives us what we need first. So you have to do this in a specific order. So first thing we're going to do is talk to Stout. Stand fast, citizen. You have the honor of my company again. Doubtless you remember me, Sir Garrick Stout, Master of Melee. What say you? Your prowess in melee is recognized by all. Yes, I am the Master of Melee. I have no equal, for I have never been beaten in battle. Why do you seek me out? You trained me to be a master. So you do appear to have some training, although I doubt you will ever be anywhere near my equal. If you truly desire training, I have a task for you to complete as a test of your skill. I am ready. What is your task? It is in regards to my betrothed Lady Drilla. She is a petite beauty, fragile as women of breeding are. Oh man, it's dialogue. All right. I should put content warnings on. I was forced into a duel which she had the misfortune to witness. I destroyed the offender, and I fear the sight of such violence was just too much for her delicate sensibilities. Well, what happened? She fled the scene, obviously distraught. I tracked her to try and calm her. But when I discovered her location, it was too late. She had been surrounded by a pack of Gear Delore. I dared not show myself for fear of increasing her distress and provoking the beasts. Well, Gear Delore, what are they? Foul beasts and very deadly. They seek out the weak and the traumatized and feed on their strong emotions. Their victims exist in a trance-like state of emotional agony, sometimes for months before they die. The Gear Delores, usually a pack of them, provide basic needs for their prey so that they may prolong their feeding. And why has he not rescued her? I fear that my presence would further antagonize her, perhaps sending her further into the traumatized realms of her haunted mind. If this happens, the Gear Delore will most certainly go into a frenzy. I fear they might do her harm in this state. All right, well, what do you want me to do? First, you must destroy the beast, and then what? Then I need you to speak to Lady Durella and tell her of my desire to wed her. Let her know that I am sorry she was distressed over witnessing the carnage. Tell her I have a proposal for her. What's that? During the battle, my opponent, Adkin Chambers, was badly disfigured and blinded. He now resides outside of Stillwater, a crazed recluse. Lady Durella knew him and is distraught over the circumstance. Tell her I have found a way to cure his blindness. All right. You found a way to cure it? How can you do this? Yes, I've acquired a magical potion that once ingested will restore the sight of the blind. As you can imagine, it was not easy to come by. To appease her sensibilities, I am offering to gift Adkin with the potion if she agrees. What do you mean if she agrees? All I ask is her willing hand in marriage. She need only return to me in an agreeable state, and I will make sure that Adkin is healed to his former self. What say you? Do you accept my task? I mean, he's saying it's willing, but like, this is clearly just coercion. It's not like there's nothing consensual happening here. All right, well, I accept. Where is she? Excellent. Here, let me show you on your map. Now go and bring her to me. I cannot wait to have her for my own. I'll be back with her shortly. All right, and now we're going to Stillwater. Hopefully I don't mess this up. I guess we have to wait until morning, don't we? Here's the guy we want. Disfigured blind hermit, eyes cut out. Halt, don't you know I can smell your presence, foolish one? Greetings, sir, might I ask who you are? You actually thought you were capable of catching me unaware, didn't you? Who sent you? I meant you no harm. Could you tell me your name? Names of what import are they? Merely a tool our enemies utilize to destroy us. What is the name that will be your undoing? Yes, I'm known as Brill. Can I ask yours? Why have you come to bother an old blind man? Did he send you to finish me off? I know not what of you speak. No one sent me. He has never found me, you know. He never will. Not me. The master of dodge is too crafty for the likes of Stout. Never, never, never. You are Adkin Chambers, the dodge master. Who told you that? What do you know? I thought you knew nothing, and now you have my name. Liar. I am still the best. You shall not kill me. I'm seeking you for training with no other purpose. Liar. He sent you to finish me off, didn't he? It wasn't enough that he stole Drella, was it? Or that he blinded me and left me for dead? No, sir. I only want your wisdom as a trainer. You expect me to believe that you have sought out an old blind man to complete your master dodge training. What a fool you must think me to be. It's true, sir. I have no other reason. Sarcastically. How shall I ascertain your level of wisdom in the art of dodge? If you are truly well versed, you'll be able to anticipate this. He suddenly launches his arm forward to strike you, and you're just like, dude, what the hell? And you dodge. You succeed at dodging his blow. I see you have reached expert status in our skill. I told you, dude. I just want training, and I will be happy to leave you alone. Fine. I will believe you. If master training is what you truly seek, I have a task you must complete before I'll disclose my secrets to you. Right, what do I have to do? Death. I want death. Kill Sir Garrick Stout, the master of melee. Prove he is not your master, and then I shall reward you with training. Why do you want me to kill him? Why should he die? Why should he die? For destroying my life and blinding me. Drella was mine. Mine, I say. He knew it, knew she loved me, and that's why he wanted her for himself. Alright. He blinded you over a woman. He and I had always been at odds with one another, but then he challenged me to a duel for her hand. I was infuriated. The pompous pig. Proud I was, so I accepted even against her protests. Little did I know how truly obsessed with Drilla he had become. Well, how is it you were blinded but not killed? I made a miscalculation, and he had me. I yielded, yet he pressed on. He attempted to force me to expound his prowess as a fighter. When I refused, he told me that he would make sure I never thought I was his equal again. Then he blinded me with his sword. The last sound I heard, as the pain took my consciousness, was Drilla's scream. And then what happened? As I healed in an infirmary, disfigured and blind, my hatred for Stout grew into an unquenchable thirst. It consumes my every waking moment. You are the tool that has been sent to me. You shall be my eyes. The whole eyes thing. This guy's giving very Itachi vibes now. Alright. He's a strong opponent. I'm going to have to think about it. So, that was not actually what I needed yet. What we do want is this layer. Maybe if we talk to Drella first, we'll get what we need. Alright, so here's our Gear Dolores. And we did not go back to... Okay. Let's talk to her. Who are you and those creatures? What is happening? Lady Drilla, you are free. I'm here to rescue you. No one can rescue me from the depths of my despair. My lover is dead. He was a kind, noble, and handsome man named Adkin Chambers, but he is gone forever. Would that I could join him. If it's not too painful, please tell me what happened. It was all the fault of the beast, Garrick Stout. I'll continue. Both men had been vying for my hand in marriage. I placed my favor with Adkin, and we were betrothed. When Sir Garrick heard the news, he was insanely jealous and challenged Adkin to a duel. I begged Adkin not to accept, but he insisted it being a matter of honor. And then what happened? Well, Adkin held his own for a while, but soon it was obvious that Garrick was the better warrior. Adkin yielded, and Garrick approached him as if to salute. At the last moment, the brute pulled his blade, slicing Adkin across the face. Sir Garrick is not a man of honor. Blood was spurting everywhere. I screamed in horror as Adkin fell to the ground, his lifeblood draining from his body. Garrick stood proud and let out a bestial cry of triumph. I ran from the scene, afraid to witness what damage that beast had done to my beloved lifeless form. I can see why you would flee. Sorry for your loss. Garrick would like to make amends. What could that blackguard offer that would be any consequence to me? My mouse cursor is not working again. It's a thing with this game because, like, I know the mouse itself is still it's still connected. Oh, what? Like, you know, I can move, so it's not like the game locked up. Let me maybe if I reset my mouse, like I disconnect and reconnect of it. Okay, there we go. It's a wireless mouse, but it does like the whole light speed stuff. So it's like does wireless charging on the mouse pad, but the mouse pad then has a cable to charge. So sometimes it's weird. All right, well, sorry, talking to people about cats. Sir Garrick has found a cure for Adkin. Cure him completely. Restore sight that was removed with a blade. That is a powerful magic. That is wondrous news, but I am puzzled. Sir Garrick's jealous temper cooled. Is he hoping to atone for his evil deed by curing Adkin? He is willing to heal Adkin for your sake, but there is a price. A price? What could he possibly want as a... Oh no. He's still lusts after me, right? Yeah. He wants your willing hand in marriage. She's appalled, willing. Ha, that will be the day. When I willingly submit to that overzealous barbarian, that self-titled sir is nothing but a lecherous, base-born brute. Pretty interesting way of phrasing it. So you will leave Adkin in his miserable state, or if you truly loved Adkin, wouldn't you do anything to cure him? Jeez. Laying on the guilt. I cannot believe you would blackmail me into marriage. I was wrong to believe I could think no less of that man. I'm sorry that is forcing you to marry him. And what do you gain from this exchange, pray tell? He has agreed to teach me how to master my battle skills. Please tell me if I understand this correctly. If you return me to Sir Garrick and I agree to wed him, he will train you, and then you will be his equal in combat. Yeah. Tell me, sir, does your loyalty lie with Sir Garrick? I agreed to avenge Adkin Chambers. If I were to return to Sir Garrick and agree to wed him, he will restore Adkin to full health. He will then train you as a fighting master so that you are his equal. Once you are trained, would you be willing to destroy that beast for me? Sure, but what would be in it for me? I would hope that your sense of decency would be enough. I have nothing of value to offer. Alright, yeah, a man so lacking in morals should be destroyed. As agreed then, let us be off. I wish to end Adkin's suffering quickly. Come with me, we'll go to Sir Garrick and finish this. Yeah, I want to know some things about her. She's just a temporary. I could use this book and level her up. That'd be kind of funny. Alright, so next thing we're gonna do is go kill him. I need to make sure my reputation was good. I cannot wait to play a game here where I can actually tab out the type things. Or I'm actually kind of considering switching keyboards. I have one Lightspeed 915, which is wireless. I'm using an 815 right now, which is the same thing, just wired. And I can use the Lightspeed. I can use the 915 wired as well, but it has like a little Bluetooth and Wi-Fi switch. So it's actually kind of like a little KVM switch where I can pair it to other things. So I'm kind of thinking what I might do if I ever have to chat to people is just be able to hit that, not have to tab or anything, and have it just like auto wireless connect to another device so I can type. Then I just have one keyboard on my desk. And I'm kind of considering that like a stream quality thing. I think Jaina here actually gets pretty upset with me if I kill Garrick Stout. She's like, oh, hey, you can't kill this guy. He's, a member of my town.
Sure.
So what's going to end up happening is we're actually just going to have everyone wait so that I don't take a reputation hit. Hey, why are you not taking me to Sir Garrick yet? Sorry for the delay. We'll go shortly. Must make haste. I apologize. We'll take you there immediately. I mean, we're literally right next to the dude. You can wait like another 30 seconds.
It is done.
Now let's try this, and hopefully I did not mess it up. Hey! Oh, you are not Sir Garrick Stout. Oh, he's over here right now. Stand fast, citizen. You have the honor of my company again. Oh, I've already talked to you. I returned with Lady Drilla. She is willing to wed you. Well done. I did not think you were up to the task, so she comes willingly. Wed with me in exchange for Adkin's sight? Yes, she does. Lady Drilla nods in agreement. Ah, lady, you are a sight to behold. He shakes himself, remembering your presence. Yes, let us proceed. Here's the potion I spoke of. He hands you a vial. See that it is delivered to Adkin Chambers in Stillwater. Alright, am I your lackey? What am I training? Training? Oh yes, he eyes you with contempt. You have lived up to your bargain very well. I grant you training. You are now a master. Your title is equal to mine, but I doubt your skill ever will be. Now be gone. I have a bride to bed. Okay. So, I mean, he double-crossed me. Drill is right. You need to die. Alright. Basically. Oh, well done. You have no idea how happy I am that Sir Garrick has received a just reward. You are an excellent fighter. I doubt there are any alive who can match your skill. I thank you. You're a most kind lady. Shall we go to Adkin now? You just take the healing potion to Adkin. I believe he resides in Stillwater. I will remain here. You will not come with me? I love him so much, I'm uncertain as to his feelings toward me after it has passed. Please tell him I'm here and he can join me if he wants. Okay. You. Join. You.
How can I help you? It's about.
Doggo, come back. You can stop waiting. And you can also stop waiting. And I'm missing Virgil. Where is he? There he is.
What is it that you want of me? I'm ready to...
Yeah. Okay, so we got his eyes, and we got the potion. Cool. We never did actually agree to this guy's quest, though, which is why I haven't done another quick save, because I'm not sure if I botched this by not taking the guy's quest. I hope it's still doable. Greetings, Adkin. I have the eyes of Sir Garrick Stout. Let's give him the gift. No, we'll give him the eyes. Yes, I knew you were capable. Let me have them. Here, take them. May I have my training? Yes. Yes, my son. Anything you wish for ridding the world of that vile creature. In killing Stout, you have proven your capability in our art. Allow me to bestow upon you the master. The title of Dodge Master. Thank you so much. And then one more. I bring you a gift from the Lady Drella. Lady Drella, you have seen her. What has she sent? A potion. I've been told it will restore your sight. Restore my sight. How did she come by such a thing? Is this some type of tomfoolery? Garrick attempted to blackmail her into marriage with him. That evil, cunning beast. Was there no end to the atrocities to which he was capable? You've done well to rid the world of its presence. What are you waiting for? Give me the potion here. Drink it down. I can see, gods be praised. I have never heard of such a magic before. That monster must have paid dearly for this drop. Oh, bless you. What of Jarella? She's in Durham. She was unsure if you still loved her. Love her has never faltered. I will leave at once. Thank you for all you have done for us. You are an honorable warrior. May the gods bless you on your journey. Cool. Goodbye. We are now a master. Also, we're 57. They're all 57 too. So now you can see on the character sheets, they are now also all masters. So we just got a pretty nice bonus to our party's power level. It's now over 9,000. I think that next what I might do is, I don't really need to max out Prowling, but I can take that to Master and get like another quest, which would be kind of cool. I do the same with Haggle if I want. And for that matter, Picklocks. Just gonna hold on to the points though for the moment. I almost leveled those up earlier, but then I, dumped it into teleportation. So we'll just double check these. I think we only have the main quest to do at the moment. Oh, wrong button. Yeah, so we need one of those amulets to get the location of Kintara. Or we can do it from, I think there's some elf here we can mess with. Or maybe they're related. There's also a bunch of quests here in this town, but I don't really feel like doing them, honestly. Elf Noble. Ah, excuse me there, sir. Just what exactly do you think you're doing in my house? Please excuse the intrusion, but I was hoping you could help me. No intrusion, my friend. You merely startled me. What can I do? Can I ask some questions? Can you tell me where Kintara is? Kintara, you see Kintara? Yes, do you know where it is? It's in the forest, even a fool knows that. I realize it's in the forest. Then why are you asking where it is? You know where it is? Yes. Out with it, man. In the glimmering forest. Who noticeably tries to keep them laughing. Where exactly in the forest of Kintara? In the trees. Oh, in what trees? In the glimmering forest. Where exactly in the forest? In the trees. Alright. We're not getting anywhere with him, so let's just get the information from this amulet. You notice how all of the responses were like, hey, you know what, we're just going to brain you. Well, what? All right, let's talk to her. I have located. Oh, can be an expert healer. Nope. Talk to her again. I've located your amulet. You both shocked and elated. You have the amulet of Natala. I have an elf in Stillwater had it in his possession. It takes the amulet from you, holding it lovingly. Oh, thank you. I thought it was forever lost. My mother came from a family of healers. This amulet has been handed down for generations until it was stolen nearly 70 years ago. Here is 1,000 coin. I realize it is worth so much more, but it is all I have. Thank you so much. My pleasure. Can you tell me where Kintara is? Kintara, she looks thoughtful for a moment. Its location is a guarded secret. But you've done such a service by returning this to me that I will tell you. Here, this is the location. She points in your map. Oh, thank you. I'm off to continue my travels. All right. So here's Kintara. That would be the main quest. But before we do that, let's clear out a couple of side dungeons. Like this ancient maze. Pick up some loot, kill a few things, have some fun. We have all our party members. And I think we can also do this without taking much damage to our equipment. I think there might be some zombies and stuff in here. There's definitely these ore golems, which would be a problem in most situations. But for us, they're not really going to matter because we're able to hit things without taking much damage. Another chest full of a bunch of magic things. I'm taking this necklace because I'm really hoping we can find something to put on our characters. I'm gonna hop this and murder that. Those ore golems are a problem still, mostly because they're just leaving us in combat. We're gonna have to move around to get to them. Go this way. Let's go into here and see something to kill. Another one of these. There's another necklace I could steal. This sword right here, it's different on each playthrough depending on the random seed. However, it is absolutely unobtainable in most circumstances. I think there's one spell, like a telekinesis, that lets you grab it. And I might be able to do it as well with this to teleport myself. Nope, you have to have line of sight. So yeah, it's only telekinesis which can do it.
That's the way to show those bastards, I mean...
However, it's usually not a good item either. I think that people usually grab it with a save editor or something. It's like a complete piece of junk. Another medallion. I can only really use 2 for the 2 non-tech line guys. But some of these might be cursed or might not be very good. That's a sarcophagus. Oh, it says it's unlocked, but I can't. Okay, there we go. Just another chest. You know what? I can also use magic boots, my guys, if I don't like the regular plate ones. Should probably keep an eye out for those too then. I didn't even think about that. I was just thinking about the empty inventory slots. Alright, so we can't get down there. The way to do that is we have to run around, which is fine. Just gonna take this path this time. And we're gonna check this on the way back because I want to find some boots. So I might as well start checking the chests. Guys are... Okay, they're running now. Oh, I'm running the wrong way. I think I need to go through this cave right here. This doorway. Oh, so no, I was wrong. There's actually another doorway over here I'm gonna need to go through. Oh, that chest had nothing. It's kind of interesting too. Right. That's not letting me in either. So there's one right here, which is through... Okay. Ran the wrong way again. So we go into here and murder this guy, and then murder the bear. One more loot chest, which has a necklace but no boots. I don't actually know if we'll find any boots on any of these. Might be kind of hard to do as a tech character. That's alright though. We're just kind of exploring and doing these side zones. So did that one. We've done the wolf cave, did the Gear Dolores, did the workshop, the quarry, did that. This pass I actually just ran through in single player, or offline, as part of doing all the altars. Elven Ruins we did. I did the very first room of the Ancient Temple here, again, just for the altars. So maybe go clear that. It does open up another, like, side dungeon as well. It's also the pit. Yeah, let's clear the temple first. Because this actually has a side quest which gives us a follower, but one, we're full on followers. Although he's like a pure melee guy, so he's pretty solid. However, he's also like pure evil, so we can't put him in our party. There's like 3 of our characters that would refuse to go with them. And we don't have space anyways. Oh, also, we did get another fate point for becoming dodge and melee. You can notice here, like, we're not really getting nearly as many being critical hits, or honestly even being hit. Yeah, up here is where we're going to want to go to find that guy. Before we do that, let's just, clear everything out. And go down here and say Speaker of Evil. Well, I know some Speakers of Evil. I'm also going to go back to turn-based because I think that's the only way I might be able to shoot these guys. Move. Spin. And now I'll go back to real. And I mean, you can see here, like, nothing is hitting us anymore. I do kind of want to be careful about real-time shooting, though, because I don't want to accidentally hit my party members and lose reputation with them. You can gain it back by giving them gifts, but then I have to go hunt down the gifts. Again, no boots, sadly. I could probably give him some of those magic swords and do okay. Magic items most of the magic items follow a pretty simple naming convention where there's like magic, arcane, and something for the tiers of items. And depending on which ones they are, you need higher and higher affinity in order to actually use them. Helmet and quality axe. Whatever. So, like, since they're at 0, I could give them I think their magic is the lowest tier. But I also think that our tech access and stuff are way better. Oh, wow. I got another weapon damaged. Interesting. I took 2 of them. Yeah. Crumbling skeleton and pile of dust. Okay, nothing to care about in that. Let's talk to this guy.
Who are you? Who comes here after all this time?
The voice that comes from the skeleton is like the wind through the dead brittle leaves. It echoes strangely in your mind as if he was speaking to you from within. Who are you? Are you alive or spirit? I'm going to order some food tonight as well. I went grocery shopping yesterday, and I was actually kind of thinking of cooking either spaghetti and meatballs or some ramen tonight for dinner. Honestly, I'm just not in the mood for either. So, you know what I am in the mood for, though, is a Philly cheesesteak. And there's a restaurant that closes near me in like an hour. So I'm going to get one delivered here on DoorDash real fast. And then potentially like my Amazon delivery will be here too when I go downstairs to eventually pick it up. So let me put this order in real fast. Taco Bell also sounds good, but Indian food too. So hard to decide what I want for meal. Well, actually, I do know what I want. Oh, they actually close at 8:40, so pretty well off. But we're doing a nice Philly cheesesteak and tots, which I might turn the camera off while I'm eating when it gets here because I'm not going to be able to wait. All right. I just massively overpaid for some food. Always feels good to, make such great financial decisions. Who are you? Are you alive? A spirit?
The voice of the living. So long it's been.
Again, what are you? I mean, like, we asked him, and then he's just, yeah, I don't know. He doesn't answer us at all.
Warrior in the army of the dead. Cursed death with no release. Life beyond this wasted flesh.
It's kind of bad, like, when they do, like, the emotes and, like, they're kind of saying what's happening in between dialogue. So, like, here it says, cursed death with no release. It says, rusted blades being pulled across taut wire. Life beyond this wasted flesh. Well, what happened to you? What curse do you speak of?
This temple, a home to the Order. Speakers commune, dancing with the dead. They brought us back to sever the hand. So very long ago.
And this sounds like the Malokian hand to me, if they're just saying, you know, sever the hand. I don't understand.
Listen. Travel north to the cave, the dragon. Find the pool. Bring back the blood. Please. I want to live.
I want to live. I heard the exact same thing in One Piece, but it was delivered so much better. Oh well. I guess this did come out like, what, maybe 2 years before that in One Piece. All right, so what? I don't know what you're talking about. But he did put it on our map, so we don't really have to know what he's talking about. We just have to do it. So let's heal our character first, because now that we aren't on the map, we don't auto-heal. Let's go to this dungeon. I guess I could have, like, done this, and then, like, that. I guess I would have to move off and back on. Oh, actually, what happens if I just auto-wait for an hour? Do they all heal? They do. Let's sleep for a few hours, then. Okay, yeah, that healed everyone. Go, murder things. Murder more. Dog versus bear. Oh, I should ID these two. We'll do that before I go back to that dungeon. Get them ID'd, and hopefully a couple of those necklaces will be useful. Even if they're just the ones that are 40% magic resist, and we only get like 10 or even 20% out of it, it's better than an empty slot. Because there are really only a couple of tech user necklaces in the game. And I think there's like 3 or 4 in total. Most of them just give beauty and charisma, which is useless. And then out of the others, they don't really give any good combat stats, except for one, which is melee. And there's only one of it, and you have to go through most of the game to get it. So, can't really do a whole lot. Yes, I'm going here. More magic loot. And again, no boots, but there's another necklace. I could be grabbing these rings to see if there's something else I want. Since, like, you look at these characters and you see they have, they're maxed out on dex. If I were to remove the rings, it would start spending points on dexterity instead of on hit points. So it's like they lose 4 hit points, I gain the dexterity. However, not really what I want to do right now. I guess if I find some rings with good stats on them, it'll be fine. I don't really remember what stats the rings can give, though. Guard Dragon Blood. Yeah, let's go ID these things real quick, then go get that blood back. I think this quest, you only get like 3 days of travel time or something before he decays, and you can't do it. I know it's not much time. It's like whatever the same length of time for the corpses to regularly disappear is. Alright, identify things, ID, 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 ID. They are all medallions of beauty, which are basically useless. He's got one already. It's not. And we'll just sell the rest. I don't want to sell that just because it's a unique item. That's, again, not something we need. Oh, let's check also here, see if there are any boots. I don't think there are. Oh, there are. 5 AC, 6 damage resist. Let's 5 speed. Let's see how they compare on the ogres. One of 635 versus 104. How's his speed now, though? What is he actually getting out of this? 50%, so he's probably gaining like 2 speed here. Let's see. Verse 25. He's getting 3 speed. Yeah, that's pretty good then. I guess I'll buy another pair of those whenever I see them. Back to this guy over here. Teleport is the best spell ever. Oh, let me try something too. This camera seems a little dark. Looks basically the same.
You have returned with the blood.
So there's an unbelievable longing in the skeleton's voice, a desperation. Alright, I'll pour it on him.
Use the blood on me.
How do I use this? Target it like that? Oh, what about like this? Oh, there we go. Human noble.
Yes, my flesh is restored. I'd forgotten the pleasures, the feelings, the rush of blood running through my veins. It's ecstasy.
Oh, who are you?
Me? I'm Torian Kell, warlord in the Grey Legions of the Darien Ka. How many years has it been? All of this and you, so unfamiliar.
I don't know. How long were you like that?
I don't know. I was a warrior, raised from the grave to serve in the undead legions of the Darien Ka. We fought a great battle with the... what was it? So many years ago, and I am all that is left. Alone. So alone.
All right, well, I have some questions.
Forgive me. I owe you a debt of gratitude. What
What do you
questions
have?
did you have?
Quite a few.
Of course.
Questions about the Darien Ka.
What would you like to know about the Darien Ka?
Who are
The
they?
Darien Ka was the ancient order of the dead, formed by the disciples of the great necromancer Kurgan in the years following his banishment. They were a secret society, unknown for years, who practiced the arts of dark necromancy.
Kurgan, same necromancer we found the journal of earlier. Why was it so secret? What were they doing?
Perhaps things are different now, but the practice of the dark necromantic arts was forbidden for many years. The Darien Ka lived among the shadows for centuries, wielding their dark magics behind locked doors, uncovering the secrets of the spirit worlds, soul poisons, the raising of the undead. Speaking with spirits,
Now, what
beyond the
happened to 'em?
grave, there was a great schism in the order. Within the Darien Ka were an order of assassins. They were called the Malokian Hand, and for centuries they were the silent weapon of the Darien Ka, a deadly defense against the world and its prejudices. But one day, the Hand turned against the order, and there was war between them.
Oh, so this backstory actually gives us something really helpful for a later quest, I think. What caused a schism?
I never knew what happened to cause that rift, but because of it, the Grey Legions were raised.
What were the Grey Legions?
The Grey Legions were a great army of the undead, raised by the Darien Ka as protection against the Malokian Hand. Our sole purpose was to eradicate all traces of the Hand so that the Order could continue.
Spoke of a great battle.
10,000 strong we were, fearless and of one mind. Standing upon that battlefield, the darkened sky reflected in our black, burnished dread armor. The stamping cavalry on their shadow stallions behind the endless rows of the stone-faced pikemen. It was cold, but we had no breath. The air was so still.
All right, and the Hand?
The Hand? Yes, the Hand. The Hand were the greatest warriors of their time. Quick, deadly, precise. They stood across from us, on the opposite ridge, lightly armored, faces masked, their archers armed with elven great bows almost as tall as they were. And fire, stranger.
So much fire. There was a battle.
Oh, yes. There was a battle the likes of which Arcanum had never seen, perhaps will never see again. The Hand threw themselves against us, we without death, time and time again. They severed the arm that held the sword, burned the body which held the arm, destroyed the souls within those bodies. The Hand, you see, were themselves not unlearned in the ways of magic.
And the Great Legions were defeated.
Yes, the Grey Legions fell on that day, but so did many of the Malokian Hand. A few soldiers from both armies stumbled off the battlefield and were lost to history. The Darien Ka were never heard from again.
You said you were the last. What's that mean?
As I said, there were a few Grey Legionnaires who survived. Because we were undead, we walked Arcanum for centuries, trying to stay hidden from the eyes of man. But the flesh, even the flesh of the undead, cannot last forever. Little by little, year by year, our earthly shells decayed.
And so you're a skeleton a few moments ago.
Yes, and I was fortunate. Do you see the piles of dust scattered here and there? Those are the last remains of my companions, dead, but not dead. You see, their souls are still trapped here on this plane, forever tied to their earthly remains. A curse. A cruel, cruel curse.
Alright, is there nothing to be done?
There is nothing I can do. The dragon's blood pool can restore the flesh, but even it has its limits. Nothing will ever raise my comrades from the dust. They will live on, without voice, without dreams, without vision.
Alright, well, what will you do now, Torian?
Now, I don't know. I don't belong here. It seems nothing like the world that I remember. All I know is war and death. Even after all of these centuries, I still feel the bloodlust, the need for battle. But mostly, I wish to free my remaining companions as I have been freed. Perhaps I will try to find the means to do so.
Alright, well, I wish you luck. Good day to you. We don't have room for him and don't want to take him anyways. He does actually give a lot of really cool backstory in different areas of the game. But like I said, we can't bring him with us. Alright, and then our next place we're going to go is down to this Forbidden Pit. I don't think there's much in here, just a couple of spiders. Yep. And that's all there was for this combat. Very thrilling. We wiped out Kree, at Bendigoth. We could do the Bengalin Deeps right now, but there's not really a reason to. The quest will send us over there eventually anyways. We could do this Old Lagoon and this Broken Cathedral. They're just little side dungeons. I think this one actually requires, or is actually used in a quest later on where we have to loot something from these wisps. So I'm actually going to be checking the corpses here. Critical miss, and I hit myself for 200% damage. That takes some talent, I suppose. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to go around here. There's a nice attack. We need these wisp essences. I don't actually know how many we need. Somewhere in my mind, it's either I need 1 or I need 5, and I don't know which number it is. I already grabbed 1. Definitely not getting 5 out of here, though. Unless I can just loot these corpses only once I'm out of combat.
Are you blind? What in God's... I mean, better luck next time.
Oh, wow. I actually scarred myself on that attack. Self-inflicted scar. Lost a point of beauty, but what I have is so high that you can't even tell. If Jaina heals me, I can actually fix that. I just need to give her some bandages once I go buy some more. No necklaces, no boots. Oh, that one's a corpse. Volar's Wisp. We're gonna go back and check these corpses. Looks like I can actually loot them now. There's some of them. We got 2 Wisp, 1 Volar. 3 Volar. What is that? 2 and 3. I'm actually just gonna throw all of these in a container. Can't figure out like what I'm gonna use them on or where I use them. I know it's someone in Kintara that needs them though. I guess I could just figure this out right now. To talk to Kintara. Greetings. Welcome to Kintara. Greetings to you. Good day. How long has it been since a halfling walked among us in the city tree? We welcome you, halfling brother. You may pass. That's nice of them. I think I can use some mithril in here too, which I don't have on me, do I? No. Not really gonna do much for the quests in here just yet. I just want to find the one who wants the wisps. I'm sure they're around here somewhere. Oh, maybe it's her. Hello, who are you? You're the woman spy. The elven woman smiles, although still very beautiful. Her eyes betray a great age and wisdom, as well as the lively spark of retained youth. Of course, in your tongue I am called Whisper. Might I ask who you are? Yeah, bro. Yeah, it's a pleasure to meet you. What brings you to Kintara? Just passing. Tell her the whole story. Is silent. So all of your adventure started when you walked away from the wreckage of that blimp. Smiles warmly. It's quite a tale, and I appreciate you trusting me with it. I'd like to give you something as well. She gives me a small gem. Might help you to become a little less conspicuous. That's nice. What do you do? You can call me a scientist. If anyone heard that, I'd be thrown to the forest floor. Oh, what are you studying? Studying the local wildlife. No one's cataloged it, so right now I'm collecting all the different types of will-o-wisps according to their particular essence. I'm almost finished. I can't seem to gather a sample from the rare Volar's wisp. All right, perhaps I could assist you. Yes, perhaps you can. I am very busy here. If you were to bring me some essence, I'd offer you a magical scroll. Sure. Hello. I have your essence. Did splendid, and thank you so very much. Here's a scroll I promised you. I believe you'll find it helpful, especially here in the forest. Summons a beast. Great. Well, that's all we wanted in here anyways. At least for the moment. Now we're going to go over here to this cathedral and we'll just clear it out as well. Just another one of these little small side dungeons. That was easy. And another magic vendor. Nothing to care about. think there's anything else to loot here. An altar we can't interact with, at least for the moment. Something else might send us back here for it later. That one, and then Small Pond. This looks like something else where we can kill things. Maybe? Garbanzo the Monkey Trainer. Oh, they attacked us when we approached. Okay. I didn't want to kill him. He was coming right at me, though. I had no choice. We're also at 99 alignment right now. We can do the small camp. And after that, I think we'll have to actually find some more locations. Oh, all the humans are dead. That's not good. Human noble, what's she have? Nothing. Money. Bunch of dead guards. Alright, well. Must. Nothing there I want. I was hoping there'd be like a note or something. Okay, well, I think that covers all the side quests for the moment then. I could get myself healed, but I don't care. I could wipe out that Master of Prowling quest. Or... let's go talk to Bill Gates again. I'm not sure if this guy will actually give us any more stuff. So there's like missable quests where you can give him feedback and it gives you more XP. I guess not really missable, but
You have returned.
let's say I talked with Log here of the Wheel Clan.
What did he tell you?
So the actual banishing.
Allowed elves to banish dwarves? What in the name of all that is holy is happening to this world?
He was also very upset about it.
What do the elves have to say about all of this?
I don't know. I went back to tell you first. I'm just going to go over here and grab one of my mithril ores that I have. I didn't loot those other ones earlier. There's some mithril. We're going to put these wisp essences in here and this as well. And then I don't think this note's necessary. I could craft the mechanized plate while I'm here as well. It's machinery and smithing. It also uses these steam engines. You know, I'm actually okay doing this, I think. I can clear out some more just items. You can also switch out of this electroplate. That one, and then I don't even know how many steam engines I have. Although I can always buy 2 more in town right now. One plate mail down. 122 defense. Exact same defense. Compares 25, 38, 20. Add 1. $25, 38, 20. Okay, yeah, so this machine plate mail has very different armor. I think I might also make some more more healing items on here. Alright, so need to make a 4x5. Inventory. Need 1 and 2 more, and I have 1 more steam engine. It's that one, and then I guess Virgil needs 1 and Jane needs 1. Virgil actually is going to need... Oh, there's the elite plate for his. Well, I'm glad at least I thought I had that far. Sorry, my order has been picked up, so it should be here in a few more minutes. Let's try this. You. I'll just buy one more, and I'm going to throw the extra machine plate. Actually, I'm just going to sell the extra machine plate. Yeah, 20... Actually, let's double check, because these are supposed to be different stats on the one you craft versus loot. Yeah, 25, 45, 20, 20... 30, 20... Yeah, so they are definitely different. I'm just going to sell the bad one. It's too bad that it's not taking their stats above 20, though. Means they wasted some points. Shall we barter? Give me this. Mark notifications of. Hey, you have food soon. While I'm here, let us trade. And this. And everyone now has very noisy plate mail. But that's okay, because it's pretty solid defense. Look at the stats. I think my stats are about equivalent to everyone else's, so I'll just look at mine. Yeah, 122 defense here. I have nothing for offense, but that's okay. Because the other characters do. It's funny, I could just abandon the firearms right now and go up in attack power. I'm going to throw the note in the book. And the little library chest also. Alright, and back to Kintara. Oh, I guess... Oh, so I have to actually talk to him to get in. So I guess if I were to slaughter the city, they wouldn't let me back in to loot. Elf villager, very nice to meet you. Who might you be? My name is Swift. You're an adventurer, are you not? Yes, why do you ask? Now, pray tell, have you ever been to that fabulous city known as Toronto? Yep. May you be interested in a job as a guide? What do you have in mind? I'll give you 300 coins to bring me there. I'll do it for 350. That's way too much. Okay, I'll do it, but I think you're mean. Mean? How old are you? I'm 150. Why? Isn't that a little young for an elf? What are you trying to say? I'm mature enough to make my own decisions. I'm sure. Let's go. You're very mature for your age. I guess I should have brought her with me to Toronto earlier. Alright, thank you. I'll be seeing you. Easiest quest we have ever completed. Greetings to you. Welcome you, halfling brother. You may pass. You? Talk to this guy. Might I ask your name? My name is Mr. Windle, the Master of the Hunt. It's a pleasure to meet you. Pleasure's mine. You're a Master of Hunt. Yeah, we have a group of hunters supply with food and other supplies. I'm their commander. There are a lot of hunters. No, do you happen to know the hour? Sure. How does he not know? He just looks at the sun, same as my character does. Alright, I'm very worried. So a hunter who left here yesterday, he hasn't returned. Normally not be concerned. He was hunting the forest near the dark fens, strange things in the swamps. That's worrisome. Can I help? Would you? I need to go on another hunt. Sure. I will help you. And I will solve it in the best way possible by killing everything that moves. Including your hunter friend. Murder mystery quest. Dwarf wizard. Oh my yes, I hope you are having a pleasant day. Always pleasant when people are saying, oh my yes. Surprised to see a dwarf. This is my home, what do you wish of me? I'm looking to find the elves responsible for banishing the Black Mountain clan, or what is a dwarf doing in Kintara? I'm looking for the elves. I know nothing of that. I renounced all my dwarven affiliations to come here and study the ways of magic. For information of that nature, you would need to consult with Raven. You're a mage? Oh, that's unusual for a wizard. I've been drawn towards magic for my entire life. Unlike most dwarves, I had no affinity for things of a technological nature. That's why I live here. I'm under a tutorial agreement to my teacher, Wrath. I am unable to leave until my contract is finished. How long is this contract for? My contract runs until the end of Wrath's life. In exchange for training in the magical arts, I agreed to serve him. But that elf can last another 2 or maybe even 300 years. Why do you agree to such a long length? No elf wanted to take a dwarf as an apprentice. It was the best offer I could get. It wasn't bad at first, when Wrath was simply surly. Over the past 50 years or so, he's become increasingly bitter and difficult to work for. I do not know what I will do if I can't convince him to release me soon. Well, why don't you just leave? I would never dishonor myself so. The only thing that can release me besides his death is his word. Well, I could convince him. Thank you for the offer, but your interference would only serve to anger him, which would lead to greater torment for myself at his hands. Alright. Learned helplessness. You can just stay there forever. Be unhappy. I don't care. My party already has enough dwarves. Oh. You see that guy just now die? You see the dead body of Wrath, Jorman's mentor. Seems to be no sign of violence or struggle. Hey, look at this empty wine glass. Well, that's probably not good for our little dwarf friend. Uh-oh. There's an elf out here. What business do you have here? Jorman is under arrest for murder. You believe he killed Wrath. Who else could have done it? Elves like us don't kill each other. Besides yourself, he was the only other outsider in Kintara when the murder occurred. Well, does that not make me a suspect? I've already spoken with several people who claim to have seen you wandering around during the time of the murder. Must have been committed. Oh, that's nice to know that I'm innocent. How was he killed? We don't know. At this point, all we know is that there were no injuries from weapons. What about magic? No, we have Kintara acutely attuned to the flows. If any dark necromancy would have been used, we would have felt it. So interesting. Can I go speak with them? Sure. You've returned. I don't think you're guilty. Why do you say that? He was not killed with magic or a weapon. That leaves poison. Well, there's only one apothecary, Sharp in Kintara. If the poison was brought here or bought here, he'd have been the one to sell it. I need to speak with him somehow. Since I'm confined to my house, I need someone to help clear my name. Are you interested in helping me? Sure. I'll give you my prized Staff of Zoranth for your help. Good day, sir. I accept your offer. That's Whisper. We already talked. This is one of those quests. You actually get a fate point. I think a reputation as well. But you need enough persuasion to do this, I think. Maybe a thief can also do it. I also know there's a way to do it with necromancy. Elf villager. What is it? Is there something I can help you with? I'm looking for Sharp. Sharp was called out of the village suddenly. I'm his wife. Can I help you with anything? I need to ask him about poison. Yes, I recognize it. Very distinctive odor. You sell that type of poison here? Yes, we do. I don't know if we have any at the moment, though. The poison in that glass killed Wrath. Did you know him? Wrath is dead. Oh my god. What can you tell me about him? We had a history. The three of us were friends long ago, but he became angry when Sharp and I began living together. Who killed him? That dwarven student of his? Why did he become angry? Let's ignore the racism. He said it was offensive and damaging to the village for us to carry on like humans, as he put it. He felt you were violating elven customs. I believe he was actually jealous. Sharp and him had fought often in later years. Did Sharp hate Wrath enough to kill him? It was the other way around, actually. I think Wrath became a bit unbalanced. Of course, we all know that elves do not have it in them to wantonly murder each other over things like jealousy. Yeah, I mean, we surely know that. Could Sharp have poisoned Wrath to protect you? If he had felt I was in danger, I believe he would do anything to protect me, even sacrifice himself. But as I said, elves would never even think of killing one another. We take a wider view of things, as you know. This life is only one that elves exist in. When we die, we go to another level. So what purpose would murder serve? I don't know if I have a good answer here. Let's just say murder isn't logical. Perhaps those of your race can be pushed to murder, but elves are above such things. Well, elves are not above that. And she's just be like, okay, well, goodbye. You're finished talking to me when I say you are, Harlot. Let's not do that one. Goodbye. Told you to leave me alone. Okay. And who are you? Good elf. Who are you? With most elves, I have a very long name, but in your tongue, I'm called an unpronounceable. Elmian. Push Elmian. When I ask what you do, I'm a craftsman. I create magic, weapons, talismans. We all play our part. And where do you get metal? Well, I've been a suppliers. We trade often in Stillwater when the need arises, but just lately I've run out of mithril. You know anything about mithril, you know that it's rare, and I need a new source. Interesting. I have some right here. Really, the only place I know to obtain mithril is in the caves of the Wheel Clan. Well done. I'll give you a bow for trade. Well, what you're really doing is you're giving me XP. All right, other questions. See ya. Let us pickpocket. She has nothing on her. I think I need to wait until night because I can't sneak around her, at least not without a bunch of things. Let's check. Also, my food is here, so I am going to go down and grab it. It's kind of cold outside, and I don't want it to stop being completely. I don't want it to get completely cold. I will pick lock this first. And this vial also has traces of the poison it once contained. And it's time to morning again. I might have already blown this quest as well. I guess we'll find out. I hope I didn't. I told you to leave me alone. Okay. Yeah, I think I blew the quest. One more thing, though. Health guard. Here's the proof you'll need to convict Sharp, or I believe I know who killed Wrath. Who killed Wrath? Sharp. Wrath and Sharp are in love with the same woman. I know all about that weirdness. I see. Goodbye. Alright, well that's not the way to do it. Conjure Spirit would get it, but I don't really want to do that. Let's see what happens if we try and bring him back to life. Cannot be replenished. Yeah, I think I botched the quest. I need to steal and then talk to the woman. Because the real answer is that Wrath killed himself to ruin Sharp's life. I don't think I can get that answer anymore. I wish I didn't save over file. Oh well. You return, must take my leave. And she didn't have anything on her. So, yeah, I botched it. Convict Sharp. Okay, something like this would happen eventually. Those freaks trying to ruin Kintara with their marriage. It all makes sense now. But release Dormand, sure. Thank you for clearing my name. You're going to leave now to Rathstead. I'm sure I'll take my leave of this place. First, I must decide where I'm off to. Well, perhaps we'll meet again. Yeah, it feels bad that the wrong guy just got convicted, but oh well. With that, though, I'm going to take a break for about 5 minutes or so. Hopefully, I have my cat food waiting downstairs. Need to change my sweater too. This one's not been very comfortable. And then grab my food. I might leave a little camera thing on over it. We'll see. I'll be right back though. All right, I'm back. I am going to leave the little BRB screen thing up though while I eat, just because. I'll play for a little bit too. If I do it. Oh, I guess that text is way too large, isn't it? Um. Sorry, where's the properties on this? Can't duplicate it either. All right, well, maybe I'll just not do that then. I'll save it like it was, and I will eat anyways. Oh, actually, let me do one other thing. Okay. Now I'll just eat with this up. Or at least eat my mozzarella sticks before they get cold. I can wait on my cheesesteak. So, yeah, we unfortunately just kind of ruined the quest with Sharp and Wrath, but whatever. It's fine. Alright, so we're gonna talk to this little elf villager right here, who is the guy that got captured. Whispering, please help me. The elf sent me what's happening here. These lizard men have captured and trapped me here. I don't know what they plan to do with me, but I don't think I want to find out. Was there a battle? Did you provoke them? No, I was merely hunting when they fell upon us. They called me a murderer and a betrayer. I tried to reason with them, but they would hear nothing. They tied me up and brought me here. Please get me out of this pit. Calm down, they have guards posted. What do you recommend? If you're a mage, you may have some spells that will free me. If not, if not, you can get me some sort of rope and I can climb out of here. But you'll have to do something about the guards. All right. And speak with their leader. I don't know. They seem fairly hostile towards what they call warm bloods. Anyone who is not a lizard such as they, be careful and tread lightly. All right. Well, fortunately for you, I have a silver tongue. Thank you, leader. The creature before you is covered in scales, with a large mouth full of sharp teeth and the eyes of the coldest silver. Various tattoos cover much of his body. Warm blood betrayer, offspring murderer. What brings you here? What death do you bring? What lies will you tell? Khan Kare stands before you. My power is greater than yours. Okay, cool thing to say. Alright, I'm sorry, have we met before? I've never seen your kind. I know you betrayer, I know all your faces, Warmblood. all the same, all liars and murderers, all bringers of death. Can you tell me what's going on here? You know, Warmblood, pits lined with teeth of metal, nets to catch the women, your weapons of flash and pain. You hunt well the children and the old, but Conqueror is no such easy target. Face me, Warmblood. It's with teeth, nets, or your people being hunted. Hunted? Yes, our women and offspring, the old ones, now Conqueror will hunt. I have already captured the pale, sharp-eared Warmblood. Bound him with my power. You will be next, and then Conqueror will go to the Warmblood tree village and burn it to the ground. The elf was hunting your people. You mean Sharpear? Pale Warmblood. We captured him, sneaking into our swamps, planning more death with his weapons and his strange ways. The Conqueror fell upon him, and my ways were greater than his, and I brought him back here, tied like the fruit of the hunt. Well, the Sharpear, did he attack you? No, but they come to the Dark Elves. No, but they come to the Dark Fens with weapons and powerful words. Why have they come here? They have their trees in their forests. Why do they come to our swamps? Always it has been this way with the Warmbloods, always wanting more, always bringing ruin. Alright, the elves they've brought ruin. It stops for a moment considering. No, Sharpears have not killed Bedokin before, nor have they ruined the land. But we are not easy prey, Warmblood. A hunter in different skin is still a hunter, and Conqueror goes not quietly. Neither the elves nor I have done you harm. He is silent. Yes, the words you speak are true, Warmblood, but his hand moves his sword. That does not mean you will not. Agreed. I'll give you my name. Unbrook. He inclines his head stiffly. I am Conqueror Chieftain of the Bedokan. What brings you to our village, Warmblood? Have you come in defense of this elf? Maybe let me know what's happening first. Good, hear a story. Very well. As I've said, the Bedokan have lived in the Dark Fens for as long as the seasons have turned, and for all that time we kept to ourselves. We knew of the elves, but they harmed us not, and we accepted their natural place. Something happened. You said your people were hunted. Yes, 4 winters ago, Warmbloods came to our swamps and set out things of death, and shot us with their weapons, and collected the bodies of dead. Who were these Warmbloods? You said they weren't elves. They were like elves, but a little darker and not as tall. They had no words of power, but they had strange weapons, and they rode strange beasts made of wood. Men in wagons, where'd they come from? From the south. They came from the south, over the mountains, into the dark fens, and the land cries out wherever they touch it. They know not the ways of the land or the cold blood. Nor do they care. Yeah, that sounds about right. What did you say these men did with the bodies of your people? Conqueror is silent for a moment. You can see the anger seething in his silver eyes. They skinned them. They skinned our elders and our children and our women, and they threw their remains into the swamp. No rites of passage, no guide to the Snake Fathers. I've heard their hides make excellent luggage. That's great. Well, yeah, poachers kind of suck. I'm so very sorry. Leave your words. Perhaps you are different. Perhaps you might be able to see the cold visions. I will regret having to make war on all the Warmbloods. There's even one like you, but I will do so nonetheless. Or it's only these men, or I wouldn't recommend that. You would lose. It's only these men. Yes, but there is a price in Warmblood that must be paid. Men will die, and then all of their offspring, until there are none left. Only this will quiet the fury of the Snake Fathers. Elves are Warmblood. They will die as well. Please let me convince you otherwise. Ow. I respect your words and I see the truth in them, but how can you deny the evil of what has been done to me and my people? Do you disagree that a price must be paid? No, but not all must pay the price. Let's talk about the elves, or if you wage war on the Warmbloods, you'll die. Or perhaps you're right, but what else can be done? Um, what else can be done? You can pay the price demanded by the Snake Fathers. If a Warmblood was to kill those responsible, then I would not have to wage war against them all. The Coldblood ways allow this retribution. If you kill these poachers, I will free the elf and turn from the ways of war. Will you do this? Sure. I'm not opposed to killing some people. You will? You seem surprised. Good. Here is where the men were last seen. He points to a place on your map not far from where you are. Kill all of the men and return to me. Yep, no problem. So within my skill set. Poacher camp. They're all gonna die, but let's see what they have to say first. Give them some last words. Hello there, mate. Strange place to be out walking. You mind telling me what you're doing out here? Yeah, enjoying a leisurely stroll. No one takes a leisurely stroll in the Dark Fens, mate. Out with it or you'll be answering to me. If you must know, I'm here to kill you. Is that so? Might I ask you why? I was sent here by the Betacon. You're a bloody lizard lover here, boys. Thought people like you only lived in the big cities, crying over the poor lizards while you're wearing boots made from their worthless hides. Oh, brave last words. Laughs again. Look, I have a better idea. Why don't you tell me where those lizards are, and I'll pay you a handsome fee. Let's call it 1,000 gold pieces. No. I'll lose my magic blessings if I betray him. Which is actually true. The blessing you have stops working if you like betray any of the gods for it. And if you betray the lizards, the lizard altar stops working. So you lose all of them. And why on earth would I give up like so many stat points for 1,000 gold? Absolutely not. They can all die. Cool, they're all dead. Elephant gun, neat. My cat here is he sees my cheese sticks and he's realizing, oh hey, I want food. Well, not I want food, I want, more specifically, I want your food. That's not gonna happen. Jeez, I suck at lockpicking. Look at that. All those failures. Alright. Back to the lizards. Commit some light genocide. Get the lizards on our side. He can actually be recruited as a party member too. But we're full. What do you want? I've killed the poachers. You have? Good. Perhaps the Warmblood heart is not evil. Perhaps it does know what is right and what is wrong. Your actions have freed the elf and averted war between mankind and the Betacon Warmblood. Make sure to speak with the elf before you leave and tell him he's free to go. They deserved it. Yes, I agree. Perhaps you might dream the reptilian dream one day. I wish you luck in your travels. I think it was the if I did what I had to do thing gets him on your side. Thank you. I'm going back to Kintara. You should do the same. Yeah, see ya. So that's all of our... Oh, we need to talk to the guy again for the quest turn-in, don't we? And then we'll go talk to Raven after that. Greetings, Mr. Wynn. Do you have a moment? Of course. I found the lost hunter. Yes, he returned here and told me of what happened with Bedicon. The elves of Kintara are indebted to you, friend. Please take the armor I promised in payment. Useless elven chainmail. It's actually pretty good if you're a mage. The noise protection is okay as a benefit. Even at 0%, you get plus 10 back. These cheese sticks are so good.
Greetings. It's a great pleasure to make your acquaintance.
I'm sorry, I don't believe we've met.
No, you're correct. We've never met.
Okay, what is your name?
My name is very old and very long. Perhaps it would be best if you simply called me Raven.
Okay, do you have a moment, Raven?
Of course. Certainly. How can I help you?
I need to speak with the Silver Lady.
The Silver Lady? Oh, you mean my mother. That's quite a request, and one not so easily granted.
Believe me, Raven, she's going to want to speak with me.
And believe me when I tell you that no one sees my mother until I see it as necessary. She may be our queen, but I oversee the daily matters here in Kintara.
I see. How can I convince you of the urgency of my quest?
You'll have your chance. Forgive me if I seem a little abrupt, but I've many things on my mind today, and there's much to be done. Once I've taken care of some of the more pressing matters, I'll talk with you about your needs.
I see. Well, can I take care of these for you to speed it along?
Your offer is greatly appreciated, my friend. We'd appreciate any help you might be willing to give.
Well, my pleasure. What can I do?
There is a group of humans camped about a day's journey from here. We know not what they want, but where humans go, trouble usually follows.
Well, what would you like me to do?
The place they are camped at is called Falcon's Egg, and it is considered a holy place for the elves of Kintara. We would like you to find out why the humans are there and remove them.
Okay, sure. Got a couple questions about it.
Of course. What would you like to know?
Humans. How do you want them removed?
It doesn't matter to me how you remove them, but you must understand this. Under no circumstances are you to shed blood on that ground. The spirits there exact their price, and you do not want to pay it. Do you understand? Do not raise your hand against another.
Yeah, all clear.
Of course. What would you like to know?
How do I get
It's
there?
not far from here. I'll mark your map with
Alright,
the location.
thank you. I'll be back in a bit. So it's kind of interesting. If you attack anyone, you just instantly die here. Although my character might actually be immune because I have so much tech affinity. And one of the altars was actually here too. What we're going to try and do instead is to actually play along and convince them. However, I'll be right back. I'm going to grab some water, put the rest of my food away, and finish it in a little bit. And then I can put my camera back on. So I'll be back in just a moment. It's actually kind of doesn't show up well on camera. Wonder if I can up the lights. I guess this hoodie's a little too dark. Maybe that'll be different when I hook the other light up that I got a little while ago. This will do for now. Yeah, it's more comfortable than that other gray sweater was. But where were we? Let's talk to this guy. I'm very happy to make your acquaintance. Hello, sir, and who might you be? I am William Bench, outdoorsman and naturalist, and head of this bunch you see here. And who might you be? I'm Braille. Can I speak with you? Certainly. What are you doing here? I'm a surveyor, and this is my team. We're employed by the Torringsdale Logging Company, and we have a contract to map out the surrounding lands, which were recently purchased by Torringsdale. I report the usability of its resources. Fairly standard job, really. Well, we may have a problem here, Mr. Bench. Oh, really? He crosses his arms. And what might that be? Well, unfortunately, you are not supposed to be here. I see no problem here, stranger. In fact, I think I'm going to have to ask you to leave. This here is private property, and you're trespassing. Motions to a few of his cronies, who eye you suspiciously. I think I can persuade you otherwise. Really? Listen, friend. I'm here to do a job. William Bench is a man of his word, and Torringsdale expects a report on his desk next week. Or on his desk in a week. I don't think there's much you're going to be able to say that will dissuade me from doing what I'm here to do. You might think differently if you knew who I represent. Who you represent? I see. Let me guess. You're one of the blokes from Wextel Lumber, right? Wait. I see it all now. You're here to tell me you have legal rights to this land. Half correct, but I'm not here from Wextel. Okay, who then? I represent Gilbert Bates. Bates? Man's taken aback. Bates, what interest would Gilbert Bates have in logging? Man supplies the steam engines, it supplies the engines for our clear cutters. So this is his land, or he's getting into the logging business. I don't really know what answer to give. I might have to reload if this doesn't work on the logging business. Mr. Bates in the logging business, but he owns so much already. Why would someone with such an obvious monopoly in this field of expertise want to take over logging as well? He sees an opportunity. Are you going to question him? No, of course not. I'm not saying I question Mr. Bates' judgment, no sir, but what exactly are you doing here? I mean, this land is owned by Torringsdale. Well, Mr. Bates is contesting that in court as we speak. In court? I have legal documents here stating the validity of Torringsdale's claim. How can Mr. Bates contest this? I mean, do you really think that legality is a concern of Mr. Bates? No, I see your point. Well, what exactly are you proposing? I've still a job to do, but I'm not one to make the wrong sort of enemies. Maybe Mr. Bates is looking to do some business here? Well, I could put in a good word for you. He winks. That, my friend, would be very much appreciated. I'm thinking their little party here might have fallen into some difficulties, you know, hazards of the trade, perhaps a violent storm. And since we lost all of the provisions, you had to go back early. Very nice, William. Thank you. I was always a good storyteller, and you'll make sure to pass my name on to Mr. Bates. He'll be in need of surveyors as well. I'll say that you can always rely on Mr. Bench. Excellent. And they're leaving. And we did it without spilling any blood. I don't really care about that lockbox. Do I? Nah. Greetings, let me in. So some of the other ways you could have completed that quest, I think you can bribe them. I also think you can provoke them to attack you. Sometimes like your whole party will die in the conflict, but as long as you can revive people, it doesn't matter. But in this case, we just talk to him. All right, Raven.
It's wonderful to see you again.
You have a moment to speak.
Certainly. How can I help you?
Humans are gone.
Thank you very much. Your help in the matter is much appreciated. Now, what was it you needed to speak to my mother about?
It's a long story.
A dark tale full of pain. And it would seem that the blame lies with us, the elves.
There are elves involved. You know the name Mingarod. I always love the way she pronounces this.
I do not, and none of the elves who live here bear it. But it bothers me very much, pulls darkly at my heart and mind. There is another possibility, one I'd rather not think of.
What, Raven? Do you know where I might find this Mingarod?
No. You need to speak with my mother of these things. She will know what to do.
Wow, so like we were telling her from the start, let us speak to Mommy. Alright, where might I find her?
She's just beyond the large door behind me. But be warned, my mother is a magical being of great power. Her spirit swims in the flow, and sometimes she is more of that world than this one. What she sees is not always what we see, so her answers might seem strange to you. Ask what you wish to know, and listen. When you're through speaking with her, come and find me.
I will, Raven. Thank you for your help. All right.
Hello. I welcome you, traveler.
Greetings to you, Silver Lady. I thank you for this audience.
I know you've come far, and I've expected you for a long time now.
What do you mean?
I've seen you approaching from both east and west, traveler. And you bring them with you, all of them. They've no choice but to follow. I know.
I understand.
We speak different languages, you and I. The things I see, wrapped in the past and the present, and shrouded in the veils of magic. I cannot translate my visions into your own. You must listen, traveler. Listen and learn to see.
Right. I'll try Silver Lady.
What is it you seek, traveler?
You know, if I'm the living one, Black Mountain Clan, where are they? Name Mingarod. Black Mountain Clan.
Yes, I can see them. But the ravens are circling, and the storm rages but subsides. And yet there is lightning, and then shadow, and then the storm howls again, tearing. I can't even look at it.
Alright, well that makes no sense.
Wait. Oh, look. They've taken in a small child with machine dreams, and hands of hinged metal, and a heart in which coal burns brightly.
That's Gilbert Bates, but that was in the past.
I don't know of what you speak, traveler. Please, listen. Try to hear with my ears.
I don't know if I can.
I see a flame atop a hill, burning so brightly. And below, a field of wheat around a pool of water. And the flame spitting fire and consuming the wheat and the lake, and losing itself as well.
Is there anything else? The clan, do you see anything else?
It's dark here. So dark. And the flame is here too. But this flame burns black onyx and cold. And shadow is its child. Are they here as well? I can't see that far.
What else?
A plane of mirrored glass. A sky of white. A lone figure. Wait, which is the reflection? I'm unsure.
You're speaking in riddles, Silver Lady.
That is all I see, traveler. The riddle was created by you. Do you have anything else you'd like to ask?
Mingarod. Can you tell me of that name, or am I the living one? Let's ask about Mingarod.
Mingorod. An old name, traveler. Oh, a man is screaming and carves a key with his fingers, and the birds have plucked his eyes out. And the wolf watches, motionless, his paw in the air.
Is it Mingarod? Is he dead? What does the wolf mean?
Tear in the curtain, and only darkness beyond. A ragged wound, mended with a ring of blasted stone.
Oh, what else? What else do you see of Mingarod?
Hand that sees, but is blinded. A man draped in truth, wearing a mask.
You've lost me again.
And they hide. The lost children, they hide. A gray mist, even to me. But there, he runs, dropping veined and painted leaves. And the flock comes, talons outstretched, and wings of fire, and he is consumed. But the leaves...
Yeah, that's my thoughts exactly. What is she talking about?
Go quickly, traveler. Find what was left behind. In the place of smoke and water, he is there. He is there.
Who?
I see no more. The stream is again calm.
Anything else? Yeah. Tell me about the living one.
The living one? Oh, traveler, why would you think I would know of such a thing?
I mean, it's a prophecy. I'm just assuming that you might know things.
It's an interesting thing about prophecies, traveler. They're no clearer to one such as myself, living both in and out of the stream, than they are to you, walking the shore. The flow swirls around them until they are ready. And in the end, really, is it going to matter who someone pointed a finger at?
I mean, probably not, but it'd just be nice to know, right?
These people can only see what follows in your wake, traveler. Pass your hand through the flame and it flickers. If you've tired of the mantle, then shed it. Disappear. Otherwise, don't be surprised if people...
Alright, well, I understand almost nothing that you said.
Traveler, but I also know that clarity is often the child of time. Your answers lie both in front and behind. Make sure not to overlook one for the other.
Alright, well, that was cryptic. We'll meet again, but I don't know where. Okay, well...
We will meet again, though I'm not sure on which side. No matter.
You can't pickpocket her.
Farewell.
Alright, Raven, help me out here, because I'm lost.
It's wonderful to see you again.
Do you have a moment to speak?
Certainly. How can I help you?
I've spoken with your mother.
And what did you ask her about?
Asked her about the Black Mountain Clan.
Black Mountain Clan. What did she see?
Ravens and lightning.
Ravens and a storm? And why did the storm subside and then rage once again? Nothing in my mother's visions is ever what it seems. We'll have to think on this.
There are other visions.
Black Mountain Clan.
Black Mountain Clan, small machine-like child.
This must have been the man you know as Gilbert Bates. She saw him because he plays such a large role in their fate.
Other
Black
visions.
Mountain Clan.
Flame that consumed a wheat
I'm
field.
not sure what that represents, but I know that fire in her visions often represents magic. And the water you say quenched it? Or did the flame burn itself out?
I have absolutely no idea.
Black Mountain Clan.
Dark place, red fire, and a mirrored plane.
There are two separate visions. The flame again represents magic, but twisted somehow, burning darkly. And did you say that the Black Mountain Clan was near this flame? The mirrored plane, a white sky, a lone figure. The worlds on either side of that mirror are the same. Who could say which one is real? Black Mountain Clan.
That's all of them. Let's talk to her about Mingarod.
Certainly. And what did you ask her? Mingarod. What did she see?
An eyeless man in pain, carving a key, a wolf with raised
What
paw.
the screaming man and his key represent, I have no idea. But I do know that the official symbol for the city of Caledon is a wolf, with one paw raised in the air.
Now we should begin our
I'm
search.
not so sure. Remember, my mother's visions are shackled by neither our eyes nor our time. The events she describes might be in either the future or the past. Let's look at all she said before we go in Mingarad.
Alright.
What
Torn
did she
curtain,
see?
a ring, broken finger, pointing
There's
east.
something about that entire vision which pulls at my memory, especially the ring. I'll think about it further. Mingarad.
A
What
hand
did
that
she
sees
see?
but is blind, a truthful man in a mask.
I have no idea.
Oh, that sounds like the symbol on an amulet I've seen.
Interesting. That's the ancient symbol of the Malokian hand. Do you know of it?
Yes, I know they are an ancient order of assassins.
The Malokian hand were assassins for what used to be known as the Darien Ka, the ancient order of the dead.
Order of the
The
Dead.
Darien Ka were a shadowy group who
I'm
formed
gonna
during
skip
the
this
Age
one
of
because we already
Legends.
talked to the other guy about
As
them.
I said, the Malokian hand were there. I agree.
Alright, so
But
what do you
I
think the
don't
vision
know-
means?
I don't really know. Although it would seem that perhaps they are being misled. Blindness in my mother's visions is sometimes associated with deception. As far as the man in the mask was draped in truth, I have no idea. Mingarad.
Alright, lost
What did
hiding
she see?
children. A man runs from them and drops leaves.
This one is the most interesting of all. And it seems that my fears...
Hi,
may
Raven.
have
What do you think it
unraveled.
means?
Do you remember when I told you that the name of Mingarad bothered me in some way? Well, I believe that may have been so because Mingarad is a dark name.
What's a dark name?
Dark elf name. Do you know of the Dark Elves?
I've heard almost nothing about the Dark
It's
Elves.
a long story. But sometime during the Age of Legends, many years even before my mother was born, there were a group of elves who separated themselves. There were philosophical differences, and they were no longer welcome in our forests. Those elves became what we know as the Dark Elves.
Okay, well, what were the differences?
They believe that this world and all of its races are subject to elven rule. They believe that elves are superior because of our close connection to nature, our power in the ways of magic, and the longevity of our physical form. They see the other races as bumbling children who need our guidance, regardless of its severity.
Alright, and what are the elves of Kintara? What do they believe?
Elves of Kintara, in fact all other elves, believe that everything and everyone has a rightful place in the experience which forms this reality. Elves feel that very little, if anything, ever happens that isn't part of the natural progression of that state. They feel no superiority because of their advantages. That is just the role they have been picked to play.
Alright, well, do they see the Dark Elves as a violation of that?
Unfortunately not. The Dark Elves are seen in the same light as everyone else. They have the role and they are playing it.
Oh, well, you say unfortunately, so how about you, Raven?
I believe. Well, let us say that I don't always see eye to eye with those in Kintara concerning the rightful place of the Dark Elves. My role here is as protector. I will do so regardless of the cost.
Alright, well, let's go back to your mother's vision.
My mother's vision of the lost children was referring, I believe, to the Dark Elves. They were hidden from her because they are hidden from all of us. Through magic and isolation, we've not seen where they live for almost 500 years.
Alright, but who was the man running from?
There was a man many years ago who had come to the Glimmering Forest to study the elves, and I remember that he was very interested in the Dark Elves especially. There were rumors about his capture by them and an escape.
Who was he?
As I said, he was a researcher. A strange little man, a bit overdressed, but kind-hearted and very intelligent. I was young then, a mere 160 years old. He was the first human I'd ever seen.
Do you remember his name?
His name? It was a long time ago, but I remember because he said it so often. I think humans just like hearing the sound of their own names. Terwilliger. Dr. Renford A. Terwilliger. I can hear him saying it even now.
And she still laughs. Yeah, I think she might have a thing for this guy. Alright, well, what were the leaves he was dropping?
I don't know. It almost seemed in the vision that the flock who consumed him were more interested in the leaves. And my mother even said to find what was left behind, these leaves might very well be what we're looking for.
Alright, well, I mean, an interesting connection between the visions.
What is it you've seen?
Many of the visions were a flock of birds. I think they always represent the Dark Elves.
Interesting. It does paint an interesting picture, and it might change the way we think about some of them. The ravens circling the storm, the man who had his eyes plucked out by the birds, and now this man dropping leaves.
What's the place of smoke and water?
She could mean almost anywhere. But if I were to make a guess, I'd say she was talking about the human city of Tarrant. It lies in the Gulf of Morbihan, and its, what do you call them? Factories are always belching smoke into the skies. That, and I know that Terwilliger was from there.
Winking slyly. Well, how did she know, other than the fact that she was probably in his house and for things?
You have a place to begin your search, my friend. It would seem that if you need to find this Mingarad, you're going to need to find the village of the Dark Elves. The only person who might know where they are is Renford A. Terwilliger. He may or may not be in Tarrant, but it's a good place to start looking.
All right, well, I will go find them. To Toronto, I shall go.
My friend. Few are those like you who would take this burden upon themselves. You've earned my respect.
Let's just flirt back. Your respect makes it all the more worth it.
Thank you for the compliment. Looks like we're going to be good friends. Return to me when you found the Dark Elves and tell me what you uncover. We'll have much to discuss when you return.
Alright. I'll return when I know more. So I am now the errand boy for 3 different species. Let's try the Wheel Clan first. See if I've now gotten enough to speak to Loghair. It's always when returning from Kitara, I think, is the story point, but I don't know if it's... Actually, I don't know if the story point is returning from Kitara or returning from when you eventually find the Dark Elves. It's kind of like a spot where several major story point changes happen. As far as like quests that are available, few character actions, and so on. I could also get rid of Virgil at that point if I want. Loghair.
Greetings. It's good to see you again.
Oh, no, I'm still looking into it. So I guess not.
And return here if you do find out.
Maybe some of them are still changed. Let's see, nothing triggered there. Talk to this guy. He just says keep away from the law. Oh, good one, Smythe. Jolly good, Willowsby. Alright, cool. This is what we want. Great pleasure to meet you. Who are you? I am Harriman Smythe, recent graduate of the College of Phantasm and representative from Tula, City of Mages. Very nice to make your acquaintance. Yours as well. Have you a moment? What brings you to Toronto? Oh, nothing really. Just traveling and whatnot. I hadn't really seen anything beyond the walls of Tula before a few weeks ago. You might say I've lived quite a sheltered life. Interesting. What's Tula like? Oh, it's absolutely breathtaking. Back when it was form of the tower, most powerful magics. What else? In the middle of the great courtyard is Pelordrian's Pool, where it's said that the spirit of the great conjurer still comes to watch over the apprentices, and in the early evenings the sun sets over the waste. You can hear the haunting harmony of the soul singers. Where is Tula? Sorry, my friend, I'm under oath to never reveal that secret. I see. Well, why did you leave? I was sent to Toronto on a, how would one phrase, a mission, I suppose you'd call it. Master Simeon felt I was best qualified for the job, and so I went. I spent 2 weeks with Mr. Willowsby, recovering from my admission. Well, what happened? Well, here's a newspaper describing what happened as a result of the whole affair. I'd rather not get into it, but I've been approached by a gentleman who seems very interested in writing a short book about what happened. Sir Chadwick Moore or some such. Rather bothersome fellow, but he seemed interested. Train wreck. Looks like a maid showed up, things happened, and a train blew up. That's fun. But what we really want to do here is talk to this little gnome noble. I'm going to ask who you are, sir. Edward Willowsby, businessman and chairman of the Tarantian Industrial Council. How might I be of service? Well met, Mr. Willowsby. Can I ask you some questions? I'd be more than happy to speak with you, young man. I'm always eager to hear the thoughts and opinions of my constituents. Unfortunately, I have a pressing engagement just now. Will you stop by my offices in City Hall in an hour or so and we can speak further? Sure. You there. Can I go in for a drink? Of course, we only ask you to conduct yourself in a gentlemanly manner. Who are you? I've not had the pleasure. Who are you? He looks at you intensely. I am Matt de Cesar, Esquire. I'm departing. That's nice. What do you know? Just drinking, leave me alone. Who are you? Aaron Rock Howard. Who are you? No one. Oh, actually, he does have a name. What's he do? I am a professional gambler. Let's see. Who are you? What do you know, friend? Just enjoying my drink. Ooh, Dark Elf Noble. That seems like something, doesn't it? There's a note, too, which we're going to steal. Greetings, who are you? The man before you is dressed in dark robes. He looks furtively back and forth and regards with hard, unblinking eyes. Better you don't ask questions like that, friend. Likely to get a bloke like you in a world of trouble. I mean, no offense, it's just the way of things around here. Oh. I appreciate the tip. Man looks you over calculating. He seems to come to a decision. Are you looking for work, friend? Are you a man that can keep his mouth shut? Make yourself a handful of gold. Sure. No cut purses. All right, what do I need to do? Here's a word. In my hand, I have a sealed note. Take it from here directly to the address I tell you. Do not look at the note. We will know if you have. And that would be most unfortunate. It would be paid 100 gold pieces, no questions asked. Good day. Alright, so there's another quest that can actually trigger in there. But it doesn't look like we have got it working just yet. We also might have the Orc Union. Orc Labor Union, I mean. So we're going to do that, and then talk to Bates one more time, and then back to Willowsby. Get our master in persuasion. You've returned. What news? Oh, no information. Oh yeah, we do have the labor union. Cool. Please must listen to me. These are noble beings we're dealing with. Your presence here is exasperating the situation. Compassion, restraint, please. I say, you're the bloke. Cut your tail. Hey, labor agitators, what do they want? The orcs are striking for a union again. Won't they ever learn? A look of realization crosses his face. But that's no excuse for a lack of manners now, is it? He offers his hand for you to shake. I'm Captain Wheeler of the Trentian Guard. Alright, what do you intend to do? If I were certain it were possible to do so without the loss of any of my men, I'd raid the factory and kill them all. Damned orcs. Well, perhaps I can help. What's the situation? The orcs have taken over this factory, and they say they won't leave until they are allowed to unionize. It's their damn leader, Don Throg, that's the real problem here. Most of these orcs know what their place is and act accordingly, but Throg gets them all riled up. He's too smart for his own good. It's the human blood that has made him this difficult, ironically. Half-orc. Yes. Instead of being a part of society as his blood would allow, he has taken upon himself to be the champion of the orcs. He lives with them, works with them, and basically he refuses to be treated as anything but a full-blooded orc. We need to rid society of his kind for the good of... Alright, so what can be done to end the standoff? Without endangering my men, the only thing to do is starve them out. Perhaps I can help. Maybe I can convince them to surrender? It wouldn't be easy. He is distrustful of me, as there was an incident the last time these beasts rioted. We were forced to gun them down to protect the citizens. Perhaps if you were to let him know that members of the press were out here, he could speak to them when he surrenders. That might convince him. Are there members of the press out here? Oh, of course. If you can get him to surrender and convince him to come outside peacefully, we can end this standoff peacefully. They've locked themselves in. Right. Very peacefully. Who are you? What you doing here? Wheeler send you, speak, or I kill you. I am here to speak with Mr. Throg to help you. He looks you over suspiciously. He's in back. You try anything, you're dead. Hey, look. Don Throg. This dark, brooding figure slowly turns to face you. His brutish features somehow accentuate his noble stature, rather than detract from it as one would expect. So they have finally sent someone to kill me, have they? I'm here to convince you to surrender, or no, I'm here to join your cause. Surrender, please. Surrender. Deliver my fate into the hands of those narrow-minded oppressors. Not likely. Even if I were to survive the experience, which I doubt, it would do nothing to change the plight of my brothers. We must be heard. I mean, there are journalists out front. You can speak with them, or Wheeler wouldn't dare kill you in front of the crowd out there. Wheeler, of course he would. And the papers would congratulate him for removing a threat to society. They love to build up villains and heroes, regardless of what the truth may be. Wheeler's suggestion you talk to the press. Be really that naive? This is all a setup to lure me outside, and press or no press, Wheeler is planning on killing me. He moves toward you menacingly. The only question I have is whether you came in here to set me up knowingly. I had no idea. I was just trying to help. Then be off with you. Tell Wheeler I'm not coming out, and he'll have to come in here and get me, and he will die in the attempt. I see. I'll deliver your message. What's going on here? To consider striking a noble act, Mr. Throg. The man you're looking for? Don Throg is leader of the orcs. Because he has human blood, we can make a case for his rights to unionize before the council. There has never been a case to determine the rights of a half-orc under the law. If a half-orc can pass for human, they usually keep their heads down so that others won't think of them as orcs, and if they look like orcs, well, let's see, so Mr. Throg appears to be human. He's unique in that his features have a distinctive orcish cast to them, but instead of making him look dumb, like a dumb brute, it actually gives him somewhat the appearance of a swarthy rogue. I've never met a half-orc with the charisma he has, or near anyone else for that matter. Alright, well, what can be done? Nothing, I'm afraid. It seems Mr. Throg has reached the end of his days. But if I can convince him to surrender? Even if you were to convince him, Wheeler will not let him leave that building alive, as I told you. I botched this one too. I might reload if I did. I have a better idea. Armed rebellion. Are you insane? You know they'll kill you. Just having rush headlong to certain death, what would that accomplish? I don't know, but it would be fun. You are a raving loon. Alright, goodbye then. Let's reload. So before I talk to Throg, talk to the gnome again. What's going on? Totalitarian Captain Wheeler has some noble orcs are striking. Mr. Throg. Okay, what can be done to defuse it? Nothing. And convince him to surrender. We shall see. Maybe this will work. I want to convince you to surrender. Wheeler wouldn't dare kill you. No, it was Wheeler's suggestion that you talk to the press. I had no idea. I will deliver your message. He's not going to come out and he's going to kill you if you go in. Would you care to kill him for me then? Yeah, sure. Oh, he's as good as dead. Are you certain there is nothing that can be done to help him? What are you doing here? I don't know. Let's reload again. What's going on? Are you certain nothing can be done? Wheeler again. Yeah, I think I botched this. There's a way to get him in court, and then he changes the rights for everyone. I'm here to join your cause. What? I meant to believe that you want to throw in with orcs. Your plight speaks to me. It speaks to you. What does it say? That we are fighting in a hopeless battle that will never be treated with respect. No one voluntarily joins with orcs. Why are you really here? Convince you to surrender. Some journalists out front. Of course, what a capital idea. Those muckrackling fools will print anything to sell a paper, even the ravings of an insane half-orc. After Wheeler massacred the last group of protesters, there was an outcry of support for us, albeit a small one. But any support for us at all was unheard of before that incident. To make Wheeler look the fool would not be a difficult task. Contrast of your views would sway people. Alright, I'll tell Wheeler you're coming out. Certain nothing can be done. Nope. Yeah, so let me tell you, he's coming out peacefully. Thanks, me and my boys will take it from here. That's really too bad. I completely botched it. Well, I guess I can't res them. I can't do much of anything. tried. I was trying to do the labor union. They wouldn't listen. It's not my fault. Oh well. Here's your letter. While we're over here, there were a couple of things I kind of wanted to pickpocket off of this guy that we turned in earlier. Pickpocket. Give me that jewel of Hebe. I guess I'm gonna have to save here, because it might take some saves coming. I succeed. Alright. Next one on the list. Give me that schematic. Next, I want... care about the money. I don't care about that hair on device. I do want this lucky medallion, though. Alright. We got ourselves some loot. Medallion's going on me for the haggle. Then beauty and charisma is useless, but it's going to go on one of the magic users. Jana's at the top of the list, so it's hers. Well, it can give me stuff to sell. We can teleport now, so I don't really care about having to make side trips to get Dwarven Steel. Or one of these non-magic users. Yeah, how about Sog? He's a little weaker. Have the magic beans. And she is not using those fatigue restores, so take them. Let's learn the multi-barreled pistol. Multi-barreled pistol. With a hand cannon and an auto-loading chamber. Excellent. I'm gonna throw the Dwarven Steels in there. Then I wanted a hand cannon. I have one in here. Doesn't look like I do, so Virgil's gonna have to craft me one. Clarington rifle plus fancy pistol. Looks like those are both vendor bought items. Yeah, throw a few more notes in here. Let's trade. The Clarington rifle and fancy pistol. So there's the pistol, there's the rifle. Sell, sell, sell. I'll just make sure there aren't any items in here that I'm missing. Inventory, take those, Virgil. Craft me a hand cannon. Oh, I forgot to buy the auto-loading chamber. Need 85 smithy. Alright, we'll get the 85 smithy. Craft this gun just out of curiosity, and then go talk to the gnome. Get our Master of Persuasion quest. But I can't teleport to specific waypoints. And let's sort stuff, just so I'm sure I have room. Oh wow, speed 20. So I can get a lot of shots off compared to the current Warbringer. But it's, let's see, 5 to 25 versus 20 to 40. I mean, not even close. Speed and range, like, yeah, the Warbringer is just so much stronger. I am going to take one of these cure-alls, though. Actually, yeah, let's do 2 cure-alls. No, one's enough. Where are the... I don't have the thing that I need. So I was going to just take the trolley or train, whatever the thing is, to go over to the gnome. But if I have to stop and buy an item here so I can make some cure-alls, I guess I might as well just run it. So trading, give me that. Just give me that. I want Jaina to cure my scar, or to heal my scar. Oh, we had another Steamworks. Maybe I'll make another elite plate just to do it. It's possible I don't take Virgil back. Although if that's what I do, I almost want to replace him with Raven. Even though she's pure magic, so none of my tech heals would work on her. Willowsby is in here. All right, my compliments, my grandest compliments. Hello, Mr. Willowsby. Have you time to talk? Oh, yes, I do so enjoy conversations with my constituents, lifeblood of the city and all that. Do you know anything of the politics here in Toronto, young man? No, can we speak of them? Toronto is ruled by the Toronto Industrial Council, which I am the chairman. We are a group of businessmen and politicians who make laws based upon what we feel is best for both the commercial and, he clears his throat, cultural future of our fair city. Has Toronto always been ruled as such? No. The monarchy, how should one phrase it, became outdated about 50 years ago. We don't speak of it much here until it makes them feel uncomfortable. Suffice it to say that the city has prospered under a new system of government. Do you know of the Unified Kingdom, friend? No, what is it? The Unified Kingdom is an alliance of two major kingdoms, those of Toronto and Ashbury. We share trade resources and military strength, and there are many cities that are currently looking into joining. Negotiations with prospective members are part of my job. I see. A few more questions. In your opinion, what are the major problems? We have many problems here in Toronto. The rise of criminal activity in the Boyle is one of them. I'm taking personal measures to alleviate that one. We've also a rising of orcish and half-orcish population here in Toronto. They've created labor unions and have caused a general unrest. Labor unions. Labor unions have done nothing but bring manufacturing efficiency to a halt, always with their protests and their equal rights. Not a one of them values a decent day's work. No one wants to work, do they? Major problems, personal measures. He clears his throat, looking as if he thinks he said too much. Oh, nothing, let's forget it. I ever said it. Come on, you can trust me. He chuckles, winking back. Yes, perhaps you are the sort of chap I might bring into my confidence. I have a man who works for me. Sebastian's his name. I've contracted him to take care of things in the Boyle. If you're the sort of man who's interested in assisting in that sort of endeavor, have a drink at Caleb's. He's usually around. All right, a few more questions. Government. Is there a king? Unified Kingdom. A few more questions. Okay. I might have to do the thing with Sebastian in order to get the quest that I want. Major industries. Maybe this does it too. Toronto has many industries. We are the foundation of Arcanum's economic stability. With Gilbert Bates here in town, we supply more steam engines and technological machinery than the rest of the continent combined. Along with the railroad and our shipyards, we control the lion's share of product and resource export for all of Arcanum. Is no city rival Toronto? Of course not. We are superior in all aspects of commerce, but one might mention Caledon just in passing. They are an upstart kingdom and nothing more. I see. Oh, there we go. Willowsby's job. My job, many responsibilities, blah, blah, blah. As of late, negotiations with Caledon. Perfect. What's the Unified Kingdom? I don't know. Really, have they agreed to do so already? No. We hit a barrier in the negotiations and we're not quite sure what to do. We're in desperate need of a skilled diplomat to approach the King's advisors with our newest proposals and to make sure that their decision is to recommend Caledon join us. We're having trouble finding a man with the skills necessary to do so. Maybe I'm the individual? You know, I thought I recognized you. Word has floated down from Ashbury about your speech concerning the building of that monument. You were successful, yes? I thought so. You might just be the man we're looking for. I can't emphasize enough the sensitivity of these negotiations. The individual we choose must be well versed in all of the issues involved. I'm up to it. I have 20 intelligence and max skill. I see. Well, perhaps I will send you if you're acceptable of my terms. You'll be paid a sum equal to your performance. If in fact you are successful in convincing the King's advisors to agree to membership in the kingdom, if I find your performance acceptable, I will also train you to be a master in the persuasive arts. And how will it be rated? Well, in any negotiation, there's a compromise. You'll be given a dossier which outlines the articles of membership in the kingdom. The less you have to compromise on those articles, the more money you will be paid. Are we clear? Dunzo. Now, when you're ready, go to Caledon. Here's the dossier I mentioned. Read it carefully. You will need to know intimately before the meeting with the king's advisors. Renard will tell you where to meet me once the negotiations are done. And remember, these negotiations are very sensitive. Speak to no one about them. Understood? Yes, of course. I'm departing. Oh, excuse me there, my good man. I couldn't help but notice you came from the offices of Mr. Edward Willowsby. It's been quite an important piece of business. Who are you to be asking? Oh, I'm just concerned, citizen. I know Mr. Willowsby is involved in much of what goes on in our fair city, so I make it my business to know his business. And who is he talking to? You didn't answer. Who are you? I am just a concerned individual. Alright, well, what exactly are you insinuating? Nothing. It's only that a man might be talking to Mr. Willowsby, and then Mr. Willowsby might tell you something. And the next thing you know, you're involved in something you don't completely understand. Something political, perhaps? Do you know what I'm talking about? I don't know. Awfully protective, aren't you? Fine, we're... I see you walked into Willowsby's office only a little while ago, and now you're privy to delicate national information. Not that I don't appreciate your candor in the matter, my friend, but don't you feel that it's just a little strange? I don't find it odd at all. That's interesting, friend. I mean, you're an outsider, you just arrived. Well, this guy is insinuating way too much. Who did you say you were? My name is Heinrich Jenks. I represent a concerned citizens on the power structure. All right. Can I assume that you believe Mr. Willowsby is not doing so? You might say that. I know that he's currently involved in negotiations with Caledon. All right. And you think Caledon's membership is a bad idea? Let's look at the facts. Toronto is the most powerful. We have all the resources. And Caledon has very little. So you're saying that joining them just makes us poorer. Allowing a kingdom like Caledon to join us, Caledon is dependent on us for resources, and if they are allowed to join the unified kingdom, we lose that advantage. I see your point. Don't get me wrong, it's men like Mr. Willowsby who made Toronto what it is. Men with vision. At what price? It's another story for another time and not mine to tell. Let us just say the Tarentian monarchy was one of the victims of the Industrial Council's vision. As in any war, there are casualties. I don't know if you respect them. Alright. I guess Willowsby is involved in the plot. That'll be interesting. If you respect him, why question it now? Power does strange things to people. I'm just paraphrasing here. This is a lot to read. What's he stand to gain? Manufacturing concessions, tax advantages. Caledon would do just about anything for a businessman who holds the power to push this agreement through. Perhaps. What do you suggest can be done? See, two men can have a nice logical conversation. I've agreed to nothing. Now I said that you have. I'm just making an observation. What do you have in mind? Yes, I've accepted it. Yeah, that's splendid, my friend. Just splendid. And that is... He wants me to assassinate the King of Caledon. Still listening. Yes, I pegged you for a patriot. We're in desperate need of men like you. Alright, well... First, you should try for the appointment for Mr. Willowsby, which I have already. Has it helped me? You know, special access to certain parts of the castle will be inaccessible. If you weren't, special envoy. The kitchen. Meet Vernon. Alright. If you succeed in assassinating King Farad, then return to Toronto and meet me at Grant's Tavern. I'll have heard about it, and will wait there every day until you return. You will be paid no less than 20,000 for your trouble. Agreed. Alright, I have to go. Conspiracy to kill King Farad. What are you talking about? Approached by a man named Jenks. Bloody hell, you've done the right thing, my boy. Where's this Jenks? Just outside the corner. Lorum, go out and take care of this traitor. We can't let this happen. Very good, sir. Grunt thanks you, friend. You've done us a great service. Lorum will make sure that nothing will come of this. Now, is there anything else I could help with? Nah. You are a man among men. Oh, after we walked away, it happened. I was beaten to death by the ogre. That's always fun. Hi, me like you. Me like you too. Let's go to the Hall of Records here. I want to find someone specific. I was gonna kill these rats. Oh, it's locked. Never mind. Pardon me, it'd be best if you could wait and speak with me in the morning. She must be off work. We need Renford H. Williger's address. Ask some questions. What manner of place is this? Can you tell me how many years the census has been kept? Only for the last 20. However, it should be noted we have records dating back as much as 200 years. Perfect. What type of information? Newspapers. Cool. Amazing. Storage requirements must be immense. Not as much as one might think. Before the automated printing press came into being 30 years ago, newspapers were created only every month. More questions. Can you help me find someone? May I have this individual's name? Renford A. Terwilliger. Clerk begins looking through the records. Wait, my apologies. He is not in Toronto. You check further back. Yes, sir. How far back do you wish to go? I think they said it was 150 years ago. Maybe, because Raven was 120 at the time. I'm gonna go with 150. Clerk begins looking. Apologies. Can you search some other dates? 50 to 100. Clerk begins looking. Here he is. I guess I was wrong on how long ago. Renford A. Terwilliger, human, born 1804. Born unknown, died 1804 here in Toronto. Well, this would explain why we're unable to locate him. Living. Do you want his obituary? Yes, please. Wait, here you are. Author of Senang, Horror Among the Dark Elves, was found dead in his home today. His death appears to have occurred among mysterious circumstances. The authorities are calling for further investigation. How dreadful. Alright, well, more questions. Are there any books in your archives? If it's books, go to the library. Okay, well, that's what we want then. Senang, Horror Among the Dark Elves. Stretch for a moment. I remember the lockpick. I remember the thing I was talking about before with the key. I think it's for this. Normally you have to use a fate point if you can't get mithril as a mage. But I think I can do it. Yeah, here we go. Because I made the key since I have so much mithril. Map to the place of voices. Cool. That's going to knock out another quest for us in just a minute, once we can teleport over there. First, we're going to go into this library and talk to the librarian. Membership. How much is it? Lifetime membership is 1,500. Here's the money. More questions. Do you have Senang, Horror Among the Dark Elves? Sounds spooky. Do you have it? Do you know who the author would be? Renford A. Terwilliger. Wait here. I'm sorry, but I was not able to find Senang Horror among the Dark Elves. However, I did find another book that may be of interest to you. What would that be? The book is titled Curse of Senang. It appears to be a book about the book you're looking for. Sounds interesting. Can I check it out? Yes, of course. She hands it to you. Thank you. Anything else? Nope. Curse of Senang by Kendrick Wales. All right. Fabled trip to Glimmering Forest. Oh, so 1804. It's currently 1889. I think our game started in like 1886 or something. So, you know, it's like, yeah, I guess 80 years back, the guy would have died. And then he would have met Raven before that. So, yeah, probably 150 years still. I was right. Kind of. Mr. Twilliger's account of his adventures in the Elven City of Kintara, our supposed discovery, no one can be sure. Most scholars and collectors assume Mr. Twilliger's book is a book of fiction. Very few copies ever published. Initial print run are scarce, but it's believed that no more than 100 were ever released to the public. 4 days after the book was shipped to Tarantian bookstores, the factory that printed it was burned to the ground. The owner was found murdered. 4 bookstores that had it all suffered the same fate. Only 15 copies were sold before the final store was destroyed. 15 copies were an immediate collector's item, but then every single one of the people who bought them all found strange things happening, and then they died. Unfortunately, their fears are all too justified. All of them were dead within 5 years of the initial publication. Indeed, they'd suffered what came to be known as the Curse of Senang. Mr. Terwilliger strangely enough, lived a relatively long life. Cursed in his own way to witness the evil fruits of his labors, he saw himself as the cause of these horrors and wrote extensively of it within his memoirs. The following is an excerpt from them, only days before he died. If I had the courage, I never would have told anyone. Until just a few short months ago, it was thought that there were no remaining copies. After an exhaustive investigation, I found that this is not the case. There is one copy left, owned by Mr. Philip Misk, which was thought to have perished 50 years ago. Now, with new evidence presented by a reliable source, I've discovered that Mr. Misk's son, Victor Misk of Caledon, still has the copy in his possession and is hiding it for fear that the curse will again visit his family. All right. Well, to Mr. Misk we go. But before we do that, I'm going to stop at one spot on a side quest to this Place of Lost Voices. I'm gonna hop in here real quick. I don't think there's anything to clear out, but maybe I'm wrong. As you see, we got these 3 little drums here, and I don't want them in my inventory any longer than I have. Oh, okay. Faded symbol carved onto the drum's surface. Old drum seems to have a key, and this one has a book. So symbol key book. Requires additional machinery to operate. Oh, that was not right. And do that over and over. Nope. You hear a sound, very faint and broken, but it might be a voice. Okay, well, let's do the next one. All right, let's try one more. Okay, well, that's kind of cool. Find the Book of Durin's Truth. Well, fortunately, I don't think I can do much else with that. Unless the book happens to be in the library. I guess we can check, because it should only take a moment to run back there. To the university. Back to the library and see if they have Durin's Truth. Come to peruse the books. Nope. Tell me about your facilities. King, Toronto, go on. Got some more questions. I must go. Well, it looks like the book was not there. So we'll just head on over to Caledon. We are going for a book collector after all, so maybe it's going to be there. Didn't mean to prowl. While we're over here, I think we're going to do the Master Persuasion quest as well. Probably do that one first, because then I can just trash this dossier. Also go through their sewers. I do want to read this at least once. All right, there are 10 important points you need to take into consideration when speaking with the King's advisors. The first issue is the construction of a railroad in Caledon. Of course, the Industrial Council would like to control all aspects of railroads, but we understand the position of the advisors to share ownership of both the railroad and the train station. Offer this and see what they say. Under no circumstances are you to give them control over both. All right. Second issue involves the use of magic within Caledon. As you know, Toronto is very forward-thinking and technological, whenever possible, controlled magic where it's practiced. Although Caledon is a modern city, there are members of the council who still hold on to an antiquated belief in the old ways. Although they don't want magic users to have special privileges, they do want people to continue to have the freedom to practice magic. A moderate stance on this issue is recommended. One of the more delicate issues will be the status of the Bates Steam Engine Company. The advisors understand the importance of technology and want the Bates Company opening a factory there. But they're also concerned about the domination by Bates of their own companies, and so are leery about giving Bates trade privileges. You should recommend that Bates be given limited trade concessions within Caledon, but not unlimited freedoms. On the other hand, they don't want anything in the agreement that would deter the Bates Company from developing Caledon, so be very careful about what the terms of this agreement are. These are all moderate stances so far. Status of the Caledonian military is a very important issue, both to us and them. We would like a full military dismantling, but it would take a skilled negotiator to convince them of that. According to intelligence, the advisors would prefer that half of their military is sent to unified battalions, which is in line with standard unified kingdom membership practices. The advisors will be happy about this because they spend less on defense, but don't fully leave themselves vulnerable. They do not want to keep a full standing army. Be careful when speaking of these issues. The success of the negotiations might hinge on it. All right. Unified Kingdom membership tax is usually a closed issue, but considering the strength and size of Caledon, we may want to bend the rules for them. Toronto would enjoy seeing Caledon pay an even heftier tax than anyone, but I think that moderation here will win the day. We've been told that Caledon would enjoy a reprieve from the tax for 5 years and then a reduced rate afterwards, but this may be giving too much. Use your best judgment. If you need this issue to tip the scales in your favor, then do so. All right. The issue of discontinued use of Caledon currency is pretty well worked out. Everyone will be happy if you propose that Caledon use her currency for another 5 years and then switch to the unified gold standard. If you feel things are going well, then maybe push for a lesser timetable of 2 or 3 years, or even an immediate switch. Do not allow them continued use after 5 years. Anything beyond this would be a serious blow to our economic stability. Shipping routes that Caledon currently controls are of great importance to the kingdom. They are a great source of Caledon's trading power, and they generate a lot of wealth through the use of tolls on foreign ships. Advisors are going to want to hold on to those tolls as long as possible, and we, of course, are going to want them removed as soon as possible. Offer them 5 to 10 years. Do not allow them to stay in place beyond that. It compromises the morale between other UK members, as well as costing them unnecessary fees. Labor unions are a sensitive issue. You probably know the problems we have in Toronto. We're very interested in avoiding those same issues in Caledon, but there are those who believe that unions represent a positive step for workers' rights. So tread carefully. I think they would be happy if labor unions were legal, but had limited operating rights in the city walls. Only a truly skilled mediator would be able to convince them otherwise. The issue of the number of votes Caledon will have in the Parliament should be academic, but you should not, unless absolutely necessary, offer them anything but the standard initial 2 votes, followed by an increase to 3 votes after 5 years or membership. If there was a way to limit them to 2 votes indefinitely, we would be very happy, but you'd have to speak very convincingly to do so. The final issue concerns the Caledonian farmers. As you might know, Toronto is very dependent on them for grain, and they have prospered greatly because of hefty export taxes. Caledon will want to keep this so long as possible. You'll have to decide what is best when dealing with this issue. The sooner the tax is lifted, the better. Use this final issue as a bargaining chip if necessary. Good luck. I'll see you in Caledon. Alright, well, let's just try this. Oh, who's this guy? Greetings, I'm Renard. Been expecting you. You were sent from Mr. Willowsby. Yep. Yes, of course you are. Renard lowers his voice. You're not from Caledon, no. I hate this place. Pit of vipers. He spits on the ground. I'm a politician, and I know that sometimes the game is hard. But these Caledonians, I've never seen so much backbiting and bootlicking in all my days. Do you have any advice? Hold on to your wallet. So much money passes from hand to hand here. I've received bribes from beggars. Bless me, I have. I pray to the gods I survived this wicked place. Alright. I've never had a more terrible time, no matter. You'll proceed straight through these doors into the inner courtyard. The guards will be instructed to let you pass once you have finished. Alright, and then once you walk through those doors, there's another doors, and the advisors will begin asking you questions. Once you finish the negotiations, you will obtain the signed agreement from them and leave the premises immediately. Willowsby will be right here to meet you. Sounds clear enough. Some personal advice. You will no doubt be approached by a few persons on your way to the advisor's chamber. These individuals will represent various interests here in Caledon and will attempt to sway your position on any number of points detailed in the CA. And so do not speak with them. Take no money from them, and for the love of God, do not change your position on any of the points. The very economic future hinges on it. Yep, good day. Basically, so we went through those points. You can do kind of a mix of like which ones you want to give concessions on, and essentially take a whole bunch of bribes. And then if you still do well enough, Willowsby will give you some things as well, like each of these guys. And to be perfectly honest, I don't care about any of the money. Of course, how can I help you? What's your way of thinking? Given 900 gold pieces. I didn't even listen to what he wanted. Dear sir, I'm grateful for your time today and would very much appreciate a few moments of your time to clarify the remaining points in the articles of membership. Um, Once we have answered our questions, then we will vote as to what our positions concerning Caledon's membership in the UK. Can we begin? Sure. What's transposition on the issue of the construction of a railroad? Oh, geez. I don't remember. They could have one ownership of one thing, but not both. Toronto owns the railroad, Caledon owns the station. Subject to magic. Can be regulated where it happens. One of the technological trade issues. Limited trade concessions. And the military, half army and half navy. So-called membership tax. I'm gonna give them no tax followed by a reduced rate. Well, and give them a concession on something. I think they said they didn't really care on this point. Like, I can give them this, and then reduce their votes. Caledon gets her currency for 3 years. Caledon shipping routes. Book toll for 10 years. Labor unions. Limited rights. Number of votes. 2 votes only. Well known that Toronto is dependent on Caledon for grain, and they make a lot of their money through taxes. What concessions will be made? Concession is they can pay a heavier tax. Stand for 5 years. Thank you. Give us a moment. Of course. After some deliberation, we've decided to accept the terms outlined here and to recommend membership in the Unified Kingdom. We'll make the King waive a decision. He'll be leaving immediately for Toronto. Thank you once again for your time. We shall speak with His Majesty about this as soon as possible. Thank you. Good day. Yeah, could not care less. All I want is the master negotiation. Hello there. Well done. Well done. Heard that you secured an agreement. Let me have a look. Here it is. Interesting. I must say, you've done quite well here. Not perfect, but when do you ever get everything you want? He laughs, patting you back on the shoulder. I'm most impressed with your work here. I'm going to pay you 7,000 for your skilled negotiation. And master, of course. There you have it. Secrets of Persuasion. Cool. Said you'll be remembered. Is that another reputation? Just Persuasion Master. Master. At least I be pretty formidable with all that mastery. 2 more points. You get some willpower. You get some willpower. And I should have turned off these auto levels so I could give him willpower. And you also get some willpower. But what do I spend my points on? Could start going up to Master Prowler, doesn't really matter. Go to Master Haggle. Gambling is useless. Go Master Picklock, doesn't really matter. I'm almost tempted to start going up Master Heal just so that Jaina can be decent. Anyways, we're going to go over to the Misk household, which is up here. I think it's... Oh, it's not that one. It's over here. I think it's this. Grey Wolf Terrace. Yeah, here we go. Human city dweller. Oh, it's wonderful to take your hand, sir. Who are you? The youngish one before you is in dark blue gown, small hat and veil, strikingly beautiful. There is a deep shade of amber, her eyes ice blue, but a little swollen and red. You surmise she's been crying. I'm Lillian Misk, the wife of the late Victor Misk. Victor Misk. He's dead? Yep, just recently passed. We put him in the ground not 4 days ago. I'm sorry for your loss. You have a moment? Certainly. I'd like to talk about that book in the display case. Oh, that's called the Book of Durin's Truth, an ancient dwarven tome, I believe. It was one of Victor's most prized possessions. I'm in need of that book. Can I procure it? Why on earth would you need that very book? You see, I'm searching for the Ironclad. An interesting quest, my friend. Perhaps I might be interested in selling it after all, or you're interested in buying it. How much? Oh, we call it 1,500. Thank you. There you go. And Horror Among the Dark Elves. What would you like to know about the book? How did it get out that Victor still owned a copy? I don't know. We had kept his secret for so very long. Only Victor and I knew, as well as some of our servants, but none of them would have ever said anything. They're like family to us, and I've always treated them so well. Well, perhaps they were bribed. I know. We did ask all of them, but all of them denied any complicity in the matter. I trust them all, and besides I have no proof to the contrary. I suppose I'd be grateful if someone were to look into the matter. Well, I would be happy to offer my services. Any help would be appreciated. The servants are around the house. Feel free to speak with them. Alright, I'll do that. More questions about Victor. What happened? He drowned. They found him down by the docks, washed up on the shore. We hadn't seen him for days. But he had been that way for the past few months. What do you mean that way? He became unbalanced in the last few months of his life. He can't have delusions, frequent anxiety attacks ever since they released that cursed book. In the Curse of Sinang by Kendrick Wales. Yep. Yes, once the book was released here in Caledon, he became convinced he was going to be the next victim of that so-called curse. I tried to comfort him, tell him it was all an author's conjecture, but he just wouldn't listen. They got my dad, now they're coming for me. We buried him a month later. Where was the funeral? Caledon Cemetery, northwest of here. Nari Temple. Was anyone strange at the funeral? Not that I remember. Friends, family, all that. Questions about the book? What would you like to know? Just still have a copy. No. Up until the last 2 weeks, Victor carried it on his person all the time. Then one day he came home and told us he had hidden it somewhere that only he and his old dad would know. We all thought it very strange. By then there wasn't much about Victor that wasn't. Question about Victor. What sort of delusions? Good, so the people were following him in. That hooded and robed figures would appear all around him, staring at him, watching him. He said that they would approach him, demanding the book and threatening horrible things if he wouldn't give it to them. Almost exactly what had been described as happening to previous owners of the book. Alright, you ever saw any of this? No, I believe all those old stories drove him mad. There were an ungodly number of collectors, but they're all polite and professional. Where's... Oh, okay, we already know where he's buried. So we are going to talk to these people after we loot our book. Yeah, here. All right. Let's talk to this guy. Greetings. Might I be of service? Yes, who are you? I am Wesley Carrington, the butler here. I have a few questions about the book. Eyes widen slightly. You mean Curse of Sinang, that rubbish? I'm surprised you'd have the audacity to mention the name of it in this house, especially knowing what happened. Forgive me, I'm looking into the matter for Miss Misk. Are you insinuating that I might have something to do with it? I didn't say that. Perhaps you might be able to help me. Looks relieved. Good, good. Loyal servant for many years. I'd hate to think that Miss Misk no longer trusted me. Anything you know that might help me? He looks around. Now, I'm not one to talk bad about people. If you're looking for a place to begin your search, then I go no further than Brenda the maid. She may not look it, but he almost whispers, a half-orc. You just never know. Interesting theory. Is there anything else you can tell me besides that you're a racist? No, it just infuriates me. I have to do my best. But what's this? Passport reads, Wesley Carrington, 25, Dragon's Turnabout, Caledon. Well, let's loot it. Let's also take a look at him. Okay. Alright. Hello, sir. How might I help you? Who are you? Yes, I am Brenda, the maid. She seems to struggle with her words. She has a thick, orcish accent, I see. Can I ask some questions? Certainly. What about Curse? She seems very nervous. Why you ask about that bad book? That book drive Mr. Misk to his death. I want to talk about it. I'm investigating. What do you want to know? Do you know how Mr. Wales found out that Mr. Misk had the book? No, I know nothing about that. I love Mr. Misk. Miss Misk, I never do anything to hurt them. She seems flustered. I'm not accusing you. She calms down a little. I know nothing. I just do my job. Try to make money for my family. She's agitated. I know nothing. I just wish Mr. Misk would come. Poor girl. She also has nothing on her. And I cannot open that. What about this? She has money. And nothing else. Alright, well, we have this lead. Dragon's Turnabout. Oh, wait, it's, Dragon's Turnabout Caledon. I was thinking it was in a different city for some reason. Alright. So, we need to find Dragon's Turnabout. I'm guessing it's the houses up north. There's a dragon. Another dragon. There we go. 25 dragon. And a note. Dear Mr. Carrington, enclosed is the payment I've agreed upon. Elmer Burbottom. Well, let's try a record search again. We might have to do it in Toronto, but we'll check and see if there's one in this city first. I remember there's a few offices over by the prison that might have something. I'm also just going to question the butler first. What can you tell me about Elmer Burbottom, Wesley? He looks immediately worried. How do you... His face then goes hard. Have you been going through my personal belongings, sir? Will I be forced to call on the authorities? Sir. Oh, I've just been asking around. You have something to worry about, or just answer? I've been asking around. Nothing at all. I just don't appreciate your accusations, sir, and I don't like you peering into my personal business. I recommend you don't do so again. I have nothing left to talk about. Please leave this house now. Okay. He's gonna be like that. That's fine. I'll get it out of him. Let's see. Wait. So this one is the headquarters, zoo, prison, Saints Avenue. Oh, that's a newspaper. So what's this one? Telegraph. Would you like to send one? Not today. Didn't do this first. Just because it's a quick little one-stop thing. Ancient iron device. Oh, can I not open it? Check the book again. Let's see, Book of Durin's Truth. Search you for the truths of Durin. Do you seek the stone in shape, then walk the path, know the path, follow in its wake? Have you found the place of voices? Have you heard the message clear? Blah, blah, blah. Next, travel to the Vault of Iron and bring with you the key of glass. The door swings wide, and there inside you'll find your truth at last. Do I need to make another copy of that key? The key of glass. That one was iron key. Perhaps there's a glass key that I didn't loot out of this place. Let's look real quick. I would have thought I would have been able to loot something.
Listen well to the words passed down from the Iron One. Find the Book of Durin's Truth, for within its pages lies the key that you seek.
Okay, well there was no loot there, unless maybe it was on the ground and someone looted it. Nope. Last key then, huh? I don't know where that would be. Well, I'll think about that. Maybe we'll figure it out. We'll work on that. We're going to go over here and go talk to Homer Burbottom. We could get his address. We could get his address somewhere, but I already happen to know where it is. Unless I have to do it to trigger something. You're indeed welcome. May I ask who you are? My name is Kendrick Wales, learned scholar and author, and you are Umbrella. Can I ask you some questions? Certainly. I need to talk with you about Senang or Victor Miss had a copy. Why do you want to know? Who was it? His face goes stony. You don't expect me to reveal my sources, do you? Do you think I'd violate my own journalistic integrity? That's my business. I understand. I want to talk to you about Sinang. What you possibly want with that dreadful place. I really need to find it. Then you read my book. The point is that no one knows where it is. There's supposed to be a map to the place in Horror among the Dark Elves, but the only remaining copy is being held by Victor Misk. Caledonian Book Club. I see. What's it about? Interesting. I'm looking. Who told you? Alright, fine. Nothing here. Let's look for Elmer Burbottom then. All of records. I have some more questions. Can you help me locate someone? More Elmer Burbottom. Let's see. Ashbury, 14 Trellis Way. Thank you, and goodbye. I'm gonna try one more thing for the glass key. The chance it's in here. It's not there. No glass keys. What's for the layer of Belogrim? A replica of the skull of Belogrim, the last of the great dragon's body, was discovered in 1756. A small map showed where. So, if the chest came from his lair, maybe there's a glass key in here as well. It was the final resting place of Belogrim. The cave was discovered by Ginsberg or something in 1756. We have the nice little touristy part of this dragon lair. That's a very, very dead dragon. What's this? It's to me like a secret. How do I attack? Go. Uh-oh, enemies. They're sealed in with nothing more than a couple of crates. I like there's actually just gold on the floor to loot. Makes it feel more like a dragon lair. Oh, shoot, Jane is in trouble. She also just got her armor seriously messed up. Well, she used the regular heal on herself. Jerk. Alright, well, I guess I'm not making more heal items until I either loot one in here or get back to a place where I can buy one. Which would mean I need a tech chest, and I don't think I'm going to get one of those in here. No necklace either. I think it's just another those bad necklaces that someone's using. With the +2 beauties. Look back here. There's also one chest that's different from the rest. Book and money. What's in the book? Last Testament of Krakatur. Here, the last of my words. I'm in hiding, shunned by the world because of my unbridled power, hunted because they fear what they cannot understand. 10 years, Arcanum is coward at the mere mention of my name. Well, they should. If I given another 10 years or 1,000, I would rain down death and terror until my dying breath. He's basically talking about he went through some spell that turned him into a dragon. Damnation of his family for 7 generations as part of the spell. And he also killed Belgrade, which is how he got the blood that he needed. Okay. Good for him. But nothing we can do. I thought we might have the glass key there. I don't know where to get it in this case. Oh, whatever. It's 12 Trellis Way, I think, in Ashbury. And 25 is where we met. Not Trelliger, but Hendrik Wales. So first things first, run in here and buy a cure-all. Oh, she needs a cocoa leaf and a poppy flower to do it. Because it's not the cure-all she uses, it's the wonder drug. Alright. Well, to be perfectly honest, I don't really want to run back to loot everything, so we're just going to make a million healing items here. Even though she also used... Oh, no, she didn't use a cure-all, I just removed it. Oh. That. And I'll just let her have the rest of those, and I'll take the cure-alls. I'm sure she'll use them eventually. So 14, 12 Harbor View, 12 Trellis Way. That is not the house. It was 14. Oh, look at that. Someone just teleported away. Party members. Out of the way. I thought the gnome was supposed to be dying. Oh, there he is. Gnome villager. Help me, please. What has happened here? I was attacked. I've been wounded. It hurts. Oh, God, it hurts. Who are you? How can I help? I'm Kendrick Wales. Perhaps you've heard of the book. Yes. I mean, perhaps this isn't the best time, but I'm looking for Mr. Elmer Burbottom. Why are you looking for him? Kendrick pulled out his hand. He listened. I don't have much time. The weapon used on me, I think it was magical. I can feel the life leaving me even now. He closed his eyes, his teeth clenching against the pain. I am Elmer Burbottom. I don't understand. Kendrick Wales is a pen name. I don't think anyone would buy a book named Burbottom. It seems so trivial. So you paid Wesley for the information. Yes, and now it seems that the death of Victor Misk is on my head as well. It seems none of us can escape the curse, perhaps not even you. I'll go get you some help. Sorry, my friend. Tell the widow Misk I'm sorry. Kendrick, hold on. And he died. All right. I'll go back here. And talk to Lillian Misk. Oh, look, the butler's gone. Oh, nice. Hello, Miss Misk. Do you have a moment? I find out who sold the information. You have. Who was it? The butler did it. I see. Well, I suppose you just never know about people, even the ones closest to you. Perhaps there was some justice in his untimely death. Thank you for your help. What do you mean, untimely death? Haven't you heard? He was found in his home a few days ago, a knife buried in his heart. Perhaps there was something to that curse after all. I thank you for your help in the matter. My pleasure. A few questions. Good day to you. Moment. Ask about it. Copy. Doesn't matter. I don't want to talk. Okay. Well, we are going to go grave robbing, which means we need to wait for it to be nighttime. Combinations and magic for the adept. Completely blank book. Glad to know it was worth my hassle to steal. Yeah, Brenda can see me. Alright. Got everything I need. We now get to see Virgil run off for a few minutes.
Excuse me. I'll just be a moment.
Here lies Victor Misk. During the shovel all game just for this. Skull and a book.
Oh, I'm sorry. I had something to do here. I'm ready to go when you are.
What are you doing here? Whose grave is this?
Nothing. This is someone I used to know. Many years ago. I just thought I should stop by and pay my respects.
That's nice, Virgil. Lawrence Brumman, was he a friend of
Lawrence
yours?
was my friend. We grew up together. In Tarant, actually. Our families moved to Caledon when we were older. He died in an accident. Terrible accident.
What happened?
I don't want to talk about it. Please, let's just be on our way.
Oh, putting some things together here between this and his gang past. Why don't you just tell me?
Perhaps another time. What is it that you want of me?
Fine, Virgil. I get it. Alright, you were a bad person. And I mean, you still are, but you were a bad person too. See nothing up here other than the Panari Church. So let's read our book that we just stole. Purchase the Roseberry gift shop. A fake mine. Okay. How Nazardin defeated nefarious Aranax. Use it. Hmm. Well, what's this guy have to say? Greetings, dwarf. Who are you? Bingham Schulfist, the Gravekeeper. Doesn't sound like a dwarven name. It's not. I grew up in Caledon. Although I do have a true dwarven name, my family doesn't care at all for ancient dwarven history. We're city dwarves and proud of it. It's a new world, and most dwarves around here like it that way. Of course, there is my neighbor's boy. What was his name? Malcolm Schulfist? Best? I think it was always making up things about his ancient clan and whatnot. Hey, hold on a minute. There he is. Is it Bingham? There he is. Malcolm. He points at Magnus. We haven't seen you for 50 years. Where have you been off to? You're talking about him? Yeah, that's him. So good to see you, Malcolm. Where were you? Off on another one of those crazy quests to find our lost clan? Bingham winks at you. Little Malcolm. What an imagination. Wait a moment. Magnus?
Let's humor this old fool for a while. He might be able to help us. And if playing along with this delusion...
Alright, of course. Don't you know him?
City dwarf? Of course not. I am a dwarf of the old tradition. I care little for these dwarves who forget their history and their heritage.
Alright, he knows who you are.
What? You must be joking. Look at him. He's growing soft. And his beard. I'd go so far as to say he probably trims it.
Alright, well, you're probably right.
It's too far.
Alright. Just staying in character. Bingham might ask you some questions. And you got Misk. Whatever for. I wish I could tell you. I do get the sense that you're a fairly honest fellow. Alright, I'll help you. Here's what you need to do. First, take this shovel. Alright, thank you. I don't need the shovel. It can just sit out there. Or I guess one of my guys can loot it. There's nothing there. I think this is going to aggro him. Maybe not, but I did fail it despite being a master. Let's wait until morning then. You don't get... the book binding says it's fake. All I can think is that the real one is at the Roseboro gift shop. Oh. Yeah, that is never unlocking, is it? What do you know about Roseboro gift shop? Roseboro, I've only been there once. Victor and I traveled there once to visit the grave of his father. I've never been there since. Small town, rather boring. I'll show you where it is. Thank you. Okay. That kind of tells me what's going on. Oh, I think I remember where the glass key is, too. I don't know if I can get into it right now, but it's right over here. Short run. This might be something I have to do later on, though. Maybe I can get into it now. Oh, look at that. Is that loot on the ground? Nope. But it is a stone marker, isn't it? Hey, there is something out here. A stone vault looks ancient. The inscription on its face reads, "You must know the word that opens all doors." Ah, that's nice. I don't know, though. I would assume it's the Elvish word. Right. Now let's go try... Eat, drink, and be merry. Owen Moore. Philip Misk. More skulls and more books. Senang, Horror Among the Dark Elves. I dedicate this to my dearest Raven. I would gladly face again these horrors and 1,000 others for only another moment. How sweet. Dearest reader, blah blah blah, no one cares. I mean, it is neat backstory, but I'm not going to read the whole book out. We are, however, I'm going to go back to Toronto and dump all of this in our little book bag. Box, book, whatever it is. Oh, we also need a Malokian hand, which we've already got. To Sinang it is. Oh, can't teleport. Interesting. Well, guess we'll walk from the poacher camp. And their corpses all decayed into loot. Cool. Alright, here are some dark elves. Let's speak to them. Yes, is there a problem? I'm here to see Mingarad. You are aware of the procedure. Where is your amulet? Here it is. You're most gracious. Thank you. I might lose all of Virgil's equipment at the end of this, so I just want to make sure that he is not using anything important. Everything he has is fully replaceable, although I am probably going to try and take it off of him. This town is essentially the evil or dark elf version of Kintara. There are a couple quests here. Too sure a pleasure, is it? Who are you? What do you need? What can you tell me about dark elves? Ask again and I'll show you something about it. That's nice. She is so friendly. Who are these two? They seem interesting. Very nice to meet you. How about you? Oh, nothing. She is a possible follower,
Greetings.
but
It's a pleasure to meet you.
I can't have her join me. One, she's magic, two, she's evil.
I am Zan Alurin, warrior priestess of the Dark Elves. And who are you, stranger? You've never before seen the trees of Senang. Of that, I am certain. Honesty. You surprise me. You take a large risk in exposing yourself to me, especially considering what you are.
No, honestly, it's the only real truth.
Impressive. That is a lesson that few learn in this life, although it seems so very, very simple. Oftentimes we walk in the shadows while trying to see the light, afraid of facing it before we really understand it. But both the journey and the goal are important, and rarely can we separate the two.
Yeah, I agree. So, what do you seek?
I see things. When you walked into Senang, I saw something around you. A great
What are you
lattice
seeking?
of wood. What do you know of the Dark Elves? Do you know the differences between us and our
I know
cousins
of the
in
philosophical differences.
Then you know that the Dark Elves, like Aranax, want Arcanum to once again be ruled by elves, and elves only. They will stop.
You keep saying they. Aren't you a dark elf, Xanaloran?
Yes, I am. I am a Dark Elf. Sometimes that is a burden. I don't know exactly what I believe anymore. I see visions, and these visions tell me that there is something very wrong with what the Dark Elves are working for. Something very wrong with all that they have done.
What have they
I
done?
can say no more. All I can tell you is that I do not know if my place is here among them, and that somehow my answers lie with you, and where you are going. But I won't lie about my
All right,
loyalties.
well, let's speak of this later. Unfortunately, she is not going to be able to survive. Happen. Who are you? It's enlightening to me. Magically just. So there's that thing up top with that ogre. We'll do his thing in a moment. It looks like that's all that's left in here. Was the follower, and then that. So maybe not quite as much content. Either way, let's go see Mingarod. Hey, Dark Elf Noble.
When my guards informed me a foot soldier of the Malokian Hand was here to see me, I couldn't guess what you could possibly have to speak with me about.
Well, I've come to report on the search for the blimp crash survivor.
Judging from the Hand's famed reputation, I assume you were here to tell me that the survivor has been located and eliminated.
Just use the honest one.
Ah, the blimp survivor. I must say, I admire your courage, walking into the lion's den, as it were. I suppose it wouldn't hurt to tell you everything, as you will be dead in a few minutes regardless. What would you like to know before you die?
Where are all those dwarves?
The Black Mountain clan were banished to the Void to construct a technological gate to weaken the wards separating our world from the Void. When they are finished, Aranax will make his triumphant return and set this world right.
Okay, using baits in your scheme was a stroke of genius.
After all those years of trying to concoct a plausible excuse to banish a group of dwarves, that young fool stumbles in there and walks away with their cherished technology. Aranax himself couldn't have dreamed up a better scenario.
Stenar's escape could have seriously compromised your plans.
We knew Stenar would try to contact Bates, and Bates has enough wealth and power to make problems for us. He could possibly have even purchased himself enough mages to shore up the wards for years to come.
Well, why hasn't Aranax returned? Stenar made it through.
Stenar had absolutely no magical aptitude. He was able to slip through the smallest opening without any danger to himself. If someone of Aranax's magical power were to attempt to come through before the rift was big enough, it would be an excruciating death, to say the least. If you mean going to meet your maker, you are correct. It is time for you to die.
That's too bad. I was hoping I could have a more pleasant conversation with her. The only one in here? Oh, where are the others? Dark Elf Guard. And Mingarod has nothing to loot, sadly. Neither do the guards, or at least nothing that I care about looting. Hey, someone else to talk to. Neat. I know who you are. The man before you is thin, wiry, with gray, wolfish eyes. He fingers a dagger on his belt. I'm sorry, what are you talking about? The man laughs. You wear the amulet of the Malokian hand. You show no respect to your master. No masters, you obviously know nothing. Ah, a valiant attempt, my friend. I'd have done the same thing myself had I been in your position. His face goes still. Now, I'd know that my ruse hadn't worked. Did you really think the hand wouldn't recognize its prey? We've been looking for you a long time, stranger, so you do know who I am. Who are you? How slightly. I am Gideon Lair, first blade of the Malokian hand. I have sought you for a long time, and here you are, having walked into my very arms. Interesting indeed. Yes, indeed. I'm curious, why did the Malokian hand want to kill me? Or, I find it interesting that you're a mere whipping boy for the Dark Elves. Why do you want to kill me? Why else? We are assassins, my friend. We've been contracted to kill you. Is there anything else that need be said? Why? What did I do? Sadly, you've done nothing at all. The original contract was for a dwarf named Stenner Rockcutter, who was posing as a gnome when he boarded the IFS Zephyr. And unfortunately for you, you spoke to the dwarf and so involved yourself in his affairs. We've been hunting you ever since. Oh. Sorry, I've got to... Let me adjust the volume on something real quick. Their Twitch rate happened. Volume's different. Okay. All right. So why do the Dark Elves want to kill Stone and Rockcutter, or wrong place, wrong time? Just ask. Why? Alright, well, that is not important to me. The Hand are assassins. We provide a service, which we perform very well. And we are paid for that service upon completion of our contract. Nothing else is important, my friend. The Hand has no conscience or morality. We are death. That death has now come to you. So the Hand are worshippers of Aranax. Aranax? What the hell does Aranax have to do with any of this? He's returning. Dark Elves are involved. Tell him everything. Interesting. You can see that Gideon isn't quite sure if he believes you. It seems that perhaps I might have some things to look into. He glances toward the home of Mingurad. As for you, I'm not quite sure what to do with you. Well, I'd say you're working for the wrong side, or let's say wrong side. Perhaps. He thinks a moment. I will not kill you today. I will see if there is any truth to what you say. If there is not, you will be dead before long, and if there is, well, you may end up dead as well. I give you only today, and today only. Farewell. Let's see. There is one option where he fully rescinds the contract, and I guess we failed that. I think. Yeah. Oh well. I guess that's fine. We're now going to let loose a huge rampage on this city. Who are you? What are you doing here? Me Mog, slave. Me is Mog, slave here. Slave, is that why you've not destroyed this insulting creature? Looks extremely frustrated. Want kill much. Hate elves. All these here, very bad to us. No can fight, big spell, big magic, make no fight. Make much pain. He's holding you through magic. Yep, very strong. Me want him dead. Yes, can stop magic, must kill Taval, but he can't do it. Alright, can anyone kill him? No need to be me, he just need die. Spell broke. Do you kill him? Yeah. I'll see what I can do. Oh. Was he not the slave keeper? I thought he was.
An impressive attack.
There we go. I killed your master. Well, it may have been a magically held chest. That's no match for a gun. So much XP we just lost out. Oh, are we in combat too? Oh, I guess so. Enemy of Sinang. Should you enter Sinang again, you should be prepared for a violent end. Really? A violent end for me. They're the ones who just got murdered. Alright, let's do the last fight right here. Yes, Virgil, what is it?
I have to leave. There's something I need.
What are you talking about, Virgil?
I'm sorry things have to be this way. I stayed with you as long as I could. I tried to forget. But it burns within me. Won't leave me alone. I have to go to Caledon. If I can, I'll return to you. If not, well, I wish you the best of luck.
Alright, after Caledon, and then he will return. That's nice. Virgil, please, just tell me and let me help.
I'm sorry. I have no choice. I can no longer live with it.
Well,
I must go and forgive you, but I must go.
screw you, Virgil. You want these guards to die, though. There we go. We are going to have to get Virgil back here, basically, as the next thing we do. These guys have some pretty insane evasion, too. And then Virgil, you know, of course, left before we could even do anything about it. You have combat now? No? Who's left? Oh, one more down there. Oh, cannot teleport. Alright. We'll just walk away a little bit, and then we will teleport down to Caledon. Got one more restore life. Although I would like to buy another. I don't know if this town sells it, though. Never remember if it has a... Okay, it does have an herb vendor. Yeah. Alright, let's wait like 4 hours for it to open. Let's barter. Have those. Want those. Don't care about that anymore. I do want that, and I guess I'll take it. How many heal items does she have left? Approximately 1 million. Ah. Look at all the dead people. Ooh, a repeater rifle. There's Virgil. Scroll of Resurrect. You're meant to use the scroll, but I don't actually know if I have the magic ability to do so. Yeah, I'm so tech inclined that it just fizzles. I can do it this way. And now Virgil's opinion changes.
Greetings, my friend. It seems... well, it seems we both have come a long way.
We've now got Zen
Thank
Virgil.
you. Thank you for bringing me back.
Strange look in his eyes, one of peace, but also one of emptiness. Regards you calmly. Thank you for bringing me back. What
These
happened?
men. They were the men who killed my brother, Lawrence. I had come here tonight to confront my past, once and for all. I knew that it would most certainly lead to my own death, but I just couldn't run from it any longer.
Tell me the story.
Yes. It no longer holds any power over me. Before I met you, before I met Joaquin, I was very different. I was a criminal, really. An evil man. There's no other way to say it, and I don't mind admitting it to you now. I lived my life like a dead man. Well, at least in the sense that I used to view such things. I cared very little for anything at all. I lived only from moment to moment. No sense of right or wrong. I stole or lied or even killed with no thought for morality or consequence. And the men I associated with were the same way. Such lives feed upon themselves.
Alright, continue.
My family moved to Caledon when I was younger. Lawrence and I were close in our early years, but the life I chose to lead as I grew older was repulsive to him. We finally had a falling out. At the time, I didn't care. The dead have no family, and remember not their pasts. This place is a place for the walking dead. A place where men gather to feed their darker sides. I knew it well. Too well. I spent a lot of time here. Time and money. I also gambled with men who make a living doing so, and one night, I lost more money than I had. I was threatened physically when I couldn't pay, but what is pain to dead men? I laughed, and bled, and spat on them. It was only then that they threatened to kill my brother if I didn't pay. Of course, I thought it was only a threat, and really, in the end, I didn't feel anything about the matter. I'd left all that behind me, or at least that's what I thought. I can't tell you the pain which tore open my very soul when I found Lawrence, bleeding and broken, the life gone out of him. I cursed myself and the gods and everything else I had forsaken, and I ran. I ran so far and so fast that I don't remember anything until I woke up on the doorstep of the Panari Temple, where Joaquin took me in.
Yes. And doesn't that seem like so very long ago, Virgil?
That is such a sad story for Virgil. Lost his family, poor stupid thing. And who are you?
I am Elder Joaquin.
Hey, Joaquin, finally. Maybe you could have helped me earlier.
Yes, it is I. I must apologize. I have been so busy trying to find out who is trying to kill you and why, that I neglected to consider the fact that you might need my help in other matters. But you are alive, and so I rejoice.
Well, how did you know where to find us?
I heard that Virgil was back in Caladon, alone. I feared the worst, as I knew a little more about his past than you did. I've been searching for him for the past week, and only now did I find him. You've changed much, young Virgil.
I mean, he was gone for like 4 hours from my party thanks to teleport.
Yes, Joachim.
So,
And I have seen
a
much,
week.
but I still remember the lessons you taught me. They have brought me through all of this, even through death itself.
I knew from the moment I saw you that you were special somehow. That you were meant for more than the life you've left behind. And I see that I was right. The living one could not have chosen a better companion. You will be a powerful ally in the battle to come.
Powerful how so? He's the weakest member of my party by far. What have you been doing, Joachim?
Well, since I left Stillwater, I've been trying to find out if the prophecies say any more about what it is you're supposed to be doing. Unless I've missed something, Aronnax hasn't yet returned. What have you found out?
What have I found out? I'll tell you.
Ah, that is quite
Quite the
a
tale.
You've done very well, and I think your journey is approaching the end.
I hope so. Are you coming with us? No.
I think that you are in capable hands. I am no longer needed here, but I'm sure I can find something to keep me busy. Good luck.
Spirit.
May the
Alright,
spirit of
farewell.
Rasmus
Virgil, you were saying.
That I came here tonight to face my past, and to avenge my brother whom I betrayed. These men were the men who killed him. I knew that I wouldn't survive.
Alright. Well,
But the weight
I'm
of
glad
his
you're
death-
back. Why don't you
Yes,
join
of
me?
course I will journey with you, as your protector and as your friend. As if I've got a bloody choice. Aren't we all just pawns of prophecy?
If something happening is better
Let us
equipped.
continue on.
I hope he didn't lose all his skills. Okay, he's still good. Oh, let's actually check and make sure he stayed on his leveling scheme. Because, yeah, so he changed to this Virgil leveling scheme, which is actually completely different. Because he's a new character, so put him back on no scheme. He's still got his inventory, right? He's got his weapons, but he lost what he was carrying. I don't think he had anything important. Alright, so that's one down. Next one to report to is the Wheel Clan. Do we have to talk to... We might have to talk to Raven first for this one. I guess we'll find out in a moment. Let's talk to this guy.
Greetings.
Yes, I know what happened
Good
to them.
see you again. This
Tell him.
reaches much further than even I thought. The fate of Arcanum itself hangs in the balance. It seems it is again my place to make things right.
What are you saying, Logger?
I mean that your friend here is not the only dwarf in Arcanum who's willing to take part in this quest. Tell me, young brother, who are you?
Yes, your majesty. I am Magnus Shalefist, sir.
Magnus Shalefist, eh? It's a pleasure to meet you, Magnus. I don't believe...
No, even the king is calling out Magnus. I mean, it's not just like his brother did in Caladon, and then, you know, the jewelry vendors are like, yeah, this dude doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. And then there were the other dwarves, and now the king just like, I have no idea who you are.
What clan, you ask? Well, you see, your majesty, that's a bit complicated. I mean,
There's no use...
I'm from one of the oldest...
there's no use in lying to you. I don't know what clan I'm from. My family hasn't known for a long time.
I see. Listen, lad. A dwarf carries his clan in his heart. No time nor distance can keep you apart from them, and eventually a dwarf always comes home. Do you understand, Magnus?
And Loggear is actually being pretty nice to Magnus here.
Yes, Your Majesty. It's just that I've looked for them for so long. I want so much to be able to find them, or to know who they were. I want so much to be a part of dwarven history, to make a difference.
You're doing that already, lad. You've done enough to make any clan proud. Arcanum is in need of heroes, and you've heeded the call. I am ready to heed that call as well.
What are you saying, Loggear?
I'm saying that I mean to do whatever is necessary to avenge my people.
Splendid. Will you join me?
I think you would be a fine companion. I've already made preparations. Should we leave now?
Can I actually make him join?
Yes, to whatever awaits us.
Oh. Huh. I didn't realize he would join me. He just went above the follower limit.
What is it you need? What do you
More
want to
questions. Tell me about you. Pure melee dodge scheme? I'm cool with that. What are your tech skills? None? Okay. I mean, I can just level him up right here. I didn't think he would join me. Alright, well, I guess we're going to need another small set of armor in that case. Or at least we can put on another magic medallion. Oh, come on, B. Don't call me out. Right.
What is it you need?
No. Oh, sorry. Why am I speaking with I'm going to type out? I'm done. I didn't know about to call me out while I was streaming. uh... Alright, so then we're going to go talk to Bates, and I guess we need to go craft some items for log hair, but not going to do it just yet. You know what? I guess I can craft them. Half these things are pretty simple. So I just grab on the Y. You know what? Let's grab this. Trade. I need the harness. I think I need that. I need to make a plate. Need capacitor. I'm gonna need a copper ring. And then top hat. Charged ring is there, but it doesn't matter. I've already got Steamworks on me. Get that on my inventory. See the small leather armor. Turn into featherweight. Other. Those. Your gloves to turn into plate metal. I'm gonna need a featherweight axe as well. Just another one of those. Character. How much log here is alignment? 35. What do I need to make it into plate? Dwarven steel. Yeah, so there wasn't a copper ring in there. That's kind of annoying. Dwarven steel for that. And I think it was a second dwarven steel for the... No, dwarven gauntlets are regular sheet metal. This. You can have this and this. That. I'm just going to use that and level up my characters, which were some... No, I'd already leveled here, so... Yeah, 3 points still. Prowling, haggle. I actually like the Prowling Master Quest. I'll see if that's enough to get it. It's actually a fun one where you can sneak. I think Cloghair has... Virgil, you can have that. He's now level 59 and pretty decent. Power. Cloghair is master, right? Huh. It didn't promote him to master like my other characters did. Maybe because he didn't qualify yet? Let's try it again. No. Huh. Well, that's pretty disappointing. He's going to be a lot weaker than my other characters. Oh well. Magnus, why don't you create that featherweight chain? I'm thinking about it. Then elite plate mail as well. And a regular sheet metal. Oh right, there's no more vendor back here because he died. That's too bad. We'll just have to let him go. Let's talk to Bates.
Tell me, what news?
Black Mountain Clan were banished to the void by the Dark Elves.
It can't be. What possible purpose could that have served?
The Dark Elves have been waiting for any excuse to banish the dwarves.
But why?
Tell them the whole story.
To think my life has been conducted under the shadow of guilt for no reason, save it fit the heinous machinations of the Dark Elves. I must think on this. But here, please take these coins for all your troubles.
Alright, you're most helpful.
I've returned.
I think that's basically the end of Bates' stuff. So, assuming it is, I kind of wonder if I can turn Raven into an archer. Like, just manually control her points and make her an archer with, like, I guess she wouldn't have any strong bow skills. Assuming I could even add her to my party. Like, spam her with tech so that she can actually be healed. Might work. I need to buy sheep. And a copper ring. The junk dealer down here probably sells both. Or maybe the fence does as well. Let's check him. We barter. Yeah, absinthe, nice. No sheet metal. But we can look down here. If this doesn't have it, I guess I'll go check out like Black Ashberry or something. They'll have it. Barter. Give me a sheet metal. There are no ring. Oh! No, I don't think copper rings are sold on the fashion vendor. We'll try. Trade. I don't think a gold ring will work, but I'm going to try it. Nothing to lose. I need the a decent shield. Make my disruptors, or whatever they're called. These things. A disruptor dish from Star Trek. Barter. That. Okay, it does have to be a copper ring. I don't know where I'd get one then. Just in this town. I'm probably going down here. Someone over here should sell it. Greetings, let's barter. Okay, so he is as useless as always. Oh. Let's get healing here and get my scar removed. I think that treated it, right? And maybe this guy will have a ring. Wooden ring. This is where teleport is just so helpful to have. And jump from guy to guy, or from town to town. Oh, I don't want that. I want to barter. Upper ring. That's what I wanted. Did I not buy a capacity? Oh. Yet I just didn't give it to him. Right. Magnus has... He has to make my Dwarven Gauntlet still. Also need a Dwarven Ore. Or I can just go buy a Featherweight Axe. That's just as good. Well, these aren't the vendors. Oh, you know what? This guy might actually... He might be able to help us with the glass key. Have you a moment? Still looking. No. And I could try and make another key. I just need to pick up a mithril ore over here and I can try. There are 2 heartstones left, and I don't think I need them for anything. I barter. What do I want from this guy? Don't need that. Those. What was I here for again? Dwarven ore and mithril ore. Or a featherweight axe if I don't need it. And honestly, just prefer the featherweight axe. It's one fewer click I have to go through. Barter. Um, Quality axe. Here's one. A sheet metal and a steel. Very nice stuff there. So that one needs... I think I have all the items. I just need to craft them real quick. So hopefully this doesn't take more than like 2 minutes to do the rest of my crafting. Magnus, inventory. He's crafted what he needs to craft. Oh, I guess I can do the mithril ore on my way out of here. So first thing is going to be the axe, because it just needs one smithy book, which is all I really have room for anyways. And I don't have it. There, this here. Right, space. Okay, you can have this and this. I'll have to buy him some boots. Also have this. Craft the shield. Give him rings. Shield and boots. Boots I'll just have to buy. And that shield needs 70 in electric. Also falls onto the ground. It's too bad the UI doesn't really count for adding this many characters to your party. Oh, I didn't make his chest piece either. Take that. And have the steam engine. Um, 20 Smith, 85 machine. 20 Smith, 60. Oh, we're at 20, 40. 60, 80. I'll just grab that for a moment. I don't have 20 smithing. I have my 20 intelligence. Oh, Magnus equipped the wrong thing. And I can have those. I'm gonna throw these items for charges in here too, just because I'm not using them. Oh, you know what? I should actually throw them in this one. Those, sell those, give those to Jaina, sell. Right. Oh, no, I forgot to make one more thing. Whoops. Oh, never mind. His axe is pyrotechnic. He's good. Just needs a pair of boots. And maybe a necklace. I guess I'm not going to worry about the necklace. Just get the boots, sell this junk, and then go back to boots. And I could sell that if I want. I guess I don't really care about making items with it. Yeah, we're gonna grab the Heartstone too. Equipped. Inventory management. I got rid of this. We do have another Heartstone to grab, I guess. And this is 4 of the 5. It says Iron Key, though. I don't think this is the right item. In fact, I just seem to remember there being like a green key you can grab somewhere, and no one has any idea what it is. Yeah, okay. Oh, talk to you to get in. Okay.
Ah, it's wonderful to see you again.
Oh, hello, Raven. Do you have a moment to speak?
Certainly.
I bring information about the village of the Dark
I'm so very
Elves.
glad you returned to us. Did you find the village of the Dark Elves? What happened since you left us?
What happened? Traveled to Toronto to tell her how you found Senang.
So, Min Garad is a woman. I'd very much like to meet her.
It might be hard to schedule. I killed her.
You killed her? That's truly unfortunate, elven ways being what they are. Nicely done. What did she tell you?
She told me of the Black Mountain Clan.
So, the Black Mountain Clan was banished in order to help Aranex weaken the wards. He's really coming back. We elves are a magical race and wise to the ways of ruin and prophecy. But I never really thought... Regardless, we must act. You must speak to my mother. She may be able to see what is to be done.
I will, Raven. Return once I have, or I have some questions about Aranex.
The story of Aranex is an old one. He was a powerful elf who lived in the Age of Legend. My mother will
Alright, speak with her mother. Okay.
Hello again, traveler.
Think about this. We have the King of the Dwarves with us, getting to meet the Silver Lady. Isn't that nice?
Yes, I knew you'd return to me. And it seems that you still walk the shore. This gladdens me. It means that you've chosen the right path, traveler. At least, right in the way that you see things. I am happy for you. Of course. What is the question?
Alright, well, what do I do next?
Your answer lies with Nazardin.
How is that possible?
You have your answer, traveler. We won't be speaking again.
Huh. Well, she told us absolutely nothing.
Ah, it's wonderful to see you again. Certainly. How can
Spoken
I
with your mother.
You did. And what did she tell you?
She told me your answer lies with Nazardin.
That's very, very odd.
Why?
Because Nazardin has been dead for more than 2,000 years.
Yeah, that does make things a little difficult, doesn't it?
Yes, it would seem so.
Nazardin and the council, they banished Aranex.
Yes, I know. At least that's the story. As I've said, I don't know the details.
And that puts me in a pinch. I'm looking for a dead.
Yes, it is very strange. My recommendation is that you travel to Caledon. There you will find the first temple of the Panari and perhaps some more answers.
Yeah, that seems like a good idea. You want to join me?
No, you already have too many. Was there anything else?
Alright, too many companions. I guess she's not going to come. I think, see what she has for gear, though. Not pickpocket this creature. That's fun. What quest do we have open, then? Prowling. And the Iron Claw. Alright, so let's think. Where can we find that glass key? It would probably be in some sort of museum. I mean, Toronto has Arnell's. We already went into the archaeology one, and all that has that dragon egg and skull at this point. We have the quest from Durham, but that's not going to have it. Let's try Toronto. I might be able to buy an item or two from him. I don't think Applebee would have it. Oh, this guy make what I need to. Hello, bloke. I go by the name of Tom Grax. Say, you wouldn't happen to know a fellow named by the name of this Day Cesar, would you? Yes, I've met him. We have, where is he? Gentleman's Club, sauce to the gills. Good show. You deliver a message to him for me. Tell him to get his bum over to the subterranean kiosk on Kessington Broadway. He was meant to have met me here over an hour ago. I'd rather not go try to find him in the club myself, on the off chance he's already making his way over here. Okay? I'm sure no trouble is going to come of that quest. Clearly, it just makes total sense. The guy can't, take his own trip. What's this? Authentic shrunken head. Red bovine. Intra steam engine. None of these look like things that I want. There is a museum in Caledon. In the temple. Maybe that has what I need. I have to go there for my quest now anyways. I also have the Cumbria quest too. Let's go talk to De Cesar first. This is a fun quest. I'll bite a little short. You're going for a drink. Thank you. De Cesar. Who might you be? You deliver a message from Tom Grack. What? Oh, what does that old tosser want now? He's waiting in Kessington Broadway kiosk for you. Oh, he did it. Lurches in the last minute, stops before falling on top of you. Stupid bourgeois businessman. Let him wait. Oh, my work's done. Oh. Okay, well, things have happened. Wait, what are you talking about? It was obvious that his drunkenness was a ruse as he quickly grabs you. Who are you? Why did you lead him here to me? Talk quickly before I kill you. What the hell's going on? Oh, shoot. De Cesar died. My party members are getting in the way. Uh-oh. Well, not bugged out. I'm gonna reload. I don't want to botch that side quest like that. Oh, jeez. Was it really this long since I saved? Oh. Alright, well, I guess we're just not going to take log hair because I'm not redoing all that crafting. I cannot believe I went that long without saving. I guess this means I can maybe add Raven to my party? Then I'd have to craft her tech stuff. Might do it anyways. Log hair's a good one though, as pure melee.
Ah, sir, you killed her? So.
I will, Raven. I'll talk to this person.
Hello, yes.
I'm just going through the dialogue really quickly.
Ah, it's wonderful. Certainly, you did that because now. Yes, it would. Yes, I know. Yes, it is very strange.
Sounds like a good idea. Would you like to join me?
I was hoping you might offer. I do have many responsibilities here in Kantara, but I think my place is with you. This matter affects all of Arcanum and the elves more directly. Yes, I will go with you and do what needs to be done if you will have.
Alright, yeah, sure. Let's go, Raven. I now have a archer. I already get expert. So that's actually not bad. The dodge melee stuff I'm not going to be able to do much about. What does she have for magic? Got some spells there that she's never going to use. She's got some healing she's never going to use. You can put her on no scheme and level her up. All right. 32 points to spend. Obviously, bow maxes out. Actually, I can get her tech skills up enough. She can use those rings. Which point I don't have to give her any dex. Should probably figure out if I can give them to her right now. Ring of protections are nice, but I want to do it this way. See if I can make her into a technology elf. I do have like compound bows and things I can make. Might be fun. What's the elf tech penalty? I guess it's better to give her like these skills instead. She'll probably have the intelligence for repair. Yeah, I can take her 20. Oh, she just loses 2 ranks to tech skills. Oh, that's literally nothing as a penalty. Okay, I've got her to 0. This feels like a waste of points. But she is now... as high as those go. Sure. And if I gave her the mechanized plate for +3, taking her to 17 strength is what she would need. Attack. 20, which would be fine. Before I do that, let's actually check her tech skills here. I would be okay with just wasting some points in this. Yeah, so it goes from 11 to 16. That's 22, so gain 5, gain 6, gain 5, gain 6. And that's just 1 point. That gets me to 21. That should give me a nice little tech elf. Wonder if tech affinity needs to be higher to use bows without issue. Maybe. Constitution or willpower first? Let's go Constitution. Actually, no. Let's go dodge. I've heard from many people that dodging is important. Okay. And now that we have a completely screwed up member of the party, mostly just because I want some random dialogue with Raven later, we are going to go look for that glass key. Actually, no, we're going to do Matt DeCesar's thing. Let's do that. Alright, yes, I've met him. Gentleman's Claw. Yeah, of course. I'll go over there. Nothing better to do. And this time we're going to quick save right in here because we really need this guy to not attack. This is also why I think I just turned on turn-based attacks so that he doesn't hit me. Can I ask your name? Deliver a message. He's waiting at Kessington Broadway. Work's done. What are you talking about? I met him on the street. He asked me to do him a favor. That's it. Pauses for a moment, looking at you. I may be insane, but I believe you. Can I get out of here before I change my mind? He lets you go. Wait, what was all this about? Oh, sir, we can't talk here. Follow me. Alright. What's going on? Can't give you those answers. Suffice it to say that I'm part of it. Something that, well, even I don't really know exactly all that I'm a part of. It's safer that way, in case I am caught. But I do know a few things which I can tell you if you prove to me that you can be trusted. Looks like I'm going to need your help now that my presence here has been compromised. Well, how do I do that? Well, this may sound strange to you, but I'm here in Toronto to recover the skulls of the Renar Siamese twins. Their skulls are evidence that, well, I'll fill you in if you bring them to me. Where do I find them? Well, that's where this becomes difficult. The skulls had been interred in a mausoleum in the cemetery, but when I went looking for them, they're already gone. Oh, where are they then? I do not know. I believe they're still in Toronto in a warehouse somewhere, waiting to be shipped out. Okay. I will look for them. I don't know where these would be, but I mean, these are all the warehouses. Not in that one. They're not in there. Probably not in here. They're not there. Already confirmed they're not in here. These were the automatons. If they're here, they're not in that building. They wouldn't be there. This guy's kind of sus. He might have them. it's a new mine owner. Yeah. Up there. What about this warehouse? I've never went in here. Raven's gonna run out of arrows real quick. Fact, she's going to go through them so quickly until I can change her bow from this nonsense super fast thing. I'm just going to give her all a handful of arrows I've collected. Nothing useful there. What about this? There's the skulls. Alright, well, I have the skulls. I also still need that glass key. I'll do that one when I teleport, because I think that has me go to Caledon. I've got a few things to do over there. I guess I can just run. What is it? Probably the skulls. Excellent, this is what we were looking for. What was going on? And tell you what I know, and a man named Arthur Tyrant can fill you in on the rest. We continue. Some years ago, bizarre experiments were begun in secret, which would eventually affect the balance of power here in Toronto. Grenard twins are the first viable offspring produced by these experiments. Their skulls are simply the first piece in a long chain of evidence we are gathering to expose them all. Who's doing this? What's the purpose? I've told you all I dare. Tyrant can fill you in on the rest. I need you to bring him the skulls if you would. It'll be far too dangerous for me to search him out. Okay, I'll do it. Good. He wasn't Blackroot last I knew. Perhaps you can still find him there. Alright, I'm on my way. I think we met someone here named Tyron. Over here, this gnome seems what I want. What do you know? Let's depart. Oh, he's not there. Not there. Maybe in one of the bars or something up north. Also be over here. Looks like the sort of shack that some conspiracy theorist would hang out in. Nothing there. Let's go north. I guess it could also be in one of those other ones. in one of those shacks down below. Or actually, maybe that was the note that I got earlier. It wasn't the Prowler note, it was the note for this guy. I think that's actually the case. Because we got the note for that one guy who was like, hey, the rat or whatever is. So let's actually check what that note said again. I think we kept it. And this is kind of why I decided to buy the teleport spell. Imagine trying to do this, having to walk everywhere. Should have actually bought the teleport spell earlier in the game. Yeah, Tyrant's note. The crow is in danger. Crow. That's Callum. I'm gonna get a quest here from Durnholm real fast, though. This will only take a moment. And other tasks. Daughter is chosen. Take up with August Farad, Prince of Ireland, against my wishes. Tell me more. I fear my harshness has driven her away. She refuses to communicate with me. Would you like me to get word to her? Yes, I believe she's living in Caledon, capital of Ireland, with the prince. Will you help? Of course, how could I not? I must have taken one of my ships to get to Caledon. Perhaps you should start by speaking with the dock workers. I'll return with word from her. I've not spoken to your daughter yet. I thought I found his daughter over here. Maybe I have to loot something from the corpse. This is an area. Area's in. Then we're gonna steal her money. Oh, world map's on it. Huh. Just have to run out of here a little bit before I can use it. It's a weird way they block the world map to stop exploits around here. Alright. Turn home. Back to the king. Alright. Splendid, you've returned. I have unpleasant news. Your daughter died on the way to meet the prince. I found her amulet. Keep her amulet. I don't want it. My daughter, my only heir. How could this have happened? Ship crashed. All hands were lost. Here are a few coins. Leave me to my grief. Sure. Alright. Let's try Caledon then. Like I said, the crow is in danger, I think is what his words were. Oh, I forgot my my rings. Still have 22 decks though. I guess it doesn't really matter then. Could repair that Warbringer while I'm here. Yeah, whatever. Mushroom in, no. The other one's Sobbing Onion, isn't it? Yeah. I'm not entirely sure where that guy is then. I could have sworn he was in Caledon. We're just gonna go in here though. Human priest. Alright. Oh, it's you. You finally come, the blimp crash survivor. I saw your picture. I'm Alexander, first acolyte of the temple. It's a great pleasure to meet you. What are you talking about? You have any idea what this means? It's you. You're the living one. It's a miracle. It's out of proportion. Out of proportion, this is an astronomical event. The return of Nazareth, the final battle, the end of all we know, and a new beginning. Most amazing. Alright, well, if I'm the living one, do as I say and shut up. Of course. He barely composes himself. Forgive my excitement, exalted one. We have waited for you for a long time. Let's keep this between us. Of course, but you must listen to me. We were warned by the High Priest to expect your arrival, and he told us to scorn you as an imposter. For some reason, he refuses to believe. I mean, I understand his position. There are times when all of us find it difficult to follow the path chosen for us. In the end, does it really matter if you were or you weren't? You seem intent on discovering what has happened, and already you and Aranax have crossed paths. I wonder how you learned that. If you thwart his plan, you will have played the role of the living one. Is there any difference in the end? No. Not worried. You've come this far. Regardless of what you think, I feel that fate has chosen you a worthy champion. Act me of service. What can I expect around here? You should be very careful about who you reveal yourself to. If you speak with Hadrian the archaeologist, you may not want to tell him. He is a great man of faith, but he is old, and belief in you will come slowly. Gunther Wilhelm is a brilliant man and open to new ideas. I believe he will accept you immediately. Alright, thank you. More questions. I'm leaving.
Wait! Do you see that man? The one
who's that?
Alexander. First acolyte, the man's a living legend. Joaquin used to tell me stories about him. Not a nobler soul in all of Arcanum, it said. And he's a skilled warrior as well. Not the sort you want to tangle with.
Wait, does he not let me in? Time for some questions. Who else could I speak to? Alright, I'll look into it. Good day. Alright. There we go. That's the glass key. That's what I need. Looks like you can't just loot it, though. It has to give it to me. Who might you be? Wizened wizard, wildish gray hair, beard 3 days grown, looks up at you, grinning toothlessly. I am Hadrian, acolyte of Pinari, local expert on church archaeology. How might I help you today? I'm Brill. Can I speak with you? Talk about your work. Tell me about your objects. How about the skeleton finger? Yes, that was the finger of Saint Mannix. What? Saint Mannix, who is that? He was one of the elders of the Panari Church, a very, very holy man. He was the only man in the history of our church who was ascended by Nasruddin. That means his body was taken directly from this life to the next. Let's see, his finger, why is that here? Legend tells of a time when Saint Mannix had been captured by barbarians. They were plundering the countryside and were holding Mannix for ransom. He told his people to refuse, so the barbarians threatened to cut off one of his fingers if he didn't comply. Mannix calmly picked up a knife, told them there would be no ransom, and cut it off himself. That sounds like a hard man. Yes, he was what he needed to be. Is there anything else you'd like to know? Yep, more objects. What is the glass? We don't have any idea what it is, but it is pretty. Yeah, and the black gem. That is the Eye of Krakatur. Really, it's a beautiful stone. No, I mean, it's really the Eye of Krakatur. When the council was banishing him, he put up quite a struggle. Somehow the monster's eye got put out, and someone found it as they were cleaning up. Dreadful creature Krakatur was. If you ask Alexander about who's been banished over the years, he'll tell you the story. A couple more questions about them. No, I'm not going to try and buy them. How do you know of the remains of Nasruddin? What would you like to know about them? Where are they? They're housed in the old catacombs beneath the temple. The first acolyte, Alexander, can direct you there if you have problems finding it. You seen them? His brow furrows. No. I'd do anything to see those old bones of his. There are so many questions I could answer if I could only have a look at them. He died, how he died. I want to know his skeletal structure is the same as common elves, or if his prolonged use of powerful magics changed him somehow. So many questions, I've never been able to see them. Why? You're the church archaeologist. You'd think so, wouldn't you? He raises from his seat, gesticulating to and fro. I mean, when the elders need someone to go digging in the dank caverns of Van Deeps, who do they call? Or if some poor fool comes across a tomb sealed with a Gorgothian blood curse, ring the bell. But they won't let you see him? I have no idea. They speak of desecration and sacrilege, but he lowers his voice. The man is dead. D-E-A-D. Dead. I respect and cherish Nasruddin and what he taught us more than anyone, but I hardly think he'd be upset if I chipped a piece of bone from his earthly shell. I would also love to look at them. Really? Are you a fellow archaeologist, my friend? Yes, strictly freelance, of course. Yes, he considers you a moment measuring your words. You do seem to have that particular look about you. Probably a little dirt under this fingernails, eh? Well met. And what interest do you have in the remains? I'm thinking of converting, but I need a little proof. Looks at you winking. I understand, my friend. And faith is a wonderful thing, especially when backed up by some good hard evidence. Laughs, rummaging around on his desk. I've made a few notes over the years about the sarcophagus. Here we are. What do you know, Hadron? Let's see. Standard information. Stone of local area. Their elven characters. Name is the final resting place. The design is Old Elven, consistent with the latter end of the Age of Legends. Rune work is exquisite, although perhaps a bit overdone. Of course, I'm more of a conservative. We've never seen inside. No, no one has ever broken the seal. I'd really like to see it. He leans in closer. Just how much do you want to see it, my friend? Very much. I see. I'm an important member of this church. My face is well known. I can't exactly be running around and defacing sacred church artifacts. But were I to have an accomplice, we might be able to get in and out without anyone being the wiser. I'm listening. The tomb lies within the old catacombs. The entrance to the burial room is well guarded. But about a year ago, I was perusing the pages of one of our ancient texts, and within its pages, I found an old illustration of the catacombs drawn by the first keeper of the crypt, apparently for his own use in navigating. What's it show? All of the connecting passages into the burial room were walled off soon after the discovery, except for one. It's a passageway which comes up through the floor, and it's so well hidden in the stonework that it's been missed all of these years. I've shared this information with no one. You and I are the only living souls who know. He just, tells us out of nowhere. That's always nice. Fascinating, and I think I see your plan. Good. Here's what needs to be done. Enter the sewers through the grating in the front of the temple. When you've entered, you will be in a small room. There's a crack in the wall. It leads to the old catacombs beneath the temple. enter them. And then you'll find yourself in a passageway. When it comes to an end, you'll see the door. Speak the word Crimstone to it, and it will open for you. That door is a passage, at least a staircase, which leads to the tomb. All right, anything else? Once you've entered the catacombs, you'll see adjoining passages, and don't enter them. They're full of dark spirits and other creatures. If you wish to avoid them, go straight through the door. I'll remember that. I'll return when I've accomplished your grave rob. Alright, let's go to the other guy. Who are you? The thin man in front of you is very properly dressed. Instead of robes, he wears a finely made suit. A pair of thin gold spectacles lie across his nose. His features are delicate. His eyes will have strength and strength of body and character, as well as harboring a fierce intelligence. He regards you intensely. You might. I am Wilhelm Gunther Wilhelm. Pleasure, sir. What exactly do you do? I am the church historian. I have a variety of responsibilities here, from translations to document restorations, as well as authentication of any literary finds. If it's written and it has to do with the Panari, it's my job to know. Does that answer? Yeah. Alright. Now, what's it you'd like to know? Tell me of your work. What are you currently working on? Doing translations of the Arcanum. I found some interesting discrepancies I'm looking into. What do you mean? Well, there's a few differences in some of the passages that I found in this earlier copy. I'll give you an example. The Arcanum we read today refers to our order as the Panari. The word Panari in the Old Tongue means late servant or follower. In this older copy I'm studying, we're referred to as Panrid, which means defenders of the gate. Very odd. Interesting. Anything else? Minor things. Maybe I'll get to it later. Okay. Statue. Who's that? That's Mannix. Was the only person reputedly to have ascended. He's a spirit of Nazareth. Okay. Yeah, this guy doesn't really believe in Nazareth. All right. A few more questions. Are there any eyewitnesses? There were 2 eyewitnesses to the ascension. Was one elf named Grandar. The other was in Conway, I believe. Their accounts of the incident are almost exactly the same. Both were beautifully written. Do you believe in the ascension? I already asked that one. What else do you know? All the records have been lost over the years. Very little is known about him, what he did before he was taken. Of course, there are the usual insubstantial accounts of miracles. He seems to remember himself. And of course, there's Alexander. What does Alexander have to do with them? You haven't heard. He almost never speaks of it. The man has enough humility for all of us. Alexander is a direct descendant of Mannix. His family has held the position of first acolyte for the last 1,500 years. I didn't know that's quite a legacy. Yes, it is, and there's no better man to bear it. Alexander is a saint in his own right. There are a few men I respect. My friend Alexander is a noble soul. Do you know anything of him? No, tell me. Alexander hasn't always been with us. You see, in the first acolyte's role in any Panari temple is a spiritual leader and warlord. Symbolically, he is to assume these roles just as Nazareth did so many years ago. Most acolytes go into this very lightly. They might entreat the local constabulary to train them in basic combat techniques. Not so Alexander. Well, what did he do? Alexander left us for 10 years and studied with some of the most feared and respected masters in several of the combat disciplines. For his pilgrimage, he traveled to the Vendigroth Waste, lived there alone, until he thought himself ready to assume his post. If you know nothing of the Waste, know this. There's no more terrible place in all Arcanum. So he's a skilled warrior. Not a more dangerous man in all Caledon, and is very well versed in 2 or 3 of the magic colleges as well, as are all of us who are Panari elders. The temple hasn't been in safer hands since it was in those of the great saint himself. Alright. I'll be leaving now. Leave your work. Alright, so it looks like I can't really reveal myself to that guy yet. I tried. We're just gonna walk through here. But they don't let me in. What about down here? Leave the master's door alone unless you wish to be chastised severely. They're dark elves. Does no one notice? Alright, well, we will just go down to those sewers like we were told about. And to be perfectly honest, I zoned out as he was talking about the directions. So we're just going to go through the entire sewer and kill anything in our way. Seems like these are just regular Caledon sewers, but I bet north would take us up into what we need. It's like this should be just under the temple, right? Well, that doesn't seem right. To enter the old catacombs through a crack in the sewer walls directly under the temple. Oh, right here. That would take us up. It's like, oh, well, don't take any side passages. And what's the fun in this if you don't take side passages? Also, I'm curious what I can actually make for bows.
Ouch! Be careful, I'm on your side, remember?
What happened? Why did she get hit? Huh. That's why I'm kind of like worried about doing real-time combat. So what can we make for bows? Compound bow. I can turn it into a envenomed. All I can do there. I thought I had more bow options though. Maybe not. I know there's not that many tech bows, but I thought there were more than that. Are there any in the actual recipes? No? Okay. I could go do the quest for the master archery. I can't actually get the quest, but I can still go to the location for it. If I do that, it actually has the best bow in the game by far. The only problem is it fires really fast, and it's kind of a low damage per shot thing, so it uses about 1,000,000 arrows. Throughout the rest of the game, I'd probably use like 1,000 arrows. Although I can teleport around and buy them really quickly, and it's not like the money's an issue. It would just be 5 minutes of floating in between all these towns. It's too bad she already had all the points in archery, because I would have kind of hilarious to give Raven a gun. I could give her the other Drock Warbringer. Would have been kind of amusing. Brimstone. Yeah, so 2 passages here, and I really don't remember which is which. I think this goes back up to the church. No? So a one-way thing, wasn't it? Oh, there we go. Ooh. Back in the sewers. Cool. Critical miss. So what's down here in these sewers? I'm not really sure where we are in these sewers. There is one thing that I actually do need to spend money on still in this game. It's either 50,000 or 100,000 gold. And that's to buy myself a boat. However, I don't remember how much it is. Not that it matters. I mean, I can make whatever amount of money I need. Since the other passage was just a sewers, we're just going to go quick. And we're going to steal this dude's skull. And this is also really important to look at. Skeleton within the sarcophagus, dressed in ragged robes, the skeleton is missing its right finger. Well then. Nazardin wasn't missing a finger, but Manic sure was. What happens if we run through here? Can we open the door? Guess not. You'd probably get mad if I shot it. Alright, we'll leave the sneaky way. But only because it's less running than teleporting out back in. All right, we are back in. Let's talk to Alexander. Hello, do you have time? Uncovering strange things. Gunther's discovered something about the name Canary. Seems unperturbed. That's strange, but seems a fairly trivial thing. There are a few more. I've seen the inside of Nazardin's crypt. What did you find? I'm not sure. I need to speak with Hadrian about it first. Please do, and then return to me. Alright. Hadrian the Archaeologist. How do you do? Hello, could you spare a few minutes? Returned from the crypt. Splendid. Tell me what you found. I retrieved the skull and made some interesting observations. A skull. Can I see it? Good job. An exciting moment. We'll be the first people to lay in 2,000 years to lay our hands on it. Wait, what's this? What's wrong? The skull. You say this is the very skull from the sarcophagus in the burial chamber. Are you positive? Whatever is the matter? This skull, it's not elven. It's a human skull. This is impossible. Hadrian slowly shakes his head, lost in thought. There's some other strange things about what I saw. What do you see? Something was drawn in blood on the inside of the sarcophagus. What was it? You said it was drawn in blood. Tell me what you saw. I don't know what that symbolizes, nor why that it would be there. The word sounds like ancient Panarum, an ancient language used by the early church elders. It hasn't been used for centuries, but Gunther Wilhelm is an expert and would know. It was drawn there by... Oh god, they buried him alive. I noticed the skeleton was also missing its right finger. His right finger. Hadrian's face goes pale. You know what this means. Oh no, it couldn't be. What are you talking about? Well, one of the objects I have here is the Finger of Mannix. There is a legend associated with it. It was never known if the finger was actually that of the great saint, but it seemed that it might very well be. What's the legend say? Until the time he was captured, cut off his finger. We already went through that. So are you saying that the body in the sarcophagus is Mannix? I don't know. Good God. Hadrian looks dully out the window. He's obviously in shock. Why would they have buried him in the tomb of Nazarudin? He trails off. Hadrian, what are we going to do? I have no idea. This discovery, I'm speechless. He steadies himself against his desk. 2,000 years and no one ever even bothered to check. What fools have we been? He strains himself. Listen, my friend. I recommend you go and speak with Gunther about this. Find out what the message says. I can be of no further use. He gazes beyond you, lost in thought. I'll get to the bottom of this, Hadrian. Hadrian laughs bitterly. Perhaps this was a stone better left unturned, my friend. It's not every day that one is faced with the negation of his belief. I'm so very sorry, Hadrian. Poor guy. We're just like destroying all of his faith. Alright, Gunther. Good day it is. You have a moment. What would you like to know? I've discovered something about the remains of Nazareth. Really, and what did you find? Tell me the remains. I see. That's very interesting. I too have recently discovered something which might make sense of this. But tell me, friend, your interest in this matter, is it solely out of archaeological curiosity? It would seem your motivations go deeper. Yeah, you're correct. Tell them all that happened. I see. And tell me that you are the sole survivor. Yeah. Silent a long while, then a slight smile comes over his face and he takes your hand in his. I was wondering when you were going to tell me. I've been looking for you for a long time, you know. The rumors abound. We've heard you might come calling. I'm so very glad you decided to put your trust in me. As am I. Now, give me answers. Alright, interesting. It seems that the proverbial wool has been pulled over our eyes, but for what reason? Suppose it could be that the early church elders believed an ascension story might strengthen people's beliefs. But at the cost of another man's life, I find that very difficult to believe. But I may have found something else, confirmed those remains are fake. Hold up, there's something else. Tell me the blood message. Gunther thinks a moment. I have no idea what the broken ring represents. The two words are written in Old Panarum, dead language. The first word means mirror or opposite, and the second means truth. As for the meaning of the whole message, I'm at a loss. I think we can assume that Mannix was trying to tell us something. Alright, what did you find, Gunther? Remember I told you I was working on those older translations? I found another passage from it that is inconsistent with the Arcanum we read today. Have you heard the passage where it talks about the final resting place of Nazareth? Nope. Well, today's Arcanum reads, Nazarudin traveled to the southernmost tip of the land and there laid himself to rest. The copy I've been translating says almost the exact same thing, except with one slight difference. Nazarudin crossed the waters and traveled to the southernmost tip of the land. I'm saying that I don't think Nazarudin was buried here in Caledon. We have always just assumed that the scriptures were speaking of the mainland. Of course, When the remains were found, no one ever bothered to look again. Well, so where are his remains? The southernmost tip of any land in Arcanum is the Isle of Thanatos to the south of here. I think that's where you should next go. I might ask you a favor if you have time before you leave. Perhaps you could uncover the truth behind St. Mannix. There are men here who would be interested in finding the responsible. Alright, I'll do that. But why do you think they did all this? I don't know. Perhaps there's something about the actual remains of Nazareth which they're afraid of. You should seek out his final resting place, and there I think you'll find your answers. Alright. Good luck to you. I don't know if we should go confront Kanwa, who might or might not be there. I think if we talk to Alexander first, and they are there, he will kill them. So if we do it, we get the XP. What's your business here? To see your boss. The High Priest sees no one except by invitation, no exceptions. Well, how do I get an invitation? Invitations are not gotten, and there is no way to procure a holy invitation. They are only given by His Eminence's grace. Alright, well, I'll be on my way then. So it seems I am not getting one. Alright, Alexander, do you have time? I've been uncovering more strange things. Something about the name Canary. He is unperturbed. More strange things. I've seen the inside of Nazarudin's crypt. What did you find? I retrieved the skull. It's human and not elven. Alexander's face goes hard as stone. This is grave news. Obviously, the remains are a fake. If you find out what all this means, return to me. Was there anything else? Yeah, I have observations of the crypt and the remains. Alexander's fist clenched when you tell him of Mannix. You can see that he's just barely controlling his rage. See, if you find out what all this means, return to me. If indeed the blood of Mannix was spilled for some darker plot, you can be assured that there will be retribution. I swear it by my life. Was there anything else? A few more strange things. Another discrepancy. Seems like we've all been deceived, my friend. It seems your path no longer lies with us, but if you have the time, perhaps you could look into the message that was written on the inside of the crypt. Return to me if you find out what it means. Otherwise, good luck to you. Alright. I must be off. Made Arthur Tyron, which is that one quest, and then wonder if that Crimstone message actually opens this thing for us. Let's try this now. Truth. Where we got that from? Alright, well, Mannix stole a stone vault. Oh, they looted it before I could. What jerks. Alright, Jaina, give me your inventory. Sword of Mannix. Non-tech sword, 2 to 9, 2 to 5, speed 15. Useless. Oh, give it to what's his name. However, this book is probably far from useless. Let's see, harvest. Kennard himself appointed me first acolyte today. I feel fortunate to have finally met him. As his days seem near over, I was overwhelmed with prideful emotion, thought that I was now to carry on the most important task of maintaining the wards. Presided over my first Panari Council today. All went well, and we established without a doubt that the divinity of Nazareth. The usual debate ensued, but this time we were able to convince those on the council who still held doubts that Nazareth was indeed sent by the gods to lead us in this world. Next one. My mind is troubled. An elf by the name of Kanwa descended from the mountains today and has begun ingratiating himself into the council. He claims to be the son of an original elven council member, but I am not certain I believe him. The others have taken a liking to him, though, and seem to have no doubts as to the veracity of his tale. I do not know why he makes me uncomfortable, but I feel great distress when I'm in his presence. Alright, next. Kanwa has brought several of his elven folk into the fold. Worse, he is beginning to spread heresy about the truth of the church. He has insinuated that the wards are merely an outward representation of an inward discipline that we all must cultivate, or some such nonsense. He trivializes the life of the great Nazarene by offhandedly suggesting that he never existed, and that the whole tale of Nazarene and the banishment is allegorical. He has not been stating these preposterous theories outright, but I have engaged him in several philosophical debates on matters of doctrine and have all but cornered him into admitting his beliefs. His animosity towards me is growing, but he is not my concern. As the rest of the leadership, they welcome him. He offers an easier, less disciplined view of the Panari life. Amidst my great turmoil, I have been delivered a sign. It looks like a little smiley face as he says a sign, but it's not. I was visited today by the physical manifestation of Nazareth. I am certain of this, as I was tending the wards I do these days with no help from my brothers. He appeared to me, he asked me all manner of questions, and appeared pleased when I explained how I was maintaining the wards. We talked for what seemed hours, and he even tested my faith by hinting that he knew Nazareth, and that he was not divine. It was only after he departed that I realized I had actually been speaking with Nazareth himself. I do not know from where this certainty comes, but I am sure in my heart that it was him. Kanwa means to kill me. Yesterday I confronted him with the news of my vision of Nazareth, and he exploded with rage, calling me a heretic. Him calling me a heretic, I would laugh if the situation were not so desperate. I almost attacked him on the spot. I called upon my training to calm my rage and quickly excused myself from his office. I then returned to my room to contemplate what my course of action should be. And later that night, I was out performing my walking meditation. I was set upon by his elven cohorts. After killing several of them, I fled. I do not know what I shall do now. I know my life will end should I set foot in the temple again, but it is not my life that matters. The truth of the Panari must live beyond me. Only imagine the lies Kanwa has been spreading in my absence. So their entire church is a lie, it's sounding like. That's... what a conspiracy. My exile is at an end. I have meditated on my situation and know what I must do. I will return to the temple and declare what I know for all to hear. I will leave my writings safely hidden here, along with my ceremonial sword. As I feel my death is at hand, my soul and I now commit to the hand. Alright. Well, that's one conspiracy discovered. Now let's see if we can figure out the other conspiracy. I was looking at my cat real quick. He's doing one of those laying on his back with his paws up and sleeping poses. Right up here. One of these houses might have what we need. Okay, so that's a murder since there's a guard outside. Try these ones. Human city dweller. What do you want? What are you doing here? You're working for them, aren't you? Working for who? There's nothing for a moment, his eyes darting from side to side, perhaps looking for the best escape route. You know who. The day has finally come. Is that it? Arthur Tyrant has become too dangerous to be allowed to stay alive. Oh, you're Arthur. Well, De Cesar sent me. He grabs you. The skulls, have you brought the skulls? Here they are. Examines them with barely contained excitement. Yes, it is all coming together now. I have uncovered a plot, the ramifications of which could bring down the government of Toronto. I will need your help to finish my work. Alright, is that so? His eyes dart around again. Haven't you ever wondered where all of these half-ogres are coming from? 100 years ago, a half-ogre was a rare thing, usually the result of rape and pillage, but human women aren't equipped to birth a baby the size of a half-ogre. Yeah. That is rather strange. I'd never thought of it before. He leans in close to you, intensity dripping from his brow. They're making them, they're enslaved women. They've enslaved women and are forcing them to mate with ogres. Who's doing this? The gnomes. Gnomes of the Industrial Council in Toronto. Haven't you ever noticed that every gnome seems to have at least one or two half-ogres always following him around? They're using them for protection. Well, what does this have to do with the skulls? The Siamese twins were the result of their first twisted experiments. They tried to breed elves with orcs to produce a extremely strong, resilient mages that they could then control. This was before it was obvious that technology would one day rule Arcanum, of course. Also, what happened? The twins were the only viable offspring to come from those experiments. They were scheduled to be put to death, but they disappeared from the laboratory before their termination could take place. They appeared in high society some 20 years later. We believe they must have been under the protection of a powerful ally of ours on the council for them to have survived that long. Who was this ally of yours on the council? No one knows. I've communicated with him in the past through codes in the newspaper and other surreptitious means. I could help you. What do you need me to do? Well, through my research, I've discovered the most likely location for this is a small island I've dubbed Half-Ogre Island near Thanatos. We would need to find a way into their laboratories to bring me some sort of evidence I can use to expose them. Why not have De Cesar do it? De Cesar is dead. Well, I have no choice then, do I? Excellent. Let me mark your map. And don't speak with anyone about this. It could be unhealthy for you and me. All right, I'll return with your proof. Farewell. Half-Ogre Island. I like there's a ship captain here, even though I teleported. I'll probably go buy my ship as well. Uh-oh. I've never actually looked around out here. Trap? What's this? Oh, it's just running off into the wilderness out here. Generated terrain. Okay. Oh, that's disturbing. Alright. Half-Ogre Lab Manual. I'm not going to read this one out. let's just say that they're running a eugenics program. Let's get out of here. We also got a fate point out of that. That's... We have 3 points now, huh? I do really want to do the Prowling Master quest. She's level 59, just like me. Someone on the other monitor is Super Mario Lost Levels as a first time play. It is such a painful game to do as like the first time. All right. Oh, hey, look. Our guy we talked to is gone, and there's a gnome in his place. I'm glad you were here. You were working with Tyron, were you not? I don't know what you're speaking of. So I am to believe you wandered into Mr. Tyron's house by chance. Come now, we both know that is not true. Please tell me where he is. I was meant to meet him here. We were to exchange important information. And what information would that be? Information that is dangerous to possess. I've been on the same search as Tyron and his colleagues, but I believe I have gone much deeper. And what have you discovered? I should be asking you that. You have recently acquired something damning to certain parties, have you not? No, what makes you think that I have? Ah, I see you are wary. That is smart. As the trail we are following is a dangerous one, he thinks for a moment. Very well. I will share with you the information I have gathered, and you can decide for yourself whether to believe me or not. I'm not certain how much of it I believe myself, but this is what I found out. All right, tell me. About 55 years ago, a group of gnomes from various parts of Arcanum began to acquire large amounts of money from investments in new technology. As their wealth and perceived influence began to grow, age-old prejudice began to surface. Gnomes were thought to be thieves. Other races did not trust them. There were thefts, beatings, threats, mysterious letters in the night warning the little gnomes to keep their place. Gnomes tried human bodyguards to no avail. Any human that would be a bodyguard to a gnome at that time was, by definition, an untrustworthy, shiftless sort. At first, they tried unsuccessfully to get elves and orcs for protection. It didn't work. So, Siamese twins. Exactly. But you know all about what happened with them now, don't you? It was a foolhardy idea to begin with. At any rate, orcs have a natural dislike for gnomes, and the gnomes needed something much more docile. So, next obvious choice seemed to be the half-ogres. Tired of being hunted and the promise of large amounts of food gained the gnomes extremely loyal bodyguards, but there was a problem. Half-ogre was a very rare thing in those days, with good scientific reasons for being so. The gnomes without bodyguards were used as leverage against those who were protected. Please continue. The greatest concentration of these gnomes were in Tarant, which was still a monarchy at the time. They pleaded with the king for his help. The last thing the king wanted was a group of rich banker gnomes with his power in his kingdom. Beatings continued, and the king and his court turned a blind eye. That's when, let's call him Mr. X, decided to act. Yes, I heard someone to go home with him one evening, and he locked her in his basement, where he also happened to be keeping a full-blooded ogre. You can imagine what happened, and it's a little gruesome here, but Mr. X now had his future bodyguard. He recruited some other gnomes, and the kidnappings began in earnest. For safety's sake, they set up a laboratory on the island you visited. Their plan wasn't working out as well as they had hoped, and too many people were disappearing. They decided to try surgical means of delivery, but it didn't work. This is when the king's hirelings discovered what was happening. Unfortunately for the king, though, the gnomes had become incredibly rich in this time, rich enough, in fact, to purchase the king's murder. The kidnappings of the queen and her young son, rumors began circulating, pointing to the queen as the killer of her husband. The queen went to the island, didn't she? Yep, she was the patient in the first successful operation. Soon after, the Industrial Council gained power in Toronto. The disappearances began to slow down, but a mysterious rash of wives and daughters of the political enemies of the council began. It keeps getting darker. I almost didn't want to do this quest. At least not on Twitch. Hold on, I've got the answer here. Okay, sorry. That only lasted for a short time, however, as they now had enough that they didn't need to keep kidnapping people. They keep this whole thing in a cloud of mystery by releasing half-truths, lies, and even real information through unstable individuals like Tyron, so no one believes any of it. Exactly. Everyone believes it to be the imaginings of madmen and paranoids. Is this all true? That's a good question. Let's not be too anxious to believe it because we want it to be true, or too anxious to disbelieve because we want it to be false. And we must remain neutral. Well, that's absurd. It's either true or it isn't. Well, maybe none of it's true, maybe all of it, maybe some of it. I'll bring the proof to the press. I'll expose the whole thing. And what do you have? You have a journal that was left for you to find on purpose, which could have been written last week. What have you seen? I believe you saw an abandoned warehouse, nothing more save what your twisted imagination made it out to be. Why are you doing this? We always need more converts to spread the word. You might have had real information, but now you don't know anything. What have I told you that is real? Feel free to tell anyone everything I have told you. I'm sure the press would love to hear your story. It's been a pleasure. I wish I could save here, but I don't think it's going to work. Oh, goodbye. Yeah, so I've returned to kill you.
I can't believe you'd have me
Oh,
attack.
never mind. My party member doesn't let me. Somehow they think that gnome is a good guy. Kind of hard to believe. We can go to the press. That's where it gets even more messed up. I think there's something we can steal in here later. Or maybe we've already missed it. Caledon Telegraph. That is not what I want. There we go. Who might you be? Named Sam Longwell, and this is the Caledon branch office of the Trantian. Doesn't Caledon have its own newspaper? Doesn't need one. Anything of importance that happens here is covered in the Trantian. The Trantian name sells papers worldwide. I have evidence of conspiracy. What do you mean conspiracy? Is this something just? Industrial Council has been illegally creating half-ogres. Let's say I was interested in the story or need proof. It's all right here. Show them the journal. Oh my God, this is astounding. I can make my reputation with a story like this. If you leave this with me, I'll print it in its entirety. It'll be the story of the century. What do you pay me for it? What are you adjusting on? Journalist salary, I could give you 100 coins. What do you say? Sure. Cannot believe this. This is what I've been waiting for. I'll write this up and have it in tomorrow's paper. I wonder. Okay, yeah, giving it to him actually gets rid of the entire book. I was kind of thinking I could steal it back because check out what happens in the morning here. Human City Dweller. Pleasure to meet you. How are you doing? Who are you? Where is Sam Longwell? Who? My name's James Leggett. I work here, and I'm afraid I don't know any Sam Longwell. He was working here. I spoke to him. He said he was a reporter. I'm the only reporter who works out of this office, local Caledonian reporter for the Trantian. For what, 20 years now? Wait a moment. When did you say this? Say you spoke to this fellow? Tell him. He hits his hand with his fist. What is going on around here? I was sent on a wild goose chase that day, tracking down a mysterious anonymous tip that was wired here. Someone is playing us for fools, boy. So the guy I told my story to wasn't a reporter. As I said, I'm their only reporter. What's your story? Maybe I'd be interested in it. Tell him. Well, I've heard some outlandish tales in my day, but that's just about the wildest. That's true. I'm sure it is. And I need to get back to work, if you'll excuse me. And so ends that conspiracy quest, where they showed us everything and gave us proof, and then caused all the proof to disappear. However, we have actual proof of a conspiracy for Alexander over here. Let's talk to these guys. Hey, Hadrian. I found the whole truth. What? Tell him the whole story of Mannix. Anger flares in his eyes. The man truly was a saint and a warrior. And it seems that we Panari have been neglecting our true duties. That will no longer be the case. He puts a hand to your shoulder. Thank you, my friend. You've done this church and the world a great service. Oh, but I'm glad to be of service. As a token of my appreciation, feel free to take the objects in the display cases. I can't tell you what they'd be good for, but they're yours all the same. The cases will be open now. He gestures quickly in the general direction. Thank you very much. Would you do me the favor? Speak with Alexander of these things if you haven't already done so. I'm an old man and tired, and there is little I can do to right this wrong. But Alexander is strong, strongest of us all, and will know what to do. He smiles to himself. I envy not the man who Alexander finds responsible. Alright, I'll do that. Yoink. Yoink. Alright, so this one is critical hit percent, poison resist, +1 willpower, +2 melee. I think I'm going to give it to Magnus because he actually has the highest strength bonus of all my tech characters. And now let's talk to Gunther. How do you do? Hello again, Gunther. Have you a moment? What is it you'd like to know? I've discovered the truth about Mannix. Is that so? Tell him of the journal. Gunther says nothing for a long while, then it seems that we have been misled from the beginning, and now I see why we are called the Defenders of the Gate. It seems we have a great responsibility. We shall begin to live up to it. What do you think I should do now? Well, if you haven't already, please go and tell Alexander what you found. I would think that he's going to want to have a very long talk with some of his superiors. I'm glad I'm not one of them. I think that maybe Conwa is someone you can only talk to if you do the evil aligned playthrough. It's like a way if you kill everyone else to get in here. How's your business? To stomp on your face until you learn some manners. There's nothing in here for us, sadly. Those dark elves died for no real reason, other than being dark elves. Let's talk to Alexander. Hello, do you have time for a few questions? Something important to tell you. I found Mannix's journal. Tell him what it said. Oh, Alexander is silent for a long time. And then it seems we, the Panari, have an important responsibility. Many of your troubles, living one, were born because we allowed ourselves to be deceived for so many years. That will be no longer, and it seems that my family has been deceived and dishonored. I think I know to whom I must speak about this. He looks in the direction of the High Priest's chambers. I also found this. Give Alexander his family sword. Alexander is stunned, unbelieving. Never hoped to see this. It was lost so many years ago. It will be put to good use, I can assure you. Goodbye and good luck. He takes her hand in both of his. Thank you, living one. Your help here has been invaluable. I wish you luck on your quest. Well then. I think we know where that sword is going to be put to use. Oh, where is this? Right here, Ironclad. I have the glass key. How does that not work? Do I have to actually use it? Okay.
I can't believe it!
Magnus?
Tell me, my friend, do you recognize that symbol on the wall?
No, Magnus, I don't. What is it?
It's the symbol of my lost clan. The symbol on the gauntlets that my grandfather gave to me. He said it was our family symbol. The symbol of the Iron Clan.
I think you're right, Magnus. Uh-oh, getting attacked. Raven's gonna get hit pretty hard, I think. Given that, one, she doesn't have dodge mastery, and two, she doesn't have good armor yet. Skip my turn. Well, those things are all dead. What's this? Barrel. Iron Clan Hammer. 15 to 35. That's pretty nice, I think. Another barrel. The Durance Stone. The last one. Iron Clan Armor. Which that has a bonus if you're a dwarf. Alright, it's 5x4. Alright, Magnus. What's it? 25, 38, 45, 50. Take your Iron Clan armor. Let's see, what's this? 1 to 12, 1 to 9, and 30 to 50. Fire damage. So, that should be doing about 47 on average. This is doing 22 on average. Nowhere near close enough to give him a little theme armor. In fact, he won't even equip it right now. Oh. What we could do in here? I guess so. Alright, well, we're going to go hand this Durance Stone in. Be very thankful for a teleport spell. It's this guy. Oh, do you have a moment? Here's the Stern Stone. Oh my god. I think that's 2 fate points. You have, my god, I never dreamed. I mean, they were real. The stone is beautiful. He is silent for a long time, turning the stone over in his hands. What of the Iron Clan? What did you see? Tell him. More than I ever hoped or dreamed. It seems they were truly advanced, far beyond what anyone could have known. I so look forward to visiting the caverns of the Iron Clan and learning of their ways. Thank you, my friend. You have no idea the gift you've given us. Yeah. Accepted by Nazredin. Master of Prowling. Where is he? I thought the Master of Prowling was locked in jail. So that or pick locks. I think it's Prowling. Let's try. It's the one I'm thinking. There's only 2 ways to get into this. Oh, actually, no. I think we talked to someone else who gives us the quest to free the guy. So let's try that. So I honestly don't remember where to go for this. Halfling Farmer, thanks for saving my waifu. Io is rowing expert. That's a jail. That's nothing. Nothing over there. I don't think they're here. He's in Black Group. We did have the Prowler note there. Oh, actually, no. I remember exactly where he is. He's in Toronto. He's in one of the bars, I believe. Or someone to rescue him is. One of the 2. I think it's this guy. What do you know? Just enjoying my drink? Alright, well, I was very wrong. Good to know now. Might I ask your name? I am J.M. Morat. Might I also inquire as to your designation? Oh, you're the Haggle Master. Pleasure. So I've studied quite diligently. I'd like to become a Master Haggler. Until that you have become an expert, but you do not yet have the skill for mastery. Alright, well, see ya. So what if this guy at the bar? What do you know? Nothing, leave me alone. I go in. You... Oh. I might not remember where he is. Maybe it's this guy.
What is it that you want of me?
I'll go now. Yeah, I might have to follow the notes and figure this out. I think there's like 3 notes you have to go through because I'm just not remembering where this guy's at. I thought it was in one of the bars here. I guess I was thinking of the haggle guy. We already did the pickpocket one. It'll be these ones. The notes aren't necessary, but it will just like jog here. Like you don't have to do them if you know where the guy is. Master note 2. Look closely near the beast with 4 legs but 1 foot. Enhance your gift of sight to make old paintings new and bright. Let me read that again. Also, I'm just going to throw some stuff. I don't feel like sorting it. Or selling it. No more nonsense in my inventory. What was the first note? Go to my location as surely as I live. Find me and master the I will give. Come to a place where old and new reign. Look for an inn. Here is a hint to its name. A room with no windows, no floor, no roof. Number 4 is where you will find proof. So that was in the inn. Closely near the beast with 4 legs, but 1 foot. Enhance your gift of sight. Make old paintings. Okay, so there's a painting that I want to look at. Let's try the inn in Caledon. That place is kind of a little sus. And then also there is, I think, the inn in Blackroot as well. Mushroom Inn doesn't really tell us much, but that's the innkeeper. Who's this guy? What do you know? Oh, goodbye. Hey, have you heard? What do you know? Good day. I already went in that room, so we know it's not that. This guy. What do you know? What about you? Pleasure, what do you know? Must be off. Who are you? Father gave me an elven name. Its pronunciation is too difficult for the other races, so I simply go by AL, and who might you be? Umbrella. What can I do for you? What goes on around here? Oh, go. Guy's named Albert Leak. This seems like something. Oh, I might have more of your time. Buy me a drink. I like you. You're too kind. What goes on? Nothing else. What do you know? I'm trying to enjoy my drink and then you have to come up and bother. Please reconsider, sir. Alright. This guy, no. Alright, let's try block route then. I could have sworn this guy was hanging out in one of the bars. Good day. What do you know? Please reconsider. No, it's not her. What have you heard? Not her. It's not her either. Well, we are here though. I guess we'll try the other bar here in town, but I don't think it's that one. And I'm also going to buy the ship. At least I think I can buy the ship right now. Let's actually talk to him. We've already gone through this guy's dialogue. I'm not sure why I didn't. I didn't save, but okay. Matey, never be tapping the shoulder ol' salty, lest ye be wanting the fate of ol' skelly bones. Stringy Pete knew how to deal with men such as skelly bones. You know the tale of ol' Stringy. Then ye be knowing how crossing the wrong pirate can lead to a short plank indeed. Perhaps we have a drink and all be forgiven. Drink, you say? Well, matin, an ale might just oil the rusty temper of this old pirate. I'll buy the first round. Let me see here. He fumbles through his pockets. Must have left me a sack of gold on the ship. Maybe you can get the first round. Sure. Buy him another. Dry, you say? But another pint might help. Sorry for not reading these. He's basically just, we're getting him drunk. Not to the bartender. I have another one, salty. Continue, sir. Please go on. Incredible. Thought we were friends. Away with ye. Leave me and my map alone. So basically at the very end, he's like, yeah. All right. Oh, that was Teach. I'll leave with you. Well, since we didn't get the... Oh, good day. You didn't give it to us, so we're just going to do this. To get Stringy Pete's Cove, and I believe he is the hardest fight in the game by far, although we're probably still more than capable enough. So let's talk to this guy now. Who might you be? I'm the master shipbuilder here in Blackroot. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Shipbuilder, do you have anything for sale? He smiles widely at you. Why, yes, I do, as a matter of fact. Indicates the boat behind him. We just finished building this one right here. It's a steal of 50,000 coins. Can we work something out? He laughs. I'm truly sorry, but I have no epic adventure to send you on to retrieve a magical family heirloom. 50,000 is the price, and that is final. Oh, so much for my haggle skills, right? You have a deal. Thank you. Too bad I can't, actually, I could steal the money. It would just take too long. So, I don't actually know where the Prowling Master is. I'm sure I can figure it out, but I'm just going to look it up. Okay, well, as it turns out, we actually had it right before with Albert over here in Caledon. We just have to drink with him a little bit. I think we drank once. It wasn't enough. So let's try this again. I think it was this one. Here he is. Oh well, might have more of your time. Buy me a drink. You're too kind. Buy me a drink. All right? You're too kind. Buy me a drink. Too kind. Buy me a drink. Buy me a drink. Especially. You have my gratitude. Buy me a drink. Buy me a drink. He knows nothing. Oh, my intelligence actually finally went down. Erg. I may ask something. This city big. You buy me a drink? Sure. I wonder if I actually need to have the, with this patch, if I actually have to do the Prowler notes. Okay, so the way this works, besides the fact that I have no intelligence to cast spells now, is you have to read it, the note by the fireplace. So I'll just go back there to it. We're also going to do Sebastian stuff over here. It's pretty simple since we already cleared the whole boil out. But at least he'll talk to us. I think we got a reputation for emptying the boil. Oh, actually, you know what? We don't need that second note. I don't think. If this doesn't work, I might complete this part off stream. I might need to try a few things. But for now, we will just talk to Sebastian here. Indeed, I'm delighted. You might ask who you are. His name's Sebastian. I've spoken with Edward Willsby about you. You mentioned someone could stop by. I respect someone who can come over here. Call me concerned citizen. I see. Mr. Willsby told you of his plans. He mentioned them. Can you elaborate? Well, he has his concerns about what's happening here in the Boil. Do you know anything about the place? Yeah, I've been around. Well, I'm sure you know about Mog and Pollock. Sure, who doesn't? Now, as you can imagine, Mog and Pollock's gang aren't very fond of each other. And there's quite a few disagreements that end up with dead people. So what does Mr. Willsby want to do? Well, Mr. Willsby is an important man here in the city. He's a little more than concerned that the element here in the Boil will spill over into the better parts of Trot, and of course it just can't happen. Alright, well that's where you come in. Yep. Sounds like something I might want to get involved in. He looks at you. Really? You think you're cut out for this sort of work? Are you questioning my mettle? And gives you a hard look, then nods approvingly. Yes, you seem to know your way around the fight. Nothing personal. You could say that. Now, the job? Alright, good. Listen, I know a little bit about you. Mr. Willsby knows much about what happens and keeps me informed. I'm not exactly sure what it is that you're looking for, but I might be able to help. So what are you proposing? What I'm saying is, You help me take care of my problem here in the boil, then I might be persuaded to help you with yours. What do you think? Sure. Alright, well, as you know, Mog and Pollock are here. I'm looking to take care of that particular situation. Sorry, old boy, I've killed them both already. What? I heard about Pollock, but Mog as well. Sebastian looks duly impressed. Well, seems you've already held up your end of the bargain, my friend. It was nothing. And what about your end? Seem fairly confident. What exactly are you involved in? Let's tell him the whole story. Yeah. I'm no hero, but I do like a good fight. You seem a trustworthy sort, so you'll join me. He would, but we have too many people, so good day. Alright, well, that's that quest. Alright, so where we want to go now is 1586 by 1816. Something called the Mysterious Location. It's actually right outside of Caledon, if I remember correctly. Yeah, so we're just going to go to Caledon and run out. Definitely don't want to kill that lycanthrope. Unfortunately, since we botched the quest earlier to call off the contract on our lives, still have to deal with these guys every now and then. I guess I don't really mind that though, because they are like an infinite source of XP. Although, if Raven were to die here, we have no means of actually resurrecting her. Since we can't use magical scrolls, and I think she would resist the tech resurrect. Actually, no, she wouldn't resist it because we lowered her magic. But she still has no armor. I don't really want to use my resurrect. Now I'm just gonna let my characters hit these things. And the annoying thing with Raven 2, though, despite this, is since her portrait isn't appearing, we don't actually have a decent way of healing her if she were to die or even get attacked. Send them to attack that. Oh, right. That bow is pretty dangerous in real time. Oh, that's my dog. Hollow stump. Give me the note. Alright, there he is. So read it by the candlelight. Here's a note. His secrets shine bright when viewed beside the mushroom's bright firelight. This is sobbing onion. The other bar is the mushroom. Put it right here. Weird. This one's the mushroom. Unless maybe it's the toadstool, but they don't have a firelight. I wonder, so each note, I'll try talking to Leek here, but each note has like a hidden message on it. Maybe I have to do those. I'm 2 drinks, nothing. Well, looks like there's some glasses in room 4 that reveal something. So I wonder if... Hopefully I didn't mess this up earlier. There's a note under the bed. You're looted. Oh, here we go. Something mid-sized. Oh, there we go. Wearing the glass and examining the painting has revealed a map beneath a transparent layer of paint. You have marked a mysterious location on your map. Okay. And then we got this one. There we go. Now it works. So yeah, it looks like the patch fixed it, so you have to go through everything. Alright, your race is nearly won. Here's the name that you seek, the Master Prowler. I am called Albert Lee. A rhyme for the name of a place so near. I am awaiting your visit. Come find me here. Use a knife to slice my head. Weep beside me when I am dead. Oh, wonderful. That sounds cheery, but he's actually just talking about the sobbing onion. Here's Albert Leek. Hello, might have more of your time. Ale, by any chance, stand for Albert Leek, Master Prowler. Grinning broadly. Yes, I am. Good show. Do you realize you are the first person to ever make it to me? I pray your little adventure was not too difficult. Did not find it unreasonably difficult. Impressed to see you were up to the challenge. My purpose was to impart to you the knowledge of the best place to hide yourself is often in plain view. Those were wise words. So, about training. In finding me, you have proven that you are truly a master in the art of prowling. How? I hereby award you the title Master Prowler. In addition, I have a little something to assist you. What is it? It's a magical ring. When worn, you'll be able to move about more silently. Use it well. You're most kind. Alright, well, we got ourselves another reputation. Oh, actually, maybe we did. I thought we got one for Master Prowler. Master, expert, not even apprentice. Pick locks expert. We could take pick locks up to master and just like have all the thieving stuff. Or we can just go for main quest things. What do we have left to do? Find Nazarene. Alright, can I teleport to the land bridge? Nope. We did buy the ship though, so we could probably sail there. Before that, let's see if we can beat Stringy Pete. Or actually, no. Before we do that, I don't even want to beat Stringy Pete yet. What we want to do is find the people who give us the quest to beat Stringy Pete. I don't remember where this is exactly. Take the coin, I don't want to deal with you. Ancient shipwreck, but that isn't what I wanted specifically, I don't think. I'll walk around a little bit more. There's like a abandoned homestead out here, I thought. Let me actually look up the location. I know it's like right over where I'm wandering right now. No, let's just check locations. All of them. Check the map of everything. You know what? I was slightly off. It's not north. It's actually right down here. Just walk right over there. Wait until morning. Human villager. Molly's the one you want to speak to. Assume this is Molly. Does she have like potato and lemon plants? I'm very happy to meet you. Who are you? My name is Molly Williamson, sir. Pleasure. Do you have a moment to speak? What do you need to know? What are you doing here? Well, it's cheap living out here in the middle of nowhere. We eat what we pull out of the ocean, make all our own clothes, and beyond that, we don't need a whole lot. The Williamson clan ain't never had a whole lot of money, not since what happened to my great-granddaddy, Jonas Williamson. Well, back then the Williamsons weren't exactly rich, but we were well off. Owned land and had a nice house, but one day old Stringy Pete, the pirate, came wandering into town and killed my grandfather Jonas dead, right in the middle of the street. Legend says that old Pete was laughing while I did it, and he even stole the silver buckles off my great-granddaddy's boots. That's tragic. Yeah, it's definitely not a bedtime story. The Williamsons, we fell on hard times after that. Without a man to work the place, we lost our land and our house. My family had been living out here in the shanty for the last 100 years. And a day that goes by that I don't curse the name of Bloody Stringy Pete. What are you doing out here? And I'll be leaving. I thought she had a quest to free her for the curse, or from the curse. On gold. Well. Okay then, let's just go right over here. Yeah, we're gonna kill this guy. I just need to type one thing real quick. Oh, there's graves. I wonder, what happens if we dig it up? I guess we can't. Alright, well. Stringy Pete. See a spirit in front of you. It's a skeleton dressed in tattered rags and a large black hat, and wielding an evil-looking saber. Its eyes glow with an unholy light. Who be treading upon my grave? Who be trying to get their hands on me treasure? Prepare to die, ye land-loving goat bugger. No one sees the evil eye. Old Stringy Pete and lives. I think the whole point of this is you can, like, you beat him and you get his boat or something as a free alternative to giving the guy 50,000. Wait, I'm not here to take anything. I just want to talk. What would a rubber-legged bilge fish like you want to be talking about? With the ghost of Stringy Pete. I've been sailing the seas of Arcanum for more than 200 years, and I drink blood ale and gnaw on the bones of pirates and maidens. I not be a looking to talk. Now just let me explain. To explain, what ye be needing to explain, matey, ye be digging around me bones and looking for me treasure. A pirate, that be worse than finding your bait in your hook. A pirate, that be worse than a finding ye bait in your hook with me wife. Look, I just want your boat. Me boat? I cared for me wife less than this boat. Why in the name of all that's unholy would I give ye me boat? You're speaking gibberish. I had more than an earful of it. Soul as tormented as me own has got little patience for the blubberings of the living. Tormented, don't you enjoy being a bloodthirsty pirate ghost? Enjoy it. The ghost seems a little surprised at the question, the fire in its eyes dimming a little. Are ye daft, matey? I was the crustiest, meanest, most bloodthirsty pirate who ever lived, and none of what I did when I was alive compares to the things I've seen dead. I don't understand. You don't want to be here? No, but I've got no choice. I was cursed, matey, cursed from the day I died to sail the seas forever. A hunting those souls who be taking my name in vain, to strike terror in the pure heart, to be given little ones' nightmares. And cursed by whom? I cursed myself. I spilled the blood of innocents, desecrated holy places. And the worst thing I ever did, I broke a pirate's blood oath. Even without the first two, I deserved what I got because of the blast. I shouldn't even call myself a pirate after what I did. Alan, what have you seen? I see all the souls of the dead who walk this world. I see the souls of all me victims, and they torment me as I still be a torment in the living. And be their pain I feel every day and every night on these glassy seas, and their dead eyes that be staring out at me from their murky depth. Okay, well, how do I break the curse? Break the curse. Goes to silent for a moment, contemplating. And why would he want to do that, matey? Why would one helping the ghost to old Stringy Pete? Well, your boat. That'd be quite a story. Would I not be inclined to believe when I was flesh and blood? The shadow me squid's beak, ifin I haven't seen stranger things since. Perhaps I might do something. What do you need? Well, I can't be giving up this boat on account of the curse. It'd be my fate to sail these old timbers until the end of time. If I know a way, we might break that curse. If you want to do a little, like, alright, what needs done? Well, there'd be three things, if my suspicions are correct. 3 wrongs to right. First task. First is easy. Killed many innocents in my time. Good and pure man by the name of Jonas Williamson. Killed him for the silver buckles on his boots, but mostly for the sport of it. Pretty vicious. How do I make that right? Well, his family, they fell in hard times without him. The Williamson's been poor ever since, willing to dig up my treasure, including those silver buckles, and give it to whoever is left of the Williamsons. My treasure is buried a little north of here. Alright. Williamson's, he also pointed to... Okay, cool. Is there anything else? Other tasks. Second task. Second task is a little more complicated. There be a temple in the hills just off the Gulf of Morbihan in a little town called Viridian. And many years ago, I was pillaging the surrounding countryside, and I broke into the place and stole some holy relics and desecrated their sacred altar. And sure enough, those old monks threw a curse on me. Needs done. They didn't care about the holy relics, but I'd be thinking they might have got their robes in a bundle over the altar. You see, I spilled some wine and ale all over it. I might have even relieved myself on it. Been a long night, you know. Yeah, they had a problem with it. I've already done it. Tell them of Edwin Wallows. Yeah, looks like the stars are shining down for once. That's one less thing to do. Alright, well, now the other tasks. What's third? The last task will be most difficult. You see, as I was getting on in years, there was nothing I hadn't done and nowhere I hadn't sailed. No treasure I hadn't laid my hands on. There was only one thing I wanted, and I wasn't even sure if it existed, and I made it me business to find out. What was it? The Vangelian Scourge. And what's that? The Vangelian Scourge is the most evil piece of weaponry ever wielded by any soul in the land of Arcanum. Legend says it was forged in the blood fires at Vangelion Deeps, and the virgins and children were thrown into the fire to keep us stoked. That's interesting. I made the ghost speechless. Nice. The ghost hesitates a moment, seeming to stare at you from the sightless depths of its skull. It be said that the Bane of Kree cut down a whole battalion of elven warriors with it before he was banished. That Lorik wielded it during the Dwarven clan wars, and that any but the most evil of people die at the mere sight of it. Sounds like an evil blade. Yes, mate, and an evil blade it be. I want it more than anything in all of Arcanum. What happened? At the time, I had me crew of 7 of the black soulless pirates, and they all agreed it was a fine piece of treasure to go after, and we took a pirate's blood oath to stand by one another, sharing the treasure. And so we searched for it in the dark fens. And then... been buried there for centuries, a beautiful sight. Carved in ancient runework. I held his hands and it called to me. What did you do with it? I'm sure he killed his crew, right? Well, we all did nothing, matey. That night when everyone was asleep, that cursed blade twisted my mind and it told me that my crew was mutinous and looking to get rid of me, and so I killed them all in their sleep, cut all their throats from ear to ear. When I woke in the morning and seen what I'd done, I threw the blade down and ran right out of there. Alright. The Vangelian Scourge, it still lies there as far as I know. Among the murdered bones of me crew. Destroy that evil blade at the bottom of the cave that we found it in its great furnace. Toss it in there and let the world be done with it. Alright, I've heard them all. Is there anything else? Will you help me? Go do them. I'll do it. Let's grab his treasure first. Alright, let's just let my partners kill the rest of these. I'm just gonna assume they can do it without losing rep. Go, murder these things. Alright. Pile of dirt. Treasure and silver boot buckles. Homestead. Let's go talk to Molly here. Molly Williams, do you have a moment? What are you doing? So actually that's why I'm here. What are you talking about? I know this sounds strange, but tell her the story. Molly, the woman shakes her head. I heard strange tales, and then I heard strange tales. Yours takes the cake. To think that the ghost of that old pirate wants to make good for what he did almost 200 years ago. Yeah, it's a bit unbelievable. So you bring me that old treasure and boot buckles? Yep. Well, thank you. I suppose old Stringy Pete ain't such a bad bugger after all. No, he's still pretty bad. I don't think I need this anymore, or this, or those. But now we're gonna go right back to the Bengalin Deeps. Done. Cool. Party murder basically everything in the way. Ooh, some armor damage. I wonder how long until Raven's out of ammo. She is firing those quickly. We're gonna have to get her some more arrows pretty soon. There we go. Oh geez, those things are actually damaging my armor too. Alright. A little more careful going through here. Actually, no. Fire elementals, never mind being careful. Ooh, we have ghosts of people. And this one I'm actually going to use turn-based on. So many misses. Poor Raven's actually taking some damage, probably. Yeah. She's got enough health. Need to get her some gear, though. Alright, well, there's a lot of loot in here, too. There's the sword. We're going to open this up. And destroy it. Alright, that's everything. Stringy Pete's quests are done. Alignment's 100. I wonder if it'll go down. I think that I'm going to kill him if I don't get the... If I can't kill him after doing the quest, I'm just going to kill him regardless. Oi, matey, did he succeed in finishing your tasks? Yes, I've done what needed to be done. That'd be amazing, laddie. I never thought you'd be able to do it. I never thought that someday I'd break free of this bloody curse. Thank ye from the bottom of me pirate heart. There was nothing. Now about that boat. Is all yours. I'll not be needing her again or I'll be gone. I didn't really get any XP out of that. Master hurt bad people. Cool. Everyone attack him. Hopefully he actually brings up his fight. Not that he's gonna do much, like he's just getting ruined here. Oh. Virgil or Jaina? One of them right there actually dropped their weapon. Not him. Oh, which one it is. Looks like it's a Virgil based on losing health. Punching. Someone else dropped a weapon too, but I think that was one of the skeletons.
I've never seen such a skillful blow.
Oh. Raven congratulating me. That's always nice. Things have some hit points. Yeah, it's really too bad Virgil dropped his weapon here. We're basically down one attacker. And Jane is not even approaching for some reason. I'm probably guaranteed to lose 2, maybe 3 characters if I go to real time for this. One of them is dead. Might go to real time once we're down to just a couple. Log here would have been so much stronger than Raven. Oh well. I guess Virgil must be a free party member. Once he revives, it's really the only thing I can come up with for allowing it. You can kind of see that, like, just how high the armor and hit points are in these things. And the dodge, which is why these are so strong. I mean, I'm even running out of fatigue here. This is by far the hardest fight in the game. Especially since we're not going to be doing the final fight in the game. In favor of an alternate way of completing it. No, I can shoot this guy. Let's get him dead. And closer to dead. Oh, Raven's out of arrows. This is not good for her. I'm gonna have to do something about arrow supplies. I don't even think I can craft arrows, unfortunately. But I do want to look that up real fast, because if I can craft arrows, it would be pretty important here. Alright. Other computer, for whatever reason, the touchpad on it doesn't really work when I'm wearing these gaming gloves. It works all other times. But the monitor on it has a touchscreen. It looks like there is not an arrow recipe. There isn't one of the mods, but as far as I can tell, I don't have that mod since I don't have an arrow recipe. Probably gonna have to heal Raven here as well because I imagine she is getting very near to dead. Oh, I guess not. Maybe someone else healed her. Also ran. Runs, swings once, and then... Yeah, I'm definitely gonna spend some time off stream swapping her gear around and making her a little less awful. I might even consider swapping her out for Loghair again. It would be much stronger in this party. I kind of like having an elf. Like, have representatives of almost every race. Like, half ogre, ogre, dwarf, human, halfling, elf. Like, kind of cool. Yeah, we'll take his cursed loot. I think it's pretty good. Not going to care about the loot from the rest of them, though. Let's get Virgil his weapon back. And then let's give Raven a few arrows, since that's all I have. I'm gonna have to like make her a better bow and stuff too. Blessings and curses. Okay, cool. So there wasn't any sort of curse for killing Stringy Pete, but we now have ourselves 2 boats. And then... No, our one boat is in Blackroot. I think I could have just taken the wheel from... right from where we were, though. Oh, actually, you know what? When we go see Nazareth, all he's going to do is send us to get the Vendigroth device. So, let's just go grab it right now. This will be particularly quick since I have already cleared this place. I also ran myself unconscious. Doing the teleport. Looks like 10 seconds per mana regen tick. I'm getting 6 per. It's the one thing I really don't like about Magic in this game is the regen is so slow, like slow paced. You can just down a bunch of potions to get around it, but then you're carrying potions, or you're like me. Oh, actually, you know what? Just do a cure-all. Through there. This dungeon's kind of a maze. I cleared it out earlier, a couple play sessions ago. I actually did it off stream, just because I wasn't sure entirely what I was going to do, if I was going to try and sneak or what. I went through here basically just to complete a couple of quest things to get the get this gun and stuff really easily. Because originally my plan was to take one character in with invisibility potions and just run through it all. But then I cleared it. This is also where I had to go to get my final blessing on my guy, which is on this altar. If you're actually set up to get it, you step on the altar and you die, and then you revive with it. And any other time you step on it, you die, and you just die, and that's your game over. But since I did have everything set up correctly, there was no death, there was no game over. There's just all the way into here. In this chest is the Vendigroth device, which I didn't loot because I didn't trust myself to not do something dumb with it. All right, not a black root, and let's take our ship. I was considering briefly there, actually just using Stringy Peak ship instead, since I think we can use a ship at any port, and I was thinking that might be a shorter run. Then I thought about this, and this is already pretty short. Yeah, I'm gonna get this next spot on the map, and then I think I might call it a night if I'm able to teleport there. We are closing in on 11 hours for a stream. That is a little bit much. I mean, I'm still feeling good, but I also have my food sitting on my kitchen counter for the last 6 hours, and I kind of want to eat. Turn towards Thanatos. Alright, we are now on the island of Thanatos. We do not yet have anything on the map. What's this? Notably, they said it was the southernmost tip of Thanatos, so we are going to have to walk. What's this? I made several forays into the interior with nothing to show for my efforts, save my wounds. This island is aptly named. I thank the gods for Smithers, my faithful guide. He has already saved my life several times over the short time I've been here. I'm certain the Ashlag tribe still exists on this island. I mean to prove it. Smithers died today, battling madness. That's only 24 days later. Ashlag tribe. I returned to my base camp with the help of the tribesmen to leave this journal so that if anything happens to me in the future, you'll know that I was successful. Unbridge and well, I don't know what these guys are doing for a land bridge, or for a tribe. But it looks to me like it's just things to kill. Probably a lot of good magic loot in those chests. Alright, well, they're all long since dead, it looks like. Let's go down to the land bridge. Oh, hey, Legio, Necris. Yeah, the map design is pretty bad in some places. every time I like finish a dungeon and stuff, I am just like always wishing that it had like more modern things where you can just, you know, leave a dungeon at the end. In fact, like I have this full tech character at this point, and I have bought teleport just to make my life easier. It is bad at times. Unfortunately, though, I mostly know where I'm going. And oh, for sure, yeah. Chloe had some great ideas by that map design. Yeah, it is, it's something. The one that gets me, though, is actually, like, switching between real-time and, turn-based combat. The problem with it is, like, I'm using a gun, and I've got Raven here as an archer who is probably almost out of arrows, so she's going to go back to using fist. And because I didn't bother to gear Raven, she just wanted to tag along. But like if you're in real time, you know, like if your characters get in the way of the range shot, it can like hit your party members, but it only does that in real time. If you're on turn-based, it doesn't. But when you're on things like this, it's just so slow to do it on turn-based. So like I'm kind of hesitant to use my gun or even have Raven do any attacks. And also, as it turns out, the unofficial patch apparently makes every chest a vendor chest, so go figure. I mean, look at this. I was kind of surprised when I saw. Not that I'm complaining, because I now have a million pieces of magic loot, even though I'm all tech, and I don't even bother grabbing it. It's so weird. Yeah, I don't know exactly what part of the patch added that in. It was definitely not intentional on my part, but I didn't realize until like a little ways in. It also did it for crafting as well. So like I grabbed like 10 things to make like bullets or something, and every single craft made 2,000 of them. So I don't know. That part I don't mind too much. It did make money a little trivial. But otherwise, it's kind of a quality of life thing, so I haven't had to like reset a vendor and just get some bullets. I don't know what, like I was saying, I don't know what entirely in the patch did it. But it did. And what I did for my party, though, is I have like 4 characters that are all set up for tech. Oh yeah, when it crafts things like 20 of each for potions, I got 20 vivifiers, so max stats. I didn't have the discipline to not use it. But what I did mostly is like I took 2 disciplines on each of like 4 different characters. So my whole goal originally was to try and like be able to craft whatever I wanted. Using them with custom leveling schemes. Like I've got that one, and then you know Magnus can do his and all that. And that's actually worked out pretty well because I can make just about everything. Although with chests like this, who even needs to? But yeah, like just showers me with chest loot and crafting stuff. Everything makes like 20 times more than it's supposed to. But yeah, you're right. Then I was actually getting ready to log off fairly soon since I've been on for about 11 hours and my throat's a little sore reading off all the quest dialogue. I'm probably just gonna find Nazareth up here and then call it and try and finish the game my next session.
Wow, I've never seen
Oh,
such a
thank you.
stone.
Thanks for the compliment. Yeah, you have a good night too.
Good show! Perhaps they'll think twice before attacking us again, eh?
I think Nazareth's right up here if I remember right. gun parts, which I don't need. Oh, there we go. There's the door. I think. Oh, no, maybe not. One bad thing about this area is it's kind of hard to tell the way out is. That looks like a way out, but then how do I get over there? I mean, this looks like it should let me out. Guess not. There's like an edge of the map. Hmm. Oh. Oh, maybe it's down this way? No, it's already down here. Yeah, this is kind of, if you're still in here, this is kind of exactly what I was, or what you were saying about the map design. Most spots I don't get too lost in. The sewers were kind of bad. But then, I guess this is the only other part that's really a maze. Ah, here we go. There's Nasruddin. Okay, so it looks like I can't just get a world map thing to teleport here. So I'm going to call it right here. Thanks anyone for watching, lurking, raiding, chatting, or just checking the VOD. I will probably try and be on to finish this tomorrow. There's a chance I don't, and it won't be until Saturday. But yeah, I hope anyone who watched enjoyed, whether it's your first time seeing this game or just reliving some nostalgia. Thanks for watching.